it will most likely be an infinitely more productive process than trying to have a debate, because these are all of his
epic
gripes
debate
that he has with me, and this is what he thinks if I show to my stream will end my career.
Can you reiterate very clearly that Hasan has absolutely watched this content nuke at least 3 or 4 times, start to finish, and that this is not his first time watching this? His reactions are fake. Okay, thank you, Dan.
It's called the content nuke. I call it the context nuke. I've called it the content puke in the past, but I feel like it's the context.
Oh, when he calls it the context nuke, he doesn't mean that it's a nuke with context. He means it's a nuke that's leaving context out. Ah, very, very clever, Mr. Piker. Very clever. Okay.
I've yet to watch this thing in its entirety. As you guys know, famously, I chose not to.
There's no shot that is true. He's definitely watched this.
And, you know, the reason why I'm doing it now is because Ethan, in his endless conquest to destroy anything and everything that people hold near and dear to them for the simple crime of criticizing Ethan lightly, gently, or aggressively, as a matter of fact, Ethan has chosen a path of death and destruction, pretty much, perpetually claiming that he is the victim of unjustifiable attacks by many parties. All of them were fans of his, by the way, for many, many years, or directly were friends of his and content creator collaborators of his, whether it be iDubbbz or even someone like myself. As you guys know, I had a podcast with him for 2 years that ended after October 7, but I'll let him tell that story in a second. But the reason why I chose to watch this is because
it ended after, it was a bit after October 7th, right? They still went on for a couple months, didn't they? Did it really end that quickly after? I don't remember. I feel like it went on for at least a month, but I might be wrong.
But I'll let him tell that story in a second. But the reason why I chose to watch this is because I wanted to fundraise for iDubbbz's charity that was under attack. iDubbbz will explain his side of things later as well. But him and Anissa basically relinquished control over Creator Clash 3, a boxing charity match that they had put together 3rd year in a row after Ethan got Lena to drop out. She was supposed to fight. Lena is one of the employees at H3H3 Productions. And also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz dared to criticize Ethan. So I wanted to...
It's such a bore. It is boring to even answer or talk about this, because I feel like it should be obvious. And then it's getting boring to give this disclaimer every time, because I also give this way too much. But why can't we ever just say, like, why people are actually upset? Well, I know why. You can't say it because then it makes it seem like their anger might be somewhat justified. But it's like, Ethan's mad just because people are criticizing him a little bit. He's mad. It's like, no. We're all big boys. We've been, well, at least me and Ethan are. I don't know. I guess Hasan's a little newer to the internet than both of us. But, like, even Hasan, you can say is a big boy. Like, we've been here for a long time. You can criticize us. If you couldn't handle criticism, I don't think Ethan nor I, nor even Hasan would be here for as long as we've been. So this idea of presenting it as like, oh, they're just mad because they're being criticized, like really fucking cringe, but all right.
And also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz dared to criticize Ethan. So I wanted to use the full strength of this community to do something good, to actually fundraise. And we've already reached $30,000 in fundraising before I even started the fundraiser. So that's pretty crazy.
Do fundraisers like this help anything with taxes? Can they use it in any way? Yes. When Hasan fundraises for this, it's a big write-off. It's a tax write-off for him, guys. In reality, that doesn't actually matter, because the only reason he's writing it off is because you don't want to pay tax on money that you're just collecting and passing through to a charitable organization. But people like Hasan and all these other lefties constantly say, oh, big corporations just do tax write-offs for their charities, which is retarded. It doesn't make any sense. But they say this all the time. So, hey, if you're going to say it all the time, I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe then you shouldn't do it, right? But, you know, they'll never have the same standards for themselves, but whatever.
Present to you the content nuke.
The world would not be the same.
Holy shit, it's the Interstellar guy.
Sorry to bother you. Real quick, I would recommend watching it on Twitch because half of the content's is chat. Because they go unhinged in this.
Well, well, one, his chat is on the screen, and two, usually I full screen his video anyway. Do you think it's worth it?
Yeah, because you can scroll through the chat, whereas what's on the screen isn't going to show everything unless you're going to pause like all the time. You can just actively scroll through it on Twitch.
All right, got it.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
God, that's so cringe. Dude, how did Mike ever get banned? I'm so mind. how on Twitch you could just have like super ultra open death threats, crazy weird anti-Semitism, blatantly supporting terrorist organizations. I don't understand how the TOS or whatever just literally means absolutely nothing. It's wild, but okay. Why is Hasan watching this video months after it released? Why is he watching it? If I had to guess, because the reaction to the content cop was not quite what he wanted it to be, maybe, and now he feels like he needs to take it a step further? I don't know, that's my guess, but do you think covering apologies like pirate stuff, etc., and criticizing them damages your character? Because if you ever apologize for something, you come off as manipulative. When do I don't think I usually criticize people for apologies, do I? Or what do you, I don't know what you mean by that. If people genuinely apologize, I think it's, no, we just literally went over the, Dr. Lupo guy. And I was like, oh shit, this apology was so good. Now it's like the drama's dead.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might remember him from...
Yeah, by the way, I do want to point out something here. This is January 31st.
Holy shit, January 31st.
January 31st, 2025. Yeah, I disliked it.
Crazy.
I ripped it already. Gotta do it for the one time. There was something brewing in the United States of America at that point. Do you want to know why I say this? I point out the date.
Yeah,
because the thing that was brewing in America was not communism. I know he's trying to make a joke, right? He's, I think, trying to make a joke. But we were already deep into the insanity of the Donald Trump Burger Reich administration.
I want to be careful when I say this. Here's what I emotionally want to say. I don't know if I would qualify this more on thought. If you don't vote, I think you lose a lot of the right to complain about a particular thing. I would say as an influencer, if you don't encourage your audience to vote, I think you lose a lot of righteous indignation when it comes to criticizing a particular thing. Hasan not completely and totally and openly and avowedly supporting Kamala Harris as a candidate and continually trying to draw a false equivalency between the two over and over again makes me not really care that much about him saying like, oh, the Donald Trump stuff is really bad. It's like, okay, I mean, yeah, people like me were saying that. Other people were saying that. You seem to not think it was as big of a deal as it was, though, because in your mind, both parties were the same. So I don't know why you would try to appeal to that right now as some kind of out for your behavior, but okay.
Regardless of the hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
Do you believe Hasan when he eventually told Ethan he voted for Harris? Somebody DM me on Twitter. I don't know how true this is, so take it for what it is. Somebody DM me on Twitter and said that Hasan had a conversation with Mike Israetel, and when he was talking to Mike Israetel, he said that he didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I don't know where that clip is. The person didn't link anything. Maybe he thought he heard that and it's not true. I have no idea, but that's, yeah.
I was in Japan escaping the fascist administration rising to power. But at this point, it had been 11 days since Elon Musk had dropped the Sig Heil twice at inauguration. Okay? We're 11 days into Donald Trump. And the reason why I point this out is because I suspect, regardless of the fact that I didn't watch the context nuke, but I am very familiar with Ethan's commentary on the matter. The reason why I mention this is because Ethan has a lot of issues with figuring out his priorities, because a lot of what Ethan,
I don't know how much we're going to be doing the genocide talk, but one of the most disgusting things that people do, and by people I mean Hasan, is this very clever game of there's a genocide. We can't talk about anything else, bro, because there's a genocide. It's so gross. It's such an obvious and blatant and deliberate hijacking of that issue to try to silence criticism. Like, you can talk about many different things at the same time. Like, the idea that you would try to silence somebody's criticism of a thing because there's also some other international event happening is beyond stupid. And also, the lefties respond with the exact same way when they're like, guys, we gotta talk about the genocide in the Middle East. And it's like, the one in Syria? No, the other genocide. The one in Yemen? No, the other genocide. For the Palestinian thing, gotcha. Stop pivoting. Those other things aren't relevant. Okay, gotcha.
talks about in this video are values that he cares about, values that he wants to defend. Like, he's a fighter against anti-Semitism. He's a fighter against, like, right-wing attitudes and things like that. He's a fighter against extremism on all sides. And yet, it feels like what he chooses to spend his time on betrays that idea, betrays that value, that first principle that he's operating off of. Because if you're freaking out about anti-Semitism on the rise, I would assume that you probably wouldn't make an entire video and use your previously unused platform to attack your former podcast co-host, who you knew was not an anti-Semite, and you, I think, still know is not an anti-Semite, but sometimes you go back and forth on it.
Remember, if Hasan truly believed in any of this, Hasan would have very easily and very quickly squashed the beef between him and Ethan, and they would still have their show. So obviously some things are more important than politics or more important than the political realities of whatever's going on, because if this was the most important thing ever, then why did Hasan allow his relationship with Ethan to fail? Shouldn't they be super close friends and still be doing a show? What caused that to break down?
And I know his response always is he can care about two things at once. Yes, but the thing that he's caring about is bullshit. And I think my response to this is going to explain to you exactly why the thing that he ostensibly cares about with respect to me, okay, or all the other people that he brings up in this context, Nuke, is ridiculous. Especially because whenever Ethan says, I can care about two things at once, well, he certainly doesn't talk about the other thing that he's supposed to care about. If Ethan says, I care about the genocide, for example, and then spends every waking moment.
The problem is Ethan doesn't have to probably say much about that because he's already made his position on that pretty clear. It sounds like he, and personally, I think he gives too much ground on it, but it sounds like he believes that genocide's happening and that it's bad. And what else is he supposed to say about it? Like, that's his position on it. But you guys are the ones that keep centering him and making it sound like he doesn't actually believe that. So, of course, that's going to be the thing that he also responds to. But
talking about those who speak out against said genocide, then it's kind of hard for people to go along with this ridiculous narrative that he actually cares about the genocide.
That's such a ridiculous narrative. True.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit.
That's not what I said, you dumb cracker bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
There was Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets...
Okay, the Seinfeld references are stale, man. But that's an aesthetic note.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show.
Okay, right off the rip, let me get started by saying I have failed. I'm a failure. The reason why I have failed is because the Leftovers podcast was supposed to be a podcast where this man, who I thought at the time was an open-minded, empathetic, kind person, who was interested in learning, was on his own journey of learning, was supposed to be the goofs and gaps guy, and I was supposed to be the guy that gives them, the meat and the bones. I was supposed to be the information guy. He's the goofs and gaffs guy. We clown on the right, and
I don't understand how you can give such little political substance for so long, because Hasan's stuff is so devoid of political substance, of information substance, and feel confident like saying things like this. I would cringe. I would die of cringe saying shit like this if I did as little factual coverage as Hasan does. But okay,
educate the audience as Ethan himself is getting educated by politics. But it seems like I failed on that educational aspect, considering that his analysis right off the rip is, well, he's a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. What does this mean?
What does it mean? See, now if I had prepared a preparation for his preparation, for Ethan's preparation for his video, What does it mean? It means the thing that Hasan tries to LARP as when he's trying to make appearances on mainstream shows. When Hasan himself on his stream is like, oh, I just want socialized healthcare and stuff, guys. I just want blah, blah. It's the thing that Hasan tries to present himself as over and over and over again. I don't remember there's a clip for that. He did that a few times after the election, I think, when he was trying to, because he wanted to be the Joe Rogan of the left or whatever. Even if he says he's not, he was obsessed with that title and he wanted it. But yeah, like he says it over and over again, like.
And
Left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things? Okay.
we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened.
We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are or what that represents, by the way, before leftovers. And I suspect he might still not know what being a social democrat is, even at this point. But let's continue.
I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing.
I am not a hater of success. I myself am financially very successful. One of the largest points of contention with my existence
is that being left is when poor, LOL, but that's not true.
From many right-wingers is that, oh, you're a socialist, but you have money. How does that happen? So clearly, I don't take issue with that. There is no disagreement there.
Wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the f do you
What
want?
is the idea that
you guys,
people
like,
are
just
looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it.
And then this happened.
This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, education. Here, I'll give you an example. What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So if you can understand that from the perspective of like getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education, then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is this is red baiting to be like, ooh, this is red terror. He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being utilized in a nefarious...
Okay. When I go through this, I'm going to say what Ethan's saying, what Hasan's response is, and then what the response should be. This is all a pointless exercise in futility because I don't think Hasan cares about intelligence or anything. It's just so stupid. Okay, so, oh my God, he says so much, but then he says nothing. It's like a word salad. People in chat are saying this term, word salad. It's just like nothing. So Ethan is saying, if you had a society where you had a socialist government, okay, where the workers all own the means of production, and you had a capitalist party, what would you do with those people? And Hasan says, re-education. Okay, so what does that mean? Because that's a really scary term. That implies like the forced incarceration. What Ethan is saying and what Hasan is implying is the forced incarceration of people that believe in private property, all right? For the purposes of this conversation, listen to me. Private property, I'm going to use kind of like Marxist terms, private property means any capital that's used to produce goods or services that's owned by somebody who is making goods or services. So personal property is not the same as private property. An example of private property would be owning a restaurant or owning a machine that produces things. Personal property would be like your toothbrush or your house or your car, okay? So just to be clear on terms. So Hasan's response to this is a word salad of I believe anybody can be rehabilitated, so it should be obvious what I mean in that. I don't know what he means in that. So it sounds like what Hasan is saying is that you're going to lock anybody up in prison that is a capitalist or forms a capitalist party until they're re-educated and forced to agree with your point of view. That's what it sounds like Hasan is implying, but he's too scared to explicitly own that. I don't know why he wouldn't just own it. Well, it's probably because there's a lot of eyes on him and he doesn't want to seem as radical as he actually is. I feel like if you want to give a better answer, if you're an actual hardcore socialist commie or whatever, and you don't want to do this weird Marxist-Leninist tanky bullshit, then the answer should just be, in an ideal socialist society, private investment would be against the law. If you want to make a capitalist party or a liberal party that wants to push for that, then fine, those parties could exist in society, but private investment or private ownership would be illegal. They would have to try to pass a law to bring that back. I wouldn't forcibly re-educate those people. I would hope that the benefits of a society that exist, that are so powerfully positive because all of the workers are sharing in the fruits of their labor, because all of them own the means of production, it's so positive that people just either wouldn't vote for those people, or if they did vote for them, they wouldn't get enough support to pass laws to change things. Much the same that in a capitalist society, we don't have a law saying we're going to lock you up if you support a dictatorship. We're not going to lock you up if you support a monarchy. And then the same in a socialist society, we wouldn't forcibly re-educate you or lock you up if you believe in private ownership. It would just be illegal, and you'd have to try to pass a law to change it that way. This would be a much friendlier answer. You could stroke off the libs, and you could stroke off the socialists, and you'd incorporate everything into that nice and cute and neat answer, and you'd point to a better system. I don't know if he's just never thought about giving like a coherent answer before. And I'm sure if I sat and thought about it, I could probably give him better answers for this. But what a stupid answer. I hate that he's implying something so extreme and he won't own it at all. But whatever. Okay.
Various way to say, ooh, he really scared me with this one. Let's take a...
And by the way, the reason why he said he really scared me with this, the reason why re-education is scary is because the concept of that very quickly evokes feelings of Mao and the Great Leap Forward, or Soviet Russia and the rush to industrialization that they did that amounted to, you know, tens of millions of people. How many people died in the Holodomor? And all of these like famines and shit that happen as people rush to industrialize too quickly, and they end up making huge mistakes, or they intentionally kill people for like the Great Leap Forward, you know, in the process to industrializing their country. But okay.
Look, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough,
This is, again, very scary.
It is.
It does not mean, he said capitalists on horribly racist. No, my point is you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes in the process. And if that happens, then yes, education and rehabilitation is absolutely a necessity.
Like, I don't know what he's... So in your society, Hasan, we would lock people up for doing crimes? Don't we already do that? Aren't crimes already illegal? That's why they're called crimes? Like, I don't even know what the fuck this word salad is supposed to mean.
It is a far more preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan claims here, camps. I never said camps.
But you're saying prison for doing crimes. Ethan was clearly not asking about crimes. Ethan was asking about people that aren't ideologically compatible with your society, which... So I just mentioned the rush to industrialization and the resulting famines, or the explicit killings of capital owners and stuff that happened in China and in Russia. Well, there's also the mass killings of the intelligentsia, of people that ideologically oppose the current administration as well, which is also an issue that leftist regimes faced, where they would kill people that they deemed as part of the intelligentsia that didn't side with the revolution. So Hasan's not really addressing the centrality of either of those points, but okay.
He said camps. Notice how he's guiding the conversation in the aftermath without me being able to respond, to lead you to believe that I want concentration camps.
Started to note if putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River. A Russian river. The annex...
Is he going to respond to the actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually broach the subject matter even a little bit? Probably not. Let's see what else he puts here.
Is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal...
Okay, nope. Just moving on. Got it.
What was,
okay,
Ethan, what was the context there that he was supposed
Russian
to respond?
Communism is hilarious. Russia as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable. There are a million different moments where I have described this process. I have fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000.
Fundraiser.
The invasion of Ukraine.
Fundraiser, by
I
the
do
way.
not believe that
Hello?
Russia is a communist country.
Hello. Fundraiser. Hello. Fundraiser.
At all. It is an
Fundraiser.
authoritarian kleptocracy. Why is he presenting this? Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here? There is a difference that I have maintained over and over again. Russia's annexation of Crimea. Russia has a profoundly important military base in Sevastopol that it actually had a loanership agreement over with Ukraine even before.
So that's great that Hasan wants to add this context now. Okay. And I could be wrong. Someone wants to link something, prove me wrong. Go for it. But I don't believe he mentioned Sevastopol or anything back then. I think he was talking about the fact that Crimea ethnically were a lot of Russians, which was true. It's like a Russian talking point. And it's also true because a lot of Ukrainians literally starved to death during the Holodomor, and Russia liked to ship in citizens to new places when a bunch of people were dead for Russifying those places to give them a stronger claim over the territory. That seemed to be the argument that Hasan was rolling with initially. I don't remember him bringing up Sevastopol initially, but okay.
It actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. As far as my stance on this, there's no defense of Russia taking any additional land.
There's also this issue of no additional land. Wait, additional from after Crimea? So he says Crimea was okay? I don't know what he means there. Sorry, real quick. Also, keep in mind that when he was having that conversation with Adam Friedland, he said he doesn't take a side also in the Ukraine-Russia stuff, which is like the easiest thing to side against in the world. If you really believe that Russia is so unjustified and you're going to virtue signal that point, then why not just say like, yeah, I side with Ukraine over Russia? No?
Who are you going for in Ukraine? What side are you on that?
I'm on I'm on nobody's side.
Okay? This is a ridiculous act.
But,
I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical process under the USSR, even before then, has been Russified.
Oh, there you go.
This is precisely
Nice.
the reason why
You learned that word. Good
Western
job.
polls, not even like the Russian annexation and the subsequent quote unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation before Russia's military incursions in eastern Ukraine as well, people that lived in Crimea were rather sympathetic to Russia already. This is part of the reason why Russian annexation of Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian law.
Like, I don't know how long ago this interview was, several months, I think, but...
Who are you going for in Ukraine? What side are you on that?
I'm on
So keep in mind for this, Hasan thinks he's surrounded by far more left-leaning people. These aren't socdems or liberals or losers, right? He thinks he's kind of with his own kind here, right?
I'm on nobody's side. I mean, I think Vladimir Putin's bad, and what he did was wrong.
You think Ukraine guys are like pissed?
Like you hear the virtue signal there, right? Like, I'm on nobody's side, Putin bad. He's doing the equivalent, I don't know if you can tell, he's doing the equivalent of Orange Man bad here. When Republicans are like, Orange Man bad, huh? Orange Man bad, right? He's like, oh, Putin's bad, right? Yeah, Putin's bad, right? Maybe not as a strong signifier for support of Putin, but definitely is a signifier that he doesn't support either side. But he'll say the line, the PC line, the virtue signal line he has to say.
Gaza?
I would be.
They're like, damn, they're clout sharks.
Yeah, they're in a weird predicament because like Zelensky is like super pro-Israel.
He's John Stewart. He's the John Stewart of Ukraine.
That's true. He was. He used to be.
Yeah.
But he's like has to be super pro-Israel because like he's pro-NATO. He's pro like American State Department, right? And that's what the American State Department is signaling, that they're like super pro-Israel. Meanwhile, in the early stages when Russia was invading Ukraine, Zelensky was like, hey, can we get the Iron Dome? Like, that would be nice. They're fucking shelling us like nonstop. And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, fuck no. He stopped it.
You know all this stuff?
Yeah, it's our tech as Americans. Like, it's our tech to give to Ukraine. And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, nope.
You know how I feel about Ukraine versus Russia?
How?
Sounds about white, dude. Not my problem. That is not my problem.
Yeah, so I don't know why Well, I do know why. I keep saying that. Hasan just won't own anything ever, but
was done without a single shot being fired in the process. That's why I always separate Crimea and the annexation of Crimea as opposed to the completely ridiculous and incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine.
So the takeover of Crimea was okay because they managed to do that in like a blitzkrieg, relatively non-violently. So that was okay? Okay.
In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming the waterways that were designed under the USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on Russian, making Crimea basically reliant on Russia. If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation, outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already. Okay? I don't know why people still try to... I don't know why people still try to relitigate this process.
The conversation, it's complicated for him because he knows that like it's such a one-sided conflict that like it's kind of hard to both sides of this, right? Whereas like for Israel Palestine, it legitimately is complicated, and there are readings of history that are fair that can put you on either side pretty deep in. But for this conflict, it's a lot harder. So it's very frustrating for him to have to kind of like talk around this because he has to do a lot of mental gymnastics, and the arguments are pretty weak that he's giving. They're not very great arguments, like, well, Crimea wasn't that bad because at least they didn't have to kill a lot of people taking it over. It's like, these are not. He knows these aren't great arguments.
Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia. Now, as far as Tibet, let's see what he puts here.
Mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. We talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in.
Also, you can't say that you were opposed to something when you start giving all the justifications for it as well. So he's doing it with Tibet. He did do it a lot for Ukraine because remember, if anybody has clips of it, show me it because I don't want to simulacrum you like fucking Hasan and Vosh do to me. But I believe Hasan was talking quite a bit about that Azov battalion Nazi shit as well, which was a huge Russian talking point, right? It's Azov battalion. It's Azov. Remember Azov, guys. So if you're going to do all these talking points, it sounds like you're basically just justifying then why they did this takeover in the first place. So then why are you even acting like, it was only okay in Crimea, but whatever. Here is
Ukraine.
Hasan talking about Azov.
At the fucking ballot box, they are not represented. But in the media, oh my God, if you look at Western media, you would think the entire nation, even if you look at Russian media and their propaganda, the entire nation of Ukraine is full of Nazis, right? But in America looks to those Nazis and points to those Nazis and says, these are brave Nazis that are trying to defend Ukraine, okay? But it's like this is the template, okay? America takes one of the most awful, insidious, reactionary elements and arms them and legitimizes them and uplifts them until they literally do end up getting more national prominence. It has happened time and time again. And whenever I mention it, whenever I bring it up, like the Mujahideen, whenever I bring it up with respect to like Gladio, or whenever I bring it up with like Latin American countries, Nicaraguan death squads, right? You're like, oh, dude, that's whataboutism. No, it's not. This is exactly what America has done historically and is trying to do in Ukraine currently. It's the same thing.
Is backing up the Azov battalion. We're trying to back up the Nazi death squads in Ukraine. Yeah. So, okay. So this was so he's lying. He wasn't ever in favor of Ukraine fighting back ever, way back 3 years ago.
It's the exact same thing. And they're doing it. And they're doing it over and over again. But for some fucking weird reason, no one recognizes it. Yeah, and is it similar to the coverage of Cuba? Yeah, that's another great example. Thank you, Crumbum. Thank you. Remember when everyone told me I was a fucking piece of shit for actively denying the revolution that was ongoing in Cuba, and then I showed you that even fucking Fox News was...
Yeah, okay.
And
so China unilaterally took over Tibet,
like
their culture. They basically are trying to,
No one's culture is slavery. I don't know why.
What?
Like, he brought up culture. There is no slavery culture here. From a Western perspective, this immediately rings alarm bells. Where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever, or that the United States of America had to tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all. Okay, that is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet that China has had, Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the 19th century.
I'm sorry, I don't. My brain's just not. I don't even know what he just said. I don't even know what he's.
It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership. It wasn't simply just Chinese annexation and occupation.
You have to be careful when you say stuff like that, because a lot of the quote-unquote U.S.-backed coups and U.S.-backed fighters were also people that wanted to rise up against other people as well, right? The Shah or whatever was... no, we installed the Shah, right? It was against the prior administration in Iran for that revolution. They weren't popular. That country was having a lot of issues too. Before the United States tried to, or successfully, I guess, help to depose the regime there. Same thing with, there was one other example. Oh, in Afghanistan, when we were helping the Mujahideen, that was a revolution that the Soviets were trying to push and install there. The people there weren't happy as well with what the Soviets were trying to do there. And I'm not to say that the United States was right or wrong in any of these. I'm not passing any normative judgment. I'm just saying a lot of supporting coups are supporting some group of people that genuinely have a feeling about a thing. It's not really a good justification. Or if it is, you have to wield it evenly at least.
It was actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet. This is no different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took...
The Viet Cong too? Maybe. I don't know anything about in terms of history of Vietnam or Korea to give you any kind of perspective. I wouldn't even risk saying anything. So
over a lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely. Because when faced with these two options of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they, of course, chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards is, that is a certainty. Because Tibetans...
Like, all he's doing here is basically justifying imperialism in some circumstances, which is fine. I mean, I'm sure we can probably think of times in history where some level of imperialism was probably okay, right? Some invasion, some type of, intervention. But I mean, like, he would never, ever, ever grant this for the other side,
Tibetans still, as far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama.
Jesus.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay? And there are contemporary issues in Tibet right now as far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by landlords, their landowners.
homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Based.
The previous serfdom structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say. It's like, I think this is akin to saying like black people in the South, it's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. That's not the case. Okay? That's not the case at all. The reason why I try to use this analogy here is
Hasan.
because it was initially a resistant, an action of resistance against the the feudal serfdom structure in Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay.
Everything I said here is correct. I don't know why he put this in the video. I assume he's not going to make an argument against this, and instead simply claim.
Why is he going to say, I assume he's not going to make an argument against this when you've prepared notes, you've watched this whole thing? Like, why are you pretending like you're just watching it? Okay.
That it's a genocide that took place and he's hiding it or something? I don't know. Let's see.
I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with
that one is like Shen Yun.
Okay, so he saw a documentary this was the conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but he's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult that's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shen Yun and Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far right, and they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang. Of course there is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more.
Do you think Hasan is clearly lost it at this point? He genuinely cannot be saying that Tibet is equal to the South in the American Civil War. There are so many variables that are so obviously different, and he's talking about it so matter-of-factly as if it was the same statement. Yeah, remember, for these people, the thing that you're supporting is ideology. Facts are just kind of like the playground that you have to kind of like put together the pieces to make it work. Like imagine facts are kind of like your Legos or your Mega Blocks, I guess for this guy, that you're trying to put together to piece together, some ideological argument. That's all it really is. At the end of the day, it doesn't really care what's true or not. It's just in service to the ideology.
For those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement in Xinjiang. Okay? Some of the Uyghur Muslims, many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now, wanted to separate from China, mainland China. In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely, in the most ridiculous ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance and also cultural erasure and also concentration camps, but re-education camps where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools, worked to actively, and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur Muslims.
Nice.
Okay,
Get that Middle Eastern pronunciation.
they bullied an entire population into
You're so real,
submission.
bro. You're so real
There was
for that.
mass surveillance that took place, and also I have never said that this was acceptable. I've never considered this to be appropriate. I am always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over because they say, "Where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too?" They'll say Adrian Zen's propaganda. It is still completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous.
A lot of people get mad at him. Yes, dude. You get so much pushback for this point.
What I'm doing here
Sure.
against Ethan is recognizing the truth of the matter. So let's take a look.
They're like, we can get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, you know, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now, you know, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say.
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading Aztecs or supporting those groups who existed under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists, and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there were natives that fought alongside some of the invading people. I don't think that necessarily justified it, and I think most of them got fucked over at the end as well, right? I feel like that's probably a closer analogy than Hasan would like to admit, but I don't know.
The difference. That's it. You're
Spaniards
also
mostly use
comparing
native soldiers? Okay, that might be
a foreign invasion coming in to the Aztecs thousands of miles away to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership, and the previous Chinese rulership did just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Dalai Lamas can do whatever they want. They want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That is the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not under a autonomous part of China. It was an autonomous region that was still under Chinese rulership. It's just that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class. And also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care about that same exact landlord slash feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet. That's a major difference, don't you think? That's a major historical difference.
Don't you think?
Having said that, however, I think that there are still many issues in terms of not giving enough autonomy to Tibet or not cherishing certain aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language. This is a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China, okay?
Real as fuck, guys.
And then there's the second side of this. In terms of the historical, reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local fighters, with the majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership, but never Sinicized. I know. I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying it's actually the part that I'm critical of is precisely that. But what you fail to comprehend here is that what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership. Do you see what I mean? And also, the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial Spanish occupation over the Aztecs.
Okay.
There is not hundreds of years of being under Chinese rulership despite having autonomy. And also, what happened in the aftermath of that is important, don't you think? There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway. Hasan, I can see the fear in your eyes. Maybe we should call it on the content nuke. That's so funny. All of these people that have been begging for me to watch this are now finally coming in to be like, you shouldn't watch this, actually. I feel like you're afraid.
Uh-oh, he's already getting triggered by chat. Oh, no. Wait, what is this? Hasan makes Ian think.
Stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same...
I like this without the music thing or whatever, because I didn't realize that it was unedited initially. Or was it? Hold on.
Stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves. You might think you're riding high on the slop.
Oh no, this is still an edit. Apparently Ian literally is just sitting there staring awkwardly while Hasan is saying this the entire time. Sorry, okay. Back to our good friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Does Hasan make a good argument here regarding Tibet? I don't know enough history to understand. Considering that the history of Tibet and everything is, my guess is going to be probably even more complicated than Israel-Palestine, since the Israeli-Palestinian history is so short-term. And I feel like history is a lot clearer in the past 100 years because our documentation and everything is way better. I wouldn't trust any of his older historical takes ever. I would never, ever, 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 ever trust. I would never trust any of these. But also, I haven't studied that region as well, so don't quote me too hard on any of that. So, but I wouldn't trust any of it.
Yeah, I'm still being a coward
to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years.
It's also ignoring that Spain practiced slavery in Mexico. Like it would be the same if China. It would be the same if China went in. Okay. No collaboration whatsoever, no demands whatsoever from Tibetan Maoists and Tibetan.
I will say that I know just from the history that I do know, him saying no collaboration, acting like collaborating with people there. Again, the Mujahideen in Afghanistan were people that the CIA was collaborating with there. Those were real people that lived there. They weren't all just white Americans that were shipped in to fight against the Soviets. Those were real people that had real feelings and real beliefs about that. About what was going on there. So I don't know why he keeps bringing up stuff like that. Like that, is that the difference? So if there are actual people on the ground that share part of your belief, then that means that all of a sudden that type of imperialistic overthrow of some other government is okay? Because if so, basically every single coup involves some group of people on the ground that agree with you. Even Pinochet had some support among people, although I don't think we directly support him. Like everybody has some support to some extent. Otherwise, you're not going to have an army or you're not going to have anybody willing to fight for you. It's such a stupid fucking... It's such a stupid fucking point. I don't know.
Communists that wanted to rid themselves of the antiquated practice of serfdom that was incredibly, incredibly violent, incredibly brutal. Okay, and instead, instead just reformed that exact same societal structure and continue to enslave Tibetans. But that's not what happened. So obviously, there is a major difference here. This doesn't mean that there is any sort of. This doesn't mean that it's great. I'm not saying that it is. Okay, I'm simply offering some nuance to the way that people frame these conversations as black and white and try to make. Try to make it work within the imperialist structure in the same way that you understand Spanish colonialization. Okay?
Okay.
Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a US research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing.
Okay, he pulls up a lot of these AP articles, and I feel like from all of the clips that I've seen on the Context Nuke, he basically does not go into great detail about these articles at all. I don't think he's read any of these articles at all. Many of these articles are basically from National Endowment of Democracy funded groups like NGOs that are playing a significant role here. Okay. Having said that, is there veracity to some of these claims? Absolutely. Okay. Some of the claims that he's highlighting in the headlines is actually correct. The problem is, and I don't know what when these articles are from or what these articles are actually featuring, but I would go so far as to suspect that he's making it seem as though the article that I was referencing, the article that I was reading, as a matter of fact, in terms of China's re-education and cultural erasure has ended, and that Xinjiang has now become a tourism destination. He claims that article does not exist, except here is the article. So while he was actually looking for all of these different article headlines that he could draw from, what happened? Did he just simply fail to find terror and tourism? Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. This is the Associated Press article that I was actually reading and referencing to Ethan Klein. In that conversation, Xinjiang, China, the razor wire that once ringed public buildings in China's far northwestern Xinjiang region is nearly all gone. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. This right here is basically the summarization of my summarization of the story is this article saying that they ended their operations. They ended their operations, and the clips that, and here's why I say
What is the? I thought the point wasn't that they ended their operations. I thought Hasan was saying that the operations like that were never even happening. Am I wrong or what?
He's fucking devoid of context. This is the reason why I call this the context nuke. The reason why I call this the context nuke is because he rips these clips, which I don't even know where he sourced them from, okay? Because I don't think he sourced them himself. I think someone gave him these clips because...
That's a projection. If he's saying that, it's because other people have given him clips, by the way, but...
If he were to actually, if he actually cared about understanding the nuance of this position that I'm presenting, he would recognize that some of the clips that he pulled out are literally directly from me covering this article. Here it is, October 13, 2021, Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are the many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Uyghur teenage boys, once a rare sight, now flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. One cab driver blasted Shakira as she raced through the streets. 4 years after Beijing launched a brutal crackdown that swept up 1 million or more Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities into detention camps and prisons. Its control of Xinjiang has entered a new era. Chinese authorities have scaled back many of the most draconian and invisible aspects of the region's high-tech police state. The panic that gripped the region a few years ago has subsided considerably, and a sense of normality is creeping back in.
What does he think?
Because he purposely limited the search to 2 years, so his article was left out intentionally. Now, time and time again, I have actually railed against, as much as people say I'm a China glazer, which I am a China glazer, let's be real, time and time again,
like, just so you know, like, I'm pretty sure Nazi Germany was ramping down on the concentration camp, death camp shit for Jews as well, right? Because eventually you run out of people to kill. Like, you hit your target demographic and you're no longer killing people. Is that an argument in favor of, like, I don't know, that just seems... Actually, I don't know the status of the Jewish population. I don't know. Maybe there were still many to go there. But like, this is like such a weird argument.
I've actually brought up the unjustifiable practice of mass detention and mass surveillance and dragnets that were cast upon the Uyghur Muslim population in Xinjiang. I do not think it's appropriate, and I do not think it's acceptable. And I have made that very clear over and over again. I've actually made fun of the people that are so invested in defending China that they come in here and sometimes act like hogs. But for China, and say the exact same things that hogs say about Muslims and Muslim detention or immigrant detention in the United States of America, but this time for China. This is an age-old bit that I do all the fucking time. But if you were actually interested in the nuance or my actual perspective on this, you could have probably figured it out by, I don't know, doing a cursory analysis, just fucking Googling it, you know?
Damn.
He admitted on a stream that he got these clips from someone, but because I'm not insane, I don't have the clip of him saying it on me.
Okay. Pretty sure it would be on.
Having said that,
one of the many subreddits that he likes to browse.
If you Google search Xinjiang Associated Press, that's the first article that comes up. Paratourism, Xinjiang eases grips, but fear remains. Now, there's some other articles that he's also sourced here, which I suspect he probably didn't look at. And I think it's important to understand the timeline here on what he's talking about, because he's trying to make it seem as though he's basically pulling articles from after our conversation to imply that that I was lying, that the Xinjiang detention had not ended. He's also implying that I'm actually in favor of this detention. I am not. I'm in favor of the truth, okay? So when I actually retaliate and say, no, those are not death camps, those are not like, you know, there's no like organ harvesting operation that's taking place, I'm simply combating against misinformation. This is what I do. This is my primary purpose, okay? In a lot of circumstances, it's usually right-wing misinformation. You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan, but you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position, okay?
Ooh.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
So again, he claims that this AP article does not exist. It obviously exists. So what the fuck are you talking about? Here's the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you obviously...
The article seem not to exist.
Almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their
world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
So again, he claims that this AP article does not exist. It obviously exists. So what?
Fuck, I'm too lazy to go and check the dates on this because this is so boring. Holy shit. Did this AP article exist when they had this contention with each other, or when they were fighting with each other over this particular thing? Because it sounds like if Ethan had a problem with the stuff going on, the article that Hasan is citing here says that all of that stuff seemed to be going on and people are still scared of it. But you can hit your quota or your target for sterilization and then for repopulating it with your Han's Chinese citizens or whatever, and then stop. But like, that wouldn't further Hasan's argument there at all. Like,
what the fuck are you talking about? Here's the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you even put this in the video? What kind of research have you done? Also, none of this even proves your point, which was that you watched a documentary that I suspected was like a Shenyang or Falun Gong documentary that said that there were death camps in China.
What is this Falun Gong documentary? The only thing I've ever seen, like, actually, it's not even a documentary, but it would have been it was the lady who did a Vice thing on. Is that part of that documentary? Where she goes to China to see some of these Uyghur cities. This is super scary. Some of these journalists are fucking wild, dude. But she goes here to try to find out what's going on, and like, these cities are basically completely cleared out. The creepiest part is there was a... Can I find this? She can see like over a gate that there's like a bunch of kids being re-educated, I guess. Anyway.
None of what he has shown so far has said that there are death camps in China. Part of the reason why I don't think that he was able to prove his perspective in the conversation at all is because they weren't fucking death camps, and I was right. They were re-education camps. And I've never said that that was appropriate or permissible or acceptable. I've always been against that. This is.
I could be wrong, but I don't know if, like, Ethan might have just been misinformed or misspoke. I don't know if death camps were ever the strong claim against what was happening with the Uyghur stuff. I thought it was the forced sterilization and then the separation of children from families and then the forced re-education of those children to eliminate the Uyghur culture. I thought that was the stronger, that was generally the argument. So Ethan might have misspoke, but I see Hasan is dealing a lot with that, the death camp argument, and avoiding the rest of the stuff, but okay.
Is the problem. And people will say, Hasan, we got you. You said you would be in favor of re-education. There's a difference between re-educating people who have done crimes in the process of rehabilitation.
This is such a fucking cop-out. Do people not hear this in Hasan's audience? When Hasan's like, I'm in favor of re-education of people who have done crimes. My friend, that's called prison. Everybody's in favor of prison. Why are you making arguments for the existence of prison? Yes, we all agree that people that commit crimes should go to prison. What are you talking about?
Okay, versus doing dragnets against an entire minority population and mass surveillance against an entire minority population. That is what I'm against. I am in favor of re-education and rehabilitation for those.
Minders would draw in close, straining to hear every word. It's hard to know why Chinese authorities have shifted to subtler methods of controlling the region. Why is Hasan citing this article, bro? It may be that searing criticism from the West, along with punishing political and commercial sanctions, have pushed authorities to lighten up. Or it may simply be that China judges it has come far enough in its goal of subduing the Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities to relax its grip.
Apparently that was the rest of the article Hasan was reading, or some of it.
Those who have actually done severe crimes. I think that is an infinitely better way to deal with that than to just fucking execute them or to imprison them like we do in the United States of America. This is a consistent position that I have maintained. Throughout the deal. That is what I'm against. I am in favor of re-education and rehabilitation for those who have actually done severe crimes. I think that is an infinitely better way to deal with that than to just fucking execute them or to imprison them like we do in the United States of America.
What does he think these Uyghur people were being imprisoned for? Does he think that all of them just happen to be doing crimes? I don't understand what he's even trying to say here. Okay.
This is a consistent position that I have maintained throughout my entire fucking political commentary career. This is part of the reason why I'm also endlessly charitable to people who have done thought crimes, who have been reactionary from time to time, because I believe that we are, subject to social conditioning. Okay? Okay. Now, it doesn't make any sense, but I'll just start out by saying we're 8 minutes in and his research is not so great. He doesn't prove his point at all. He brings up all of these other articles that have come out after this conversation in an effort to imply that my article actually did not exist at all and that these things are still happening. But I'm willing to bet that if we were to look at these articles, even if they came after our conversation, we would find out that the articles itself were talking about what China was doing before they ended the mass detention structure that they had. This is a UK independent body. China committed genocide in Xinjiang. An independent unofficial body set up by a prominent British barrister to assess the evidence on China's alleged rights abuses against the Uyghur genocide concluded Thursday the Chinese government committed genocide and crimes against humanity. This is the only article that says that China did a genocide. Okay? The Uyghur Tribunal, made up of lawyers, academics, and business people, doesn't have any government backing or powers to sanction or punish China, but organizes hope. The process of publicly laying out evidence will compel international action to tackle Beijing's policies against the Uyghurs, a largely Muslim ethnic group. Tribunal Chair Jeffrey Nice said the genocide ruling was based on evidence that the Chinese government's forced birth control and sterilization policies targeting Uyghurs in the far western Xinjiang province were intended to destroy a significant part of the group's population. The abuse was part of the comprehensive policies directly linked to President Xi Jinping and the highest levels of Chinese government, it said. Now, this is not a real court. This is not the ICC. This is not the ICJ. This is simply, it's not even a people's tribunal, which does happen, okay? Friend of the show, Brace Belden, YPJ terrorist, Brace Belden, has actually participated in a people's tribunal, I believe against the former Duterte leadership. I think it was the Duterte leadership, if I'm not mistaken. There has been an intention to destroy the act of interfering with the birth of a group. About 30 witnesses and experts gave evidence to a series of public hearings in central London this year, alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, beatings by authorities while in state detention centers. The tribunal concluded that it was beyond the doubt that the crimes against humanity were committed. Nice said she and other senior officials bear primary responsibility for what has occurred in Xinjiang. Once again, I don't see the organ harvesting or the execution camps that Ethan was talking about here. This is still unacceptable. Okay.
Alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, and beatings by authorities. The hearing also reviewed large amounts of documents detailing other policies, including the separation of young children from their families and widespread destruction of mosques. But he's like, but I don't see the thing about the organ harvesting, so I don't know I don't know why Ethan has got such a big problem. Like, it seems like, maybe there was some bad stuff, but like, no worry. He's like, he's so tunneled in on that one fucking claim. Holy shit.
Okay. Completely unacceptable and not a part of, considering that I don't actually agree with the Chinese detention structure that existed in Xinjiang, this is not even against my position. My position was literally,
Go back 30 seconds. He says that the court who claimed genocide was a people's court and not the ICJ based.
Literally, that Ethan is wrong about Chinese death camps. Okay? Chinese death camps and forced organ harvesting. These were fabulous claims being made. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So exhausting.
Why did you skip over the Chinese embassy statement? Tanky propaganda is the tribunal and its so-called conclusions are merely clumsy and shows staged by anti-China elements for their self-entertainment. Anyone with conscience and reason will not be deceived or fooled. Yeah, the Chinese government, if I was pro-China, I will give you what the pro-China position is, okay? The pro-China position is that these separatist elements in Xinjiang are radical Islamist fundamentalists that were propped up by the CIA, and there is a little bit of truth to that as well, but that doesn't matter, okay? Because it doesn't matter in the way that they dealt with this issue, okay? The Chinese Uyghur separatist terrorists were actually doing mass slaughter, doing unimaginable amounts of terrorist attacks all over China, and certainly in Xinjiang as well. So that's the reason why they had to do roundups and very targeted roundups and create vocational schools where these guys were simply getting educated for vocational training. That's not my position at all. As a matter of fact, I've argued against that position quite frequently, okay? That is a lie. That is an exaggeration by a state that makes it seem as though their completely warrantless and unjustifiable detention structure was actually simply justifiable and was working towards rehabilitation. I don't agree with that position. I think that's a classic moment where a state lies, right? The Chinese state also has the capacity to lie. They're not infallible. There are plenty of issues with the Chinese state. Wow. Now,
thanks, Hasan.
This doesn't mean that I'm defending the Chinese practice of mass detention anyway. And ironically enough, the article that we were talking about here also features this. To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses. Remember, Ethan actually posted this as an
cringe,
own.
Ethan.
In that fucking same article that he posted, if he had actually read that article, he would see this part where it says, Beijing has closed many of the camps which are called vocational training and education centers, but hundreds of thousands of people continue to languish in prison, many in vague secret charges. The report called on China to release all individuals arbitrarily detained to clarify the whereabouts of those who have disappeared and whose families are seeking information about them. There's never been a moment where I did not claim that there weren't serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region, just like UN Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez believes the assessment clearly identifies serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. I agree that there were serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. There's never been a moment where I've actually defended the serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region.
I'm so sorry. I'm just not following. Wait, so what is Hasan's point here? Hasan is truly just centered on Ethan said death camp. There's not necessarily maybe death camps, but there's all these other things that are all bad and definitely horrible and like are basically the exact same thing that was furthering Ethan's point. But because Ethan said death camp, I'm just going to fight to the death on that one particular thing. Is that?
So why did Ethan, one, do a horrible job? Why did he do a horrible job of not reading his own fucking articles that he posted in here? Okay? This is, and yes, you are right, KO Fishy, this is exactly like when I denied or went after atrocity propaganda in the aftermath of October 7th. There was plenty of real atrocities that took place on October 7th, but Israel greatly increased the intensity of atrocity propaganda in an effort to justify its genocidal ambitions that came immediately after October 7th. What did they do in the process? They lied about 40 beheaded babies being lit on fire with kerosene.
By the way, that's misinformation that he's saying. Israel never made that 40 beheaded baby claim. There's a whole Substack writing where that claim came from. I want to say it was like a French news org that ended up posting it originally, and it was, I think there was like 40 dead babies, and then there was like a beheaded baby, and somehow this got combined, and then foreign media started pushing this idea. I don't know if any Israeli media ended up picking it up eventually. I wouldn't say they did, but it did not originate like as a Mossad propaganda or an Israeli propaganda talking point. So Hasan is lying there, but
and numerous other issues. And I was very critical of that propaganda because there was plenty of real atrocities that they could point to, but they wanted to make it seem like there was so much more. And that didn't mean that I was actually defending the actions that took place on October 7th, but you would obviously believe that if you're a fucking moron, or if you are trying to present a very different reality, a reality where you want to fit me into an unnuanced perspective.
Wow.
Now, what's ironic here is...
It was a French reporter misspeak, and then Israel reposted it. Gotcha.
It's twofold. One, my mother's maiden name is Uyghur, okay? Uyghurs are Turks. They are Turkic. Not the whole, like, the whole world is Turk memes. I'm saying, like, literally, they are a Turkic people, okay? Not only that, which is why I also jokingly say I'm white Chinese, okay? But not only that, but also the Turkish government does actually train them. The Turkish government does actually train a lot of Uyghur fighters and uses them alongside the Salafist brigades that they've trained in Syria. This is real, and they do this under the watchful eye of the United States of America. This is also real. I am very familiar with...
At this point, we shouldn't even acknowledge Hasan. There's literally no point in humoring him. He's a propagandist. There's no point in analyzing him or debating him. I mean, you kind of have to pay attention to him because he's the largest left-leaning political voice on Twitch. I hate that there's no popular liberal voice on Twitch. You've got Hasan, who's basically a Marxist-Leninist, a tanky, and then you've got Asmongold, who's basically a 100% bought and paid for Trump dick suck. And there's just any liberal streamer is less than 500 viewers. There's just no strong, big liberal voices on Twitch. Feels amazing, man.
With the Uyghur separatist groups for this region, okay? If I can't correct misinformation with my podcast co-host without getting called a propagandist for China, then what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just let it happen? Just let him just say this? Let him say whatever the fuck he wants? It's ridiculous. And he did this exact same thing. He did this exact same thing when I corrected his dangerous misinformation that's going to come later, where he talks about Hezbollah and the 500,000 casualties in the Syrian civil war. We'll get to that later, though.
Okay.
About the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of
Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand.
Right, we watched
for
all
this. Reading on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China?
I wasn't, and I never have. And you're wrong for claiming that I have. Your entire premise here is that they had death camps. You did not prove that. That there was organ harvesting. You didn't prove that either. And then you turned around and said, I'm defending China. I never did. I never defended China. Not in any of these conversations. Describing the actual horrifying conditions while also saying that they're horrifying conditions and completely unacceptable is not defending China. It's only defending China if you have a Steven Crowder style approach to fucking global conflict where you're like, wait a minute, you're offering some nuance while also still criticizing the Chinese government.
Whenever Hasan does it, it's nuance, but when the other side does it, it's apologia, right? Maybe we should be a little bit less one-dimensional when we look at Israel-Palestine. No, that's genocide. Apologia. You're apologizing for genocide. It's a genocide. It's an ongoing genocide. Okay, gotcha. But when he wants to say, okay, Uyghur, organ harvesting, what, are we saying fetuses are organs now? Come on, guys. Then it's nuance.
You must be defending China.
China's genocide of their Muslim population. How does this even make sense? It only makes.
He still hasn't fucking, offered additional claims to this genocide. Now, what's really interesting about this is, and I have to talk about my second position here.
Uh-oh.
There is one thing that I've maintained throughout this entire process, and that is that while Ethan on the one hand talks about how China is genociding the Uyghur Muslims, his position on Israel genociding the Palestinians always goes back and forth. He is sometimes called...
Hasn't he always basically called it a genocide, or he said basically as much? I feel like because I don't like his position. I think his position is cucked on it, but I feel like Ethan has basically always had this position.
But a war, and sometimes offered concessions to why it truly is a genocide, okay? So it's very hard to pin him on this position. So you have to focus on what he actually is doing whenever he talks about Israel. What kind of defenses he's engaging with respect to Israel. Is he actually offering nuance to Israel's military actions, or is he simply running defense for Israel's military actions, okay? Because I did not defend the Chinese government's mass detention facilities. I've called it a cultural genocide before, as a matter of fact, over and over again. Now, one thing that I have to make clear here, and this is another thing that I've talked about over and over again.
We're 8.5 minutes in.
If Israel treated the Palestinian population in the same unjustifiable manner that China treated Xinjiang, Israel would get a Nobel Peace Prize every year going forward. Every Western nation would turn around and cherish how wonderful and how peaceful of a nation state Israel actually is for taming the savage, barbaric Palestinians. They would talk about how incredible Israel is for actually simply doing mass detention and mass surveillance upon the captive Palestinian population and not slaughtering them. If Israel started to do China-style mass surveillance and mass detention tomorrow on all Palestinians, both in the West Bank and also...
This is just so not true for so many different reasons, but whatever, okay.
In Gaza, literally every American would be doing tricks on it. They would talk about Benjamin Netanyahu being the most peaceful person on the planet. Okay?
Jesus.
So think about what it takes for people to say China is doing death camps and as an exterminationist...
Like, in that same article that you were reading that you were so happy was supporting you, that same article was saying they were doing like fucking forced abortions and rapings and beatings. Like, is that really what you're going with? Okay.
Principle and doing organ harvesting, as opposed to how much it takes for people to even come to terms with the genocide that Israel is committing. China never...
So why do you have the most random collection of letters for your ship names? My flying ships are named after Gundams, and then I think these letters are colonies in Alien. I think Fiorina 161 is the mining colony in Alien 3, and I think LV 410 is the planet, I think, in Alien 1.
Never bombed
Suck my dick.
Entire city blocks. China never shut off humanitarian aid. As a matter of fact, one of the most ironic statements throughout this entire fucking process was the fact that China was also still committed to developing Xinjiang as it is everywhere else, including in Tibet as well.
Developing it. Oh my God.
But the American perspective on this has always been they are trying to develop these areas to continue destroying them, to continue killing them. There was literally an Associated Press article that I read talking about a high-speed rail line going all the way to Xinjiang, basically creating this massive network of high-speed rail that was seen as...
Do you have any idea how much Germany maintained its high-speed train system? I don't know if you'd call it high-speed rail, but their train system for all the Jews they were shipping around? That was some pretty efficient shit, boys.
That was portrayed as a negative thing. People in
the trains.
Xinjiang still have freedom to travel in that regard. Okay.
They did not have freedom to travel. They were being locked in detention camps. What are you talking about?
Okay. Under the hukou system, which needs desperate reform, there are obviously limitations to travel and how much you can, internally travel inside of China. But many of these people that are criticizing me don't even know what the fuck that is anyway, and they're now going to Google it and be like, Hasan didn't bring this up, or talk about the severity of the structure.
I love how anytime Hasan is like on a fact that he thinks is like really unique to him, or that the other person knows, like, take your hands off the keyboard. Let me see. I bet you didn't know that. I bet you didn't know this. Like this thing that he Googled like 2 hours earlier.
Whew. We are at $71,000. I'm going to obviously increase the the Tiltify donos. Hold on. Where the frick?
Also, I love that the charity that he's using to shield himself here is a charity for his friend. Is this even a charitable donation? Or is it just a donation to their boxing event? I don't even know. Is this even charity, actually? I don't even know if this is a charitable donation. Is it? It's straight to the charity? Okay. Interesting. Yes. Fundraiser,
Are you still
boys.
giving money so you will stop this torture? What? Okay.
Don't criticize me. I'm fundraising
You're
here.
getting me from
How can you
H3 High New
criticize me?
Father.
How the fuck can you criticize me? I'm fucking fundraising.
So one must ask the question, why Ethan Klein refuses to actually engage in any of the things that I'm saying, uses out of context clips, and also simultaneously has a very different standard for what China's doing as opposed to what Israel is doing. Okay?
True. All true.
What the fuck's going on here? It doesn't make any sense. I'm actually morally consistent on this process. He's the one who's not.
True.
Now, isn't Israel's activity in between lawn mowings essentially what China does in its worst moments? Exactly. That's why I brought that up.
True.
If China did what Israel did to Xinjiang, we would nuke China. Okay? Understand something. If China did what Israel did to the Palestinians in Xinjiang, we would nuke China tomorrow. And if Israel did what China did in Xinjiang as a part of its like rehabilitation or re-education vocational training campaign or whatever the fuck the Chinese government calls it, they would consider that to be a pathway towards infinite peace. Can you imagine where Palestinians will now have freedom of travel into other parts of Israel, into greater Israel, mass detention and the subsequent re-education inside of these like supposed vocational training schools or whatever. But then in the aftermath of that, they have full-blown citizenship and access to the same resources. That would never happen in a million years. Netanyahu would get a Nobel Peace Prize. Netanyahu would get every single Nobel Peace Prize for the rest of time.
Yikes, misspoke. Automatically wrong on every point. See ya.
Also, speaking of organ harvesting, I mean that's but that's besides the point.
Sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
Two principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you. Yeah, so this is a classic. This is something that I hear mostly from Sex Pestany and his orbiters. But the idea that like my commentary on political matters is simply reduced to America bad is incredibly, incredibly dumb. It's ironic that this is yet another case of.
Does anybody have the clip of Hasan saying whatever the U.S. State Department's position is on a thing, if you take the opposite, you're probably safe? Or does Ethan show that in his content, Nuke?
Pure projection, where Ethan is saying, oh, his commentary is just literally America bad.
Oh.
At no point, if I simply stated America bad over and over and over again, how the fuck would I fill 8 hours of space every goddamn day? Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why I say America bad, for example? And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip out of 8 hours of space every goddamn day. Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why I say America bad, for example? And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip out of context where I'm describing a complex position. Let's take a look.
Coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you if you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way.
As I've said before, time and time again, okay, from both my own personal experiences and, I'm Turkish, okay? Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is the way that it is specifically because Turkey is a NATO nation. Do you understand?
What? Wait, hold on. Excuse me. Excuse me. What? He is not about to blame all of the past baseness of the Turks on NATO, is he? Hold on. Wait, what?
And in that process, during the Cold War, because it was supposed to be a bulwark against the growing socialist movement in the country, they actually suppressed Kurdish liberation movements, socialist movements, trade unionist movements. The American government, by way of the CIA, created a right-wing ultranationalist paramilitary, the MHP Party. Okay, the MHP Party, the Grey Wolves. You know how Ethan's community will call me out for like, oh, he did this. He's actually secretly a Turkish ultranationalist.
You know that like Turkey had a whole bunch of problems. Like the Arabs did not like the Turks under the Ottoman Empire. Okay, they thought that they were oppressive. Also, the Armenian genocide happened way before fucking NATO was involved. Okay, this is under the Turkish Ottoman Empire. So I don't know where he gets his idea that all the bad things in Turkey literally just came from the United States. Also, Turkey today doesn't even represent the same views in conflict all the time, at least from my feeling, that the U.S. has. For instance, Turkey fucking hates Kurdish people, and they'll bomb them whenever they get the opportunity to.
You can only arrive at that position if you're a fucking moron. I have, again, countless hours of talking about the history of the MHP Party and how the CIA did an Operation Gladio like they did in Italy, but in Turkey with the MHP ultranationalist paramilitary groups that they violently sent to destroy any sort of trade unionist, socialist, or workers' movement. Many of those movements comprised of Kurds that wanted their own version of Kurdish liberation movements, as a matter of fact. MHP was responsible for that. MHP is still a part of the governing coalition alongside the AKP in Turkey right now. The ultra-nationalist fascists are still in power in this country, in my country. Okay?
Wow.
We have officially reached the boundary of $75,000. I'm very proud of you guys.
Good job, guys. Clap.
Okay?
So proud of you guys. You did it.
There's more I wanted to... There's more I wanted to get into. Bro, you're making this unwatchable. I know. Context and nuance is silly.
So much context.
Way you analyze
so much
other
nuance.
countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had...
Also, I don't think he saw any of this. He didn't see any of this. He already arrived at the position that I was bad after an entire year of fucking shitting on me with snide remarks as I was actively defending him in the process. For all the fucking foot soldiers that are in here to see the other side of the story for once, welcome. Okay, I have an 8-minute compilation that he couldn't even sit through where I was defending Ethan Klein, including this is, I guess, from what, January 11th, 2024. Ethan was hitting me with snide remarks over and over and over again while I was simultaneously defending him. Okay, I was simultaneously defending him from people that kept bringing him up and saying like, oh, he said this, he said that. I didn't want to be fucking focusing on drama. Okay?
Drama,
I did not
guys.
want to entertain the drama perverts because I thought it was irrelevant what Ethan Klein was saying because I assumed that he was just doing goofs and gaffes. In any case, we'll get to that in a little bit as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the entire premise here so far in the 9 minutes and 39 seconds that we watched is that Ethan is saying Hasan Piker groomed me, a 40-year-old man with the political convictions of a sea cucumber. I had no way of thinking on my own, and this 30-year-old man at the time groomed me into believing dangerous radical ideas. Dangerous radical ideas like what, you might ask? Socialism.
Remember, Hasan says that he tries to do this. This is literally Hasan's stated goals. So he can sit here and make fun of Ethan for this, but this is explicitly what Hasan tries to do.
Socialism being good. He made too many convincing arguments. He was hot and he groomed me and it scared me. It scared what happened to me. Scary man. Stupid, sexy Hasan.
Any idea who this guy actually is?
And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders.
Like, this is bullshit. This is a video that he made a year after our podcast ended, okay? He developed this resentment over the course of the year. He didn't like start hearing me say these things that I was saying directly to him and see it in a different light. This is pure narrative.
We literally did. We watched on stream, by the way, and I even remarked that it was insane, where Hasan would just say the craziest things. That re-education comment joke, or not joke, the serious thing that he said about like, oh yeah, well, we just re-educate these people. It's like, bro, why would you say this? Hello? There was the re-education comments, the thing about Tibet, like he would say so many crazy things. We watched this happen in real time on his stream. Holy fuck.
Okay? Pure narrative. He's doing post hoc rationalizations, and I think the reason why he's doing these post hoc rationalizations is because he wants to convince you, the viewer, to being like, he duped me, and he was duping you with his scary, elusive, mysterious ways of doing propaganda. The real story of what took place is that in the aftermath of October 7, okay, in the aftermath of October 7, we had disagreements. We had significant disagreements. Ethan wanted to hyper-focus on the feelings of Israelis and potentially the fears of American Jews in the aftermath of October 7. And my argument always was hyper-focusing on the broader picture because I knew what was about to happen. Because history, contrary to what Hosber is like to tell you, did not start on October 7, 2023.
It actually started on in 1967 on June 12th? Fuck, when did the war end? I'm sorry, June 10th. Fuck me.
History started far before October 7. Zionism was an exterminationist,
it wasn't,
ethno-religious supremacist ideology
No.
that is identical to Nazi fascism
No.
far before October 7.
No, that is an anti-Semitic talking point, by the way. If you ever say that, that's just pure anti-Semitism. That's not true. Zionism started with people like at least in the form that eventually would go on to create the nation of Israel, was started by people like Theodor Herzl, who was talking about, hey, so I noticed that all these countries are still anti-Semitic. All of these countries fucking hate us. Like, maybe we should just like go to our own place and do our own thing. And I think even these other guys would support us because then you don't have to worry about Jews all the time. We'll even give you all of our shit when we leave. Goof. That was kind of the start of the Zionism that led to the creation of Israel. The idea that it started as some ethno-supremacist movement when it was born out of all of the anti-Semitism across the entire world is an insanely retarded talking point.
As the Euromed Human Rights Monitor and the Save the Kids Foundation both correctly pointed to, in 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children? If history started on October 7, how could that have deadliest year? 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children?
What was happening?
If history started on October 7, how could that have happened? How could that have happened?
The answer is it was just Israel arbitrarily and randomly.
And the reality of the matter is,
children.
Ethan knows better. He should know better. He lived in Israel. He hated Israel. He talked about how Israel was an exterminationist, crazy country that was incredibly right-wing. In 2021, he posted an Instagram story about it, which I'm sure he'll bring up in a little bit to show his bona fides as to why he's so pro-Palestinian.
Overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan...
Yeah, let's see what these anti-Semitic comments are, okay? Now, remember. There's a lot of story making happening here, okay? There's a lot of story making happening here to make it seem as though, you know, I just showed a very different reality, or I duped this 40-year-old man into I don't know, dangerous radical ideas. And I actually radicalized his audience, not realizing that his audience actually radicalized on their own. They were radicalized by the reality. Many people in his audience, including many people in my audience, were completely oblivious to the horrifying practice of apartheid and genocide that Israel was doing before October 7. October 7 was an act that made a lot of people in the United States of America pay attention to it, okay? And they organically started realizing that the statements coming from Ethan Klein were actually at odds with how they felt about the situation. Now, is it because they were becoming anti-Semitic? No, it's because they started recognizing the reality of Israel's occupation and genocidal practices. Wow. So when Israel was doing genocide, which Ethan, again, goes back and forth on, sometimes he thinks it's a genocide, other times he thinks it's a war.
Is he going to show, I mean, like, it can be both, right? Like, what do you mean? There could be a war and a genocide happening concurrently, right? I don't know. Does he have any clips of Ethan saying it's not a genocide?
His wife certainly doesn't seem to think so. Hila, who was a soldier in the Israeli occupying force, which, again, as I talked about in our debate, where Ethan admitted that she could be considered a terrorist, by the way, her statements on this are even more right-wing than Ethan's, okay? There's always a steady push and pull here. And of course, his audience, organically, a progressive audience that he had cultivated, not because of leftovers, but even like the girly pops that wanted to care about the goofs and gaffs, obviously started recognizing that some of the stuff that Ethan was saying was damn near identical to what Ben Shapiro was saying, or what Charlie Kirk was saying, or what any number of right-wing commentators were saying about Israel.
Like, there's going to be, like, you can make that argument if you really want, but you have to show more, right? Like, anybody's going to make a decent point on something eventually. Like, there's going to be things that Hasan says that occasionally I'll agree with, but that doesn't mean that you're now that person. But
one of the moments that was majorly consequential is the moment that Ethan actually decided to no longer when Ethan decided to no longer be on Twitter. Part of the reason why he left Twitter, now he says, is because of all of the anti-Semitism, and there was plenty of anti-Semitism on Twitter after Elon's takeover, so that there is a plausible deniability there. But the reason why he left Twitter was because he couldn't deal with the fact that he kept wanting to say something, okay? He kept wanting to say something about Israel, and it was always in defense of Israel, okay? That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring it up for me right now, that famous moment is when he looked at Mark Barg and his post, a Muslim sex worker, an Iranian Muslim sex worker, who he said, this is it. This was the moment. Enjoy your drugs, and being a sex worker, Hamas would kill you on the spot. This is what he tweeted about Muhammad. I'm in South Beach having fun on drugs.
Wait, didn't this guy tweet something unhinged about Ethan first? Is Hasan going to bring that up, or do we just totally ignore that thing? Does that come up in the context, Nuke, or he did? Okay.
This is literally no different than what Israel defenders say. The idea that you can't show solidarity to a people that are being ethnically cleansed is ridiculous. The idea that you cannot show solidarity to the Palestinians because you have fantasized that those Palestinians would be homophobic and fucking kill you and viciously kill you is ridiculous. Even if that was the case, you could still show solidarity to people, even if they were homophobic, even if they were anti-sex work. Yeah, I know. A lot of people in underdeveloped nations that have been victim of colonial exploitation do not have the same woke mindset that we do here in the Western world.
Just because they're getting bombed.
That doesn't change this dynamic at all. I still don't think they should be fucking destroyed. I still don't think that their lives should be ruined, as a matter of fact. No one deserves genocide, period. It doesn't matter if their opinions are not aligned with mine. This is simply trying to trying to engage in the act of pink washing. It's also a conflation between ISIS and Hamas. Hamas is a militant organization that was designed under the rulership of the oppressive Israeli apartheid regime. Hamas's tactics have evolved throughout time and become more radical. Hamas's tactics have become more violent throughout time, but that violence is still maintained. The standard of violence is still maintained.
Just to be clear, Hamas was violent from the start, right? That's, or at least from the time through the Second Intifada, but okay.
By the colonial power in this process, which would be Israel, because Israel has gotten more and more violent throughout time. That's why the cliche here is that the first Intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watched any number of the cliche here is that the first Intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were
fuck, I don't know. This is so boring. I don't like it. The Second Intifada was not relatively peaceful. There were terrorist attacks fucking everywhere. They weren't just trying to bomb bus stations. They were trying to kill people on buses. You can go and look at the amount of people killed or the amount of attacks that happened during the Second Intifada. I don't know where he gets this idea. Explicitly,
there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watched any number of
that it was not considered peaceful at all. It was a super violent Intifada. It was one of the things that radicalized so many Israelis. The idea that this is just a fucking meme or that it was still sticks and stones or whatever. Let's see. In the 4 years, there were approximately 700 Israeli civilians killed. There were approximately 3,500-ish, 3,500 Palestinians killed, 1,000 by Palestinians themselves, by the way, for being suspected collaborators. This was not considered at all anywhere near like the first Intifada, which with bus bombings. What an unhinged take. There were under 200 killed by Palestinians in the first Intifada, and then about 2,000 killed in the first Intifada of Palestinians killed. This is such an unhinged statement.
Different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial talk and work stoppages. And the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watched any number of different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation.
No, now he's gonna. I mean, he can hide and say infinitely more violent than their colonial occupation. That could be the thing. The reason why the Second Intifada happened, and the reason why people got ultra radicalized, a retarded answer is what Hasan is saying now, that Israel became more violent. There's a second retard answer that everybody will give, that even Israelis will give, or Palestinians will give, is that Sharon went onto the Temple Mount, and that's bullshit. The reason why the Second Intifada happened was because people were disillusioned after Oslo 1 and 2 amounted to nothing. That the Oslo peace process failed. That it seemed like Israeli expansion into the West Bank was still continuing, despite the fact that they were supposedly on some track to finalizing some peaceful agreement between the two, and people felt like nothing was getting done, and then eventually all of that culminates with Sharon and the Temple Mount, and then eventually, the Second Intifada erupts. But no, it wasn't because of an increasingly destructive, an increasingly violent Israeli occupation. It was because people felt like the peace process was just never materializing. The failure of Camp David, the failure of I don't even remember the name of that, the summit or whatever. The fact that it didn't produce any actual lasting peaceful solution is what made it, essentially people lose their minds. It's like, fuck it, let's just go. And then also Arafat himself never disavowed violence and would never disavow violence, because in a way he liked it. He really did the entire time, but maybe that was just a little bit of trolling though, true, maybe.
Why did he even attack this guy? I think he probably said something like death to America or something. I don't fucking know. He was
like, you can't even present why he attacked the guy? Like, why can't you just say that at least? Hello?
wilding out on the timeline. Okay? There's more to this, though.
Why can't the Israelis argue that their politics went far right as a result of Hamas by Hassanian logic? Oh, they never do that. They'll never grant that. They always explain one side and then they just condemn the other. But yeah, I mean, that's the reason why. There's good reasons why Hamas exists. There's good reasons why Palestinians want to enact violence against Israelis like that. I mean, you can understand it for sure. But there's also reasons why Israelis, are violent in their occupation. Like they both just like infinitely trigger. They're like two fucking siblings that infinitely trigger the fuck out of each other eternally. They truly act like it. And they truly are. And they truly deserve one another. Okay.
Death to America or something. I don't fucking know. He was wilding out on the timeline.
Wilding out.
There's more to this.
See, like, He was wiling out on the timeline. That's how Hasan explains it. He was just wiling out, which is fine. Okay, if you want to explain it, that's fine. But Ethan is saying the same thing that Ben Shapiro said. Ethan can't just be wiling out on the timeline, I guess. Okay. Oh, apparently this is the same guy on Twitter too now. Now, this is after the fact. So, like, this wouldn't be justifying it. But what would happen if, hypothetically, Ethan Klein shot himself in the head? Hypothetically. Question mark. Epic, dude. Epic.
So he had a back and forth. Does anyone have that? You guys have the back and forth that took place? Because he.
How do you not have it when you've prepared so carefully for your entire little cringe nuke here? You don't have the back and forth at all? Hello?
Expands on his ideology here.
Okay, did.
Yeah, I stopped using Twitter to protest Elon. No, you stopped using Twitter because you couldn't handle the backlash of your racist-ass comments. It was a queer Muslim content creator. Do you think we forgot? You are a ghoul, fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand, jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person...
It's kind of funny, actually. This is like a microcosm of the entire Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Hasan has chosen the one moment in time where Ethan hit on this guy, by saying something aggressive on Twitter, and Hasan wants to start the record right here, okay? For no reason whatsoever, Ethan decides to make this unhinged personal attack against this guy. Well, I don't know personal or not, but for this one moment in time, right here, like this is where we're starting the record. Like, why not find out why he made this attack against him, But...
involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. Whether it's affairs, your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist.
I also just love the IDF. You mean the IOF? Genocidal occupation force. Genocide. But Hamas, that's a resistance fighter movement that's... engaged in the militant resistance against the Israeli occupation. Like, okay, dude. Here is what triggered Ethan's response. The guy tweeted a response to Ethan that triggered this. Let's see. Ethan tweeted something here, but it was deleted. And then this guy replied, how many children has Israel killed? Oh, this is on October 11th, based. How many children has Israel killed in just this bombardment on Gaza, let alone in the past few decades? Did you go around scolding Israelis like this ever? Or is it more important for you to manufacture consent for Israel because you saw 10 edgelords on Twitter? Based. Okay. Nice.
Monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. And he hasn't changed from this perspective because he literally said about me going to Gaza potentially, right? When I was working alongside Jeremy Scahill to try to apply pressure to the Egyptian government during the brief period of ceasefire to open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway. To open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway.
Wait, why didn't Egypt let you go? Why didn't Egypt open it up? What was happening there?
Way. In that process, he kept saying if he goes to Gaza, he'll be a high-profile target for Hamas. Why the fuck would they do that? If Hamas was in the business of kidnapping any random non-Palestinian that happens to be inside of Gaza, they would kidnap a shit ton of the aid workers. Except those aid workers were, once again, just like I was concerned about my own safety and well-being, those aid workers were killed by Israel, not Hamas, like the World Central Kitchen aid workers.
Like, they literally did do this in Al-Shifa Hospital. Like, Hamas literally would kill people there that were from outside. Like, even Amnesty International documents. It's like everybody knew this, but okay.
That were killed by Israel. They were there under the watchful gaze of Jose Andres. They were working alongside the Israeli government. The Israeli government brought World Central Kitchen to the Gaza Strip to show the world, to disprove the narrative, by their estimation, that they were not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip. So they worked with Jose Andres, a very famous chef, a very famous activist chef, and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their fucking Israeli occupying force commanders lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip. It's Israel. And the reason why I bring this up is because Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still, to this day, does not recognize that. He still thinks it's like Hamas is the barbaric, violent force.
Unbelievable.
And not Israel. Israel is a far greater evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth. That's it. There is plenty of evidence to showcase this truth. This is just the reality. It's an observable reality that you cannot deny, okay? That's it. if you are a lesser evil voter and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas as opposed to Israel in this process, because Israel has done on October 7 to the entire Palestinian population over and over again for the past 16 months. Israel has so much more power than Hamas has ever had. Wow. And it has used that power for true evil, for death and destruction.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. There is no moral playing field here, but even if the moral playing field was even, just looking at the sheer casualty numbers and the percentage of who Israel has targeted and who Israel has killed versus who Hamas targeted and who Hamas killed, the numbers on the board reflect a very different reality that does not make Israel look good.
The numbers.
Is what Ethan is saying is true? No, it's not. He's doing the fucking ISIS conflation, saying that like Hamas would throw you off the roofs or whatever. And by the way, before people turn around and say, oh my God, well, Hasan, what do you say to this? Hamas has executed this gay person or whatever. First and foremost, let me explain to you how
it's because they're getting bombed so much. They can't help it.
That process works, as I explained to Ethan as well in our leftovers conversation. As a matter of fact, the last one that we had in the studio, Israel will blackmail and extort gay, queer Palestinians with compromising footage in order to turn them into collaborators. And in that process, and this has been the same practice for every fucking resistance group.
Is this true? I've never heard this. It might be true. I've never heard this before. If this is true, holy shit. But also, Palestinians like to claim things like that Israel has trained like all of the animals also to be resistance fighters. Like Palestinians were making claims that like dogs and eagles and dolphins and all this other stuff, that these guys were like secret Israeli IDF trained Mossad animal. I'm not joking. Like every animal is trained by the Mossad. I wish I could. I don't have this article on hand, but it's just a little bit unhinged. But
every resistance group throughout history, whether it be the IRA, which implemented the practice of kneecapping, or whether it be the ANC, which implemented the practice of putting tires around the necks of collaborators and lighting them on fire, a practice called...
I also like, yeah, that's a really good question. YouTube chat. Wait a second, Hasan. Why would gay people doing gay shit be compromising? What do you mean by that?
Necklacing, okay? Hamas, when they find collaborators that are working alongside Israel, will execute them. This isn't appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate. But that is the reason. It's no different than what the IRA did, shooting someone's kneecaps. That's where the term kneecap comes from, by the way, the band kneecap. And that's precisely what the ANC, supposedly under the watchful, humanitarian, peaceful, pacifist gaze of fucking Nelson Mandela did in terms of necklacing, putting a rubber tire around someone's neck and lighting it on fucking fire for the crime of collaborating with the apartheid government.
Was seemingly okay with this. And you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that
I have not looked at my chat at all. But you.
I just opened it. But don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
Yeah, this is, I think, probably the most honest criticism that Ethan has here. Okay, which is that his feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt.
Oh my God. This is also the thing that I hope people notice. I don't know if they do or not, but like the fact that in the conversation that they had together, that Ethan could admit when he was wrong about something or when he messed up on something, like it seems like Ethan will readily admit when he makes a mistake. Hasan will not admit to ever being wrong about anything ever. He has to be. It's the cult thing. It's like with Trump. It's the exact same thing. He can't be wrong because everything he's saying, it doesn't come from fact. It comes from ideology. And if he was wrong about anything, it might show a flaw in the ideology. So he has to be correct on everything. So Hasan can never admit a mistake on anything ever. Because yeah, it would show a flaw or an imperfection in the ideology. It's just so cringe.
Saying things to an audience that has a higher political acumen than he does, and that audience is obviously tuned into the frequency of right-wing reactionary propaganda. So of course, they immediately hear some of the words that are taking place in this conversation, which by the way, more informative than this context nuke. If you want to understand Ethan's actual framework and actual perspective on the matter, you should go back and rewatch that debate that we did, okay? This debate. All the way in like the 17th of October, 2023. I believe that's when we had that conversation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. But yes, of course, when they hear you say things that are in defense of Israel and engage in racist tropes and racist stereotyping and acting as though like Hamas is ISIS, for example, then yeah, of course people are going to say you're being fucking racist.
Of course.
Hasan, you're literally playing into Ethan's hands with this. Don't speak positively of a literal fascist terrorist group. A fascist terrorist group? What the fuck are you saying? Hamas is also right-wing and reactionary, though. We don't need to support them. What is the support here?
Oh my God.
I'm not saying, oh my God, it's amazing. It's the greatest fucking liberation group that has ever...
And then listen to the hyperbole, right? No, bro, no one is saying you're saying that, but you're making it sound like they're basically chill. You understand that, right? But he's like, I'm not saying they're the greatest thing since sliced cheese or sliced bread. Sorry, fuck. I'm not saying the greatest thing. Like, no, that's not what he's saying you're saying. But you kind of sound like you're a little bit more supportive of them than you should be, bro.
Existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity?
And see, I mean, he does the thing. He's doing that thing where you say that you don't justify a thing and you kind of attack it, and then you go on to justify the thing. So it is justified. You do support them. Just say that. Own it. God. The thing that I hate the most about Hasan is how much of a weak, effeminate, spineless fucking loser he is when it comes to just owning some of the more radical things that he says. Like, you can make all these jokes about America 9/11, just own it. Just say, it, dude. Hasan's not perfect, or not Hasan. Hamas isn't perfect, but they're kind of based, you know? They do what they have to do. Like, just fucking own it, dude. God, he's such a loser.
Liberation group that has ever existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity doing a genocide? Don't you feel like it's a little suspicious that you constantly are railing against people who are fighting against the genocide? What the f are people supposed to do? What would you do? This is a reality that former Israeli Shin Bet leaders also recognize. This is a reality that Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, also recognized when he said, if I was on the other side of that Gaza fence, I would join Hamas. Of course you would. What the fuck do you mean?
He loves that
What
quote,
is this expectation that people are supposed to be perfect victims after 76 years of colonial occupation?
Perfect victims.
It is crazy. He said this yesterday. You're 100% right. What?
About actually wanting to understand the situation in a way where we humanize everybody, where we can actually create a lasting peace, one that's not built on like hate. So yeah, no, Hila's not a terrorist. Somebody who's like, I want to join the Houthis so that I can, or I want to join Hamas so I can like suicide bomb a cafe. That's it.
Israel's defense minister paid a visit to Palestinians would-be suicide bombers who failed their missions in an effort to try and understand what motivates them. Benjamin Ben Elizer's conclusion: they are driven by despair. While condemning the act, Ben Elizer said he felt compassion for one bomber, a young woman who, in a fit of grief over her boyfriend's death, volunteered to go on a suicide mission. The minister, a moderate in Ariel Sharon's hawkish government, said as soon as Palestinians can realize the dream of a normal life, they will say no to anyone who tries to convince to choose death over life. Stanley Cohen, a lawyer who represented Hamas activists, presented a very different vision of recent history. He portrayed a powerful and vicious Israel that has indiscriminately killed many thousands of innocent Palestinians. Hamas is not a terrorist group, but a nationalist resistance force. Nationalist resistance forced to resort to violence because it has so little power compared with Israel.
I love that he's like citing like a lawyer who's representing Hamas activists. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Talking about the most biased possible source you could ever find in your life, but okay.
This is something that I've described over and over again.
Do you believe that in Gaza there is a genocide happening? No, I don't think so. Although apparently Israel's actions have gotten more unhinged as of recently, but that's not surprising given that Trump will basically let them do whatever the fuck they want because Trump is unhinged and retarded.
This is the primary difference between Hamas and ISIS. ISIS is a better analog for Israel than it is for Hamas. The only thing that you can point to with respect to ISIS and Hamas is the fact that they're both Muslim and scary to you. Hamas is a national resistance group. In terms of their own personal opinions, yes, some are right-wing reactionary, certainly, okay? But the goal is emancipation. If there was no occupation, there would be no Hamas. It's that simple. Do you understand?
That's someone who
is it right or wrong? Engage it on its merits. There's no merit to engage here. Whether or not you're a terrorist group or a resistance group is truly just a matter of perspective. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. But it's just funny that people will make excuses for some tactics with the group that they politically align with, but not for others because they don't politically align with them. Like, you can argue that there are elements of the entire history of Israel, especially when you talk about their obsession with the deterrent effect, that are terrorist in nature. They enact bombings on civilian populations to try to discourage them from supporting terrorist elements. They did that in Lebanon in 2006. They've done it with surrounding countries, you know, all the way up to the 90s. I mean, it was pretty explicitly a policy of Israel. Like, they wouldn't even deny it. It was an open policy. But I mean, like, he'll call them terrorists, but when Hamas it's just freedom fighters or resistance fighters. It's just funny because the perspective literally comes down to whether or not you agree with them politically or not based on how you label them, which is it's goofy.
who's like, yeah, and they're like, yeah, I'm a terrorist. I want to be a terrorist. I am a terrorist. You know what I mean? Could you argue that like the IDF commits acts of terror? Yeah. You know what I mean? For sure. But it.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
By the way, I actually talked to Ethan about this in this very same conversation.
What?
But he clearly did not listen. In this conversation that I had with Ethan, we discussed the subject of Hamas and anti-Semitism within Hamas, where I said, are there anti-Semites within the ranks of Hamas? Of course there are. There are anti-Semites everywhere. Having said that, the broader goals of Hamas and all Palestinian resistance and all Palestinian militancy is an end to the occupation. So Palestinians can be free, so they can be a sovereign state, so the Palestinians no longer have to worry about drones hanging over their heads and mass surveillance and death and destruction. That's it.
Brave.
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant,
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised?
Doesn't the destruction of condition of living reach the part of genocide? For a genocide to be a genocide, there has to be the special intention of a group to eliminate another group based on some characteristic of that group, like nationality, religiosity, or ethnic stuff. That has to be the goal. The problem with a lot of the pro-Pallies and what they argue for in terms of genocide is that basically almost any war can be called a genocide, with the way the Palestinians argue that there's an ongoing genocide right now. That's basically how it goes.
Surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hasan's chat.
Let's see what argument he was making. Does anyone have the clip? Let's see what argument he was making that caused people to respond that way. I want to see. Because my statement there is, listen, as much as I try to moderate my community, of course, if your output is fucking insane, of course chat is going to respond to that by going, what the fuck is this arrogant asshole saying? Let me take a look. I don't know if this was right before or right after he implied that anti-Zionist Jews are capos or not, but I'm going to try to fucking find the clip real quick. And if you guys can help me find the exact moment where he was complaining right there and what led to the chat response, we can maybe manage through. We can maybe look through the reasons as to why his feelings got hurt. You all right? We don't have to continue if you don't want to.
And also that simply cynically or in a weird way, just like being like, no, anti-Semitism is like totally fine actually with this one phrase.
You won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen and I fucking.
You're doing the hyperbole thing. I know you're answering a chatter's question, but when you're asked, is there a genocide? The question I wish you'd answer is it right that there's only one thing that we could expect Palestinians to do right now, given their circumstance? No, I don't think there's only one thing you could expect them to do. I've answered this question a billion times. Like, I don't think that you can ever justify things like mass rapes or mass murdering of civilians. It's not an effective way to gain independence or liberation. It's not an effective way to get the other side to negotiate with you. It's not an effective way to literally get anything done ever. Like, I've said this a billion times. I don't know the problem with the Palestinians is the Palestinians have never put on the table an offer that they'd be willing to accept for peace, because it seems like they want everything. That's always been my number one complaint, or my number one argument for the big issues that the Palestinian side has.
Try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you.
Oh, you found the actual timestamp?
You care that your chat is calling me racist.
Let's see what it was. Let's see what the actual thing that he said was before. Like, there were plenty of moments where he's...
Listen to my words. Does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter? Or does that change what...
Oh, that's right. It was because he was complaining about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Saying, well, according to Jews, it actually is a scary statement. To which I responded with, hey, Ethan, you understand Black Lives Matter. You ask white people what Black Lives Matter means, right-wing white people will tell you, well, Black Lives Matter is a scary slogan. So if you can understand why I don't give a shit about the perspective of white right-wingers when it comes to Black Lives Matter, you can understand why I don't care about your perspective in this regard. Because if you don't understand that this is an emancipatory slogan and not one that is exterminationist, then yeah, I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Based.
What people mean when they say Black Lives Matter.
But Black Lives Matter doesn't... Again, it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying the thing is, like, saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free also doesn't feature from the river to the sea, we should destroy Israel.
That's literally what from the river to the sea means, is that Israel as an ethno state that is protective of the Jewish people, that Israel, that type of state should not exist. That's what from the river to the sea means, definitionally, right? That Israel should be a single state, that it probably wouldn't even be called Israel anymore, that incorporates all of the Palestinian refugees and everything. That's what that means, so.
And kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that is the secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know, but if you were to tell me this is how white people feel.
Like, Ethan is hedging too much even here. Ethan shouldn't be saying that, but maybe he just didn't know as much up to this point. That's not just how people, that's like, and Palestinians will tell you that. Palestinians will say this. Again, like people on the far left over here, or whatever the fuck you would call Hasan's political views, like they make arguments that even people on the other side wouldn't make. They wouldn't make an argument this cucked. They would say, yeah, of course we don't want Israel to exist as a Jewish state.
Feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say I don't care how white people feel in this regard, because my business is not about explaining what this.
There's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking
slogan. There's
nothing
from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed and Jewish people in it must be killed.
A lot of people disagree because you're talking about from the river to the sea.
Yes, a lot of people who are not Palestinian and a lot of people who are not anti-Zionist disagree. Anti-Zionists, on the other hand, don't agree, and they're the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan? Why would I go to in the broadest majority, Zionists, both Jewish and Christian? Why would I ask them what they think about a anti-Zionist slogan?
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
Do all the people who use that phrase mean that? You're hyperboling again. Even if some people say that on the pro-Pally side, you can still be more generous in your reputation. No, I wouldn't be. What are you talking about? No, because the only people that might use it in a different way are cringe losers in the West that don't understand the situation. When Palestinians say that, what they're talking about is there should be one state from the river to the sea that is that's a single state that's majority Muslim Arab. That's what they mean when they say that. Full stop. If you say anything different, you're hallucinating. You just don't understand the situation. So no, I'm not going to be charitable to some dipshit retard in the West who might use a phrase about a group of people that he doesn't know their history, he doesn't know where they live, he doesn't know what they're advocating for, he doesn't know anything about the situation. No, why the fuck would I apply any lens of charity? That's retarded.
This is why people were saying, hey, Ethan, you're fucking racist. Hey, Ethan, you're a Zionist. Do you feel like it is inappropriate for people to assume that he is a Zionist in this very moment? Is it because of the Jew hatred that is in the heart of every single one of my chatters that caused them to think that his resistance and his lack of interest in understanding the argument that I'm making came across like he was still very much defensively posturing at the behest of Israel? This is, of course, when are you going to stop talking about Ethan? I'm going to have sex with your mother over and over again. Why don't you shut the fuck up and donate, bitch? We're at $85,000.
Wow.
Slated to raise all the way to $150,000 in the process of watching this context nuke for charity.
For
charity. What do you hate charity?
For charity, guys.
Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Or are you a fucking Ethan Dick Rider who probably begged me to watch this thing for months on end and only to turn around now when I'm finally watching it and go, oh, I don't want to see it? Ethan begged me to do this, so I'm finally doing it. Everyone needs to calm down. Please stop watching the video I begged you to watch. What? No, I'm asking you. Like,
It's not. And the fucking slogan itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
but it's not.
But that's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay, Ethan.
That's it, man. That's how people see it.
No, you can't simply say that's how people see it. And
it is though.
There. Remember, this slogan has been used to censure Rashida Tlaib.
What does that have to do
this
with
emancipatory
anything?
slogan has gotten people to be fired like Mark Lamont Hill. There is a reason why I won't back away from defending this slogan and saying this slogan. It was so disingenuous of Ethan to use Norm Finkelstein. It was so disingenuous of him to use Norm Finkelstein and his assessment of the slogan when Norm Finkelstein would never in a million fucking years sit there and be like, well, my feelings are more important here than Palestinian emancipation. He says that's how people see it, but in reality, that's how he sees it. Exactly. Do you feel, chatters who are watching this right now, 16 months into this genocide, if you felt like Ethan was unjustly maligned, do you feel like your opinion has changed now in terms of why people saw this argument? Which is an argument that he still tried to present to me 16 months into a genocide when we had a conversation this past Friday. Do you feel like this is reasonable for people to assume
it's a genocide,
he is
right?
Zionist?
I'm sorry. I'm so tired of dealing with this, and it's just white people in the West. I don't know what to say. Like, it's just such a boring argument. Like, nobody that lives in the region like buys into this. This is just like the cringy shit that you guys larp about. But why isn't it call for a single? Yeah, and I am reading it in the strawman voice. Why isn't it call for a single nation state inherently genocidal? Even if it's projected due to implications of logistics, states break down and combine all the time. Or am I missing something? Jewish people have been kicked out of every Arab majority state that they live in, okay? Openly. They weren't welcome there. They were kicked out. Plenty of Arabs joined together in saying that they would destroy and eliminate all of Israel, okay? It happened with all the wars that they fought, 50, 60 years ago. And now you've had a group of people who have elected, or in 2005 at least, they elected basically Hamas that also committed themselves to the violent oppression of or destruction of the state of Israel. Their goal was to destroy Israel. So yeah, Jewish people wouldn't feel comfortable living as a minority in a state that is run by Arabs. There's, some 50 Arab states around the planet, and the fact that Jews would be asked to give up the one state that they have to become an Arab majority state, I think reasonably so. They probably wouldn't feel comfortable living there. Arabs are genociding other Arabs in the whole region around them, right? It's happened in Yemen. It's happened in Syria. There are these massive wars against, I guess it's not Arab versus Arab, but like for Iran, Iraq, you've got conflict between Saudi Arabia and Yemen. The idea that Jews would feel comfortable as a minority in any of these states is ridiculous. I think it's fair for them to say like, oh, no, I don't really think I'd actually feel too comfortable being here. And all of you dipshit white people in the West will say shit like, oh, well, you can't now that it'd be a genocide. If it were to become one, none of you would step up to do anything because none of you guys give a fuck about Jewish people at all anyway. So the idea that the UN or somebody would step in when they already failed to step in for prior conflict with Jewish people is a fucking joke.
Norm has said that. No, Norm said that he doesn't approve of it because it comes across as something that Jews fear. Not even Jews, Zionists fear.
Why do you call those other conflicts genocides? They're probably not. If I was saying genocide, it's not really true. I'm using their definitions. It's not. For Yemen, would we consider that a genocide? Probably not. For Syria, probably not. There's just like a fuck ton of people dying. Really.
here, but he totally gets it and totally understands it. I only started watching you again because of his claims, and it got me to resub. I tried to use a perfectly coherent narrative that Ethan should understand here, okay? Which is something that he gets. He gets that Black Lives Matter, gets a lot of flack. He is in support of Black Lives Matter. Who cares? Who cares what racist white people think about Black Lives Matter? Just like, who cares about what people who want to defend Israel feel about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Bro, you fucking fell off after the content nuke went from 30K to 53K. Suck my ass. I know, I'm falling. I'm consistently falling off over and over again. It was just critiquing the, yeah, Norm was critiquing the use of the phrase, not its inherent meaning, but it doesn't matter. Norm also doesn't give a shit about that phrase. Anyway, now that you know the context of where he drew this, got this clip from, where is he wrong? What is Ethan's complaint on this one, I wonder? Ethan is a left-wing grifter Zionist. Fuck his content.
Zionist, baby killing.
Bro, nothing is wrong with this. Yeah, this is W. Am I wrong? He's not wrong. Unrelated buying a hang glider. Like, this is edgy shit, okay? That right there is 100% people being edgy as fuck. That is fair. He didn't even bring that up, by the way. He's just talking about...
Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking
because you're racist. Is this guy not spitting facts? What the fuck?
him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's
they are settlers, you stupid fuck.
Not something
they
he
really
would
should stop aid to Israel. Ethan's going full goblin over Zionism. Nothing
Never asked
controversial
for it.
has said so far. Like, the only thing he fucking...
Do you think Hasan is generally this stupid, or does he know what he's doing? No, again, remember, this is all in service to an ideology. This is all about ideological stuff. That's why he's saying this.
Cares about. The only thing he cares about is his own personal feelings. There is no moment where he tries to understand my position here. There's no moment where he tries to understand why people have this attitude over him. And he just, and this is a Discord chat that he can't see, by the way. He pulled after the fact to be like, wow, this is really fucked up. And if that's the most fucked up shit you saw in a fucking open to everyone Discord, holy moly, dude, you are out of your fucking mind. Yes, nobody cares about your feelings, Ethan. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Can you imagine
genocide,
if I spent
guys.
the past 16 months constantly talking about my own personal feelings? Like I'm talking about, babies that are in plastic bags being carried over to medical facilities by their crying fathers after being lasered out of the sky with Israeli munitions that we fucking shipped over to them. And I just sit there and I say, you know what? My feelings are so important here. And we really need to take time and cover what I feel right now in this moment.
Thank God Hasan would never stop to talk about his feelings about a thing.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Of course your feelings don't fucking matter in this process. What do you mean? Especially when I am, at this moment, back then, as his fucking friend
Covering a
and
genocide.
podcast co-host, trying to explain to him
the genocide. Say it.
Why people are being critical of him. And he totally did not understand this at all. I was saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do in terms of moderating this community. But if you keep your output to this like ridiculous Zionist propaganda nonsense, yes, it seems like it's a good position in your mind. And maybe your chat will actually hype you up and say, no, King, you're so valid. You're so valid for actually constantly reframing the conversation around your feelings. But yes, outside of your own community, outside of your own echo chamber, people are going to hear what you're saying and go, yeah, you're defending Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Your own echo chamber.
Yes, you're a racist Zionist is what people are going to think. There's nothing I can do to change their mentality.
Base.
Fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
as fuck?
I love you, but there's only so much I can
How
do.
can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist.
All right. Oh, and then he brings it back
Whatever
to
ask for.
and all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you, like, what's so crazy about this is he's literally pointing to XQC, which he knew at this point was constantly inviting hate.
Given Israel's conduct in warfare up to this point, would it be more apt to say that it's tantamount to such loaded terminology like genocide or ethnic cleansing? No, because genocide has a special intention behind it. If you call it a genocide, then what you're saying is Israel wants to kill the entire or eliminate the entire ethnic group of Palestinians, meaning the only option is to destroy Israel. That's it. So if Israel is truly committed to a genocidal ideology, you can't negotiate with them. That's the reason why it's such a cancerous way to label the conflict. And that's not true. There are outs where Israel would negotiate some particular thing at this point in time. Probably not under this government, not under the lack of any kind of U.S. push to negotiate anything. But like Israel is not committed to the genocide of the Palestinian people. It doesn't make sense. There's 2 million Palestinians that live in Israel proper. It doesn't make sense. So that framing removes your ability to have a conversation about how you can ever actually resolve the conflict. That's the issue with that framing. It's bad. It's toxic.
Towards my position, pulling the fuck Hasan ripcord as Ethan is doing now.
Oh no!
To basically light up every reactionary online who fucking despises me to the goddamn core. Okay, I never did this to Ethan. I did the exact opposite to Ethan. As a matter of fact, I constantly fucking told my community to shut the fuck up about Ethan for an entire year. And the only reason why people still arrived at that conclusion is because of what he was fucking saying. The reason why XQC's community hates me, on the other hand, is not because of my positions, but because he kept calling me a fucking
Then say something else when you say it isn't a genocide, rather than say no, call it something else, give it a different label rather than not engaging on the point. There's no point to engage on. You don't want to engage on the point. The point is that it's a war, and wars suck. There is no such thing as a good war. All wars fucking suck. All the big wars in the past have fucking sucked. World War I, World War II, Iraq 1 and 2, Vietnam, South Korea, all of these wars suck shit. But the problem is that you're looking at this particular war and you're going, wow, a lot of civilians are dying. It must be a genocide. Why don't you engage on that point? What the point do you want me to engage on? That war sucks and that civilians die? That's true. Wars do suck and civilians do die. But you don't want to engage on that point because you can't even fathom that it's some kind of actual war. It has to be a genocide for you. Like, there's nothing else to say about it. Like, I'm sorry. That avoids engaging with what people really want from Destiny, which is Destiny is say something about the disproportionate response. There is no such thing as disproportionate response. That's a retard talking point. And I've gone over this whole conflict months and months ago. That doesn't make sense. Nobody in the entire universe views any type of response that way when you're committing terrorist attacks. Nobody does that. Nobody was saying like, oh my God, in Afghanistan, we killed 3,000 people and they only killed 2,000 some in 9/11. So like the numbers have to match. Like that's such a retarded, empty talking point. You shouldn't be allowed to talk about international conflict if you're just trying to compare numbers. Okay. Like some autistic fucking Rain Man. Stop. It's so stupid. It's such a stupid fucking talking point. Jesus.
Let's see. First, I'll show you this. Backtrack. XUC apologized to Hasan for assault cover-up claims. Says it crossed the line.
The other stuff about like me feeling like we have a falling out over the course of years and that sort of thing. That stuff is whatever. We can even have that like drama and that conversation live, which we discussed on the episode as well. That sort of stuff we can hash out in public. But there are lines, and I think that XUC knows he crossed it as well.
He quotes himself here as context based.
I mean, he admitted it.
Anyway, let's see. Now, ironically enough, Ethan is right now doing exactly what XQC did for years and years in the same exact way, constantly fucking lying about me to his audience over and over again, claiming that I'm actually a piece of shit, I'm a bad guy, I'm a misogynist, I'm this and that, in an effort to basically poison the fucking well so that no one actually comes in here and hears what I have to say and go, oh my God, wait a minute, maybe that's not the case. So I hope that...
What? That actually makes absolutely no sense and is not aligned with your prior talking points. You'd nuke Afghanistan in response to 9/11? No, I'm not saying you nuke Afghanistan. I'm saying that you don't look at a terrorist attack and create a proportional... There is no proportional response to a terrorist attack. That's not... You don't... Proportionality exists when both sides are playing by the rules of war. So Iran and Israel attacking each other, or Iran and the United States attacking each other, generally speaking, engage in levels of proportionality. When Israel attacked the embassy, or that attachment to the embassy in... the consulate in Syria and bombed that one thing, Iran said, wow, Israel bombed that thing, we're gonna bomb Israel. And then Iran bombs Israel, and then Israel said, wow, you bombed us, we're gonna come and bomb you. And then Israel bombs them. That's a proportional response. When we killed Soleimani and Iran said, wow, you killed Soleimani, we're gonna bomb, your two embassies or military bases, and then they try to bomb it, and this is proportional response. When somebody does a terrorist attack, they're trying to murder as many civilians as possible, they're just trying to kill as many civilians as possible with no clear military objective in mind, then there's no proportionality assessment that's done there. Nobody's saying like, okay, well, they did a terrorist attack, they killed 400 people, so we're going to do what, a counter-terrorist attack? That's not how these proportionality assessments work. Except one side cannot play by the same set of rules. We can acknowledge that and be nuanced about it. You're permabanned. You're permabanned, and you should legitimately consider buying the thickest rope you can buy. What a stupid fucking argument. When you say that one side can't play by the rules of war, then that's not so you've fallen into the trap. It's not even a trap. It's more like you're walking into, like, willingly, like the retard chamber of saying one side is allowed to engage in infinite harms against the other civilian population just because it's a smaller force. What a stupid fucking talking point. That's an implicit, dumb. That's an explicit support for terrorism. What you're basically saying there is every single group in the world should engage in terrorist actions as long as it's against a larger foe, because that other foe can't respond because all we can do is terrorism. What a stupid fucking point.
This will be helpful for you to understand. My position on Ethan has changed throughout time, but while Ethan was actively fucking gaslighting his audience and poisoning the well and constantly claiming I was a piece of shit and bad and not doing enough to moderate my community, which he still maintains is a decent thing to say about me, this is what I was doing instead.
Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries
nice volume
when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Or literally shout on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama, okay? I don't care. And neither should you.
Is it a war where proportionality would apply, and therefore we cannot call it a genocide, or is it a terrorist attack where we cannot apply proportionality? What? You can have a genocide that runs concurrently with a war. I think in Yugoslavia, I think this was the case. You can genocide people and be at war with them at the same time. If somebody is engaging in activity where the explicit goal is to kill a group of people, not based on some military conflict, because you're trying to kill a group of people based on their ethnic background, or religious background, I think nationality maybe, right? And that's the goal, the special intent of trying to kill them, eliminate them because of that. That's a genocide. This can happen during a war. It can happen outside of a war. Like, I'm just saying that you don't proportionally respond to terrorist attacks, people that are trying to kill as many civilians as possible. That's just not how that works. Usually that's going to be a declaration of war that's going to happen afterwards. If the nation terrorist attacks somebody, they're probably going to get war declared on them afterwards. That's how it works.
Okay. I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn.
I've always learned anyone who believes Jews have the right to self-determination could be considered a Zionist. What definition do you use for Zionism? Would you consider yourself Zionist? Zionism is basically just the idea that Jews have a right to, it's really Israel, to have a nation where they are the majority population and they have some kind of protection. That's what Zionism really means. Do I believe it? I think it's justifiable. I don't know if I'd go fully to call myself a Zionist, but I think they probably earn the right to have Israel now and maintain it as they see fit. So it probably qualifies me as a Zionist, I guess.
Okay. I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Okay? That's it. Ultimately, Ethan has the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on this circumstance, this issue, than 99% of like Americans who are ultra-Zionists. Okay? I'm not saying the entire country is ultra-Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media, 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support Israel. Shut the fuck up. I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy. Okay? This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this if you've been in here long enough. I fucking try.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to restart my kick stream real quick with a different encoder because people keep saying it does weird shit every now and then. One sec.
Tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. Ethan's my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that is clear. No one, like, changing your perspective on an issue that is, like, near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own, okay? Everything that people say cynically he did to, like, win favors of the larger crowd, fuck that. He did it on his own. Yes, you want to know why I know he did it on his own? Okay? You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He's absolutely shaped, like his worldview is shaped by this experience. And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he just as easily done. He just turned around and been like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic, and there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this. That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, the internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience. And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid. And Ethan refused to watch this on stream because it would make him feel guilty and look bad. Yeah, no, the reason why he didn't want his audience to watch this, the reason why he did not want his audience to...
What does it say about your audience if you have to constantly tell them over and over again to stop harassing Ethan? What does that mean?
Watch this, by the way, is because he knows that if his audience actually saw this, then it would undermine the year-long propaganda campaign that he engaged in, claiming that I was never actually defending him. Thank you for Stand Up to Cancer, y'all. This is huge. I'm so grateful. Hell yeah, iDubbbz. iDubbbz in the chat. Yeah, we're already at 94,000.
Hell yeah, iDubbbz.
For doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed. I'm sure that if you were to log what he was saying in this time frame for Ethan, there would be a very, very different attitude from Ethan's side on this, by the way.
I think Zionism mandatorily includes the idea that God gave them land, so it's theirs by right. I don't feel like originally Zionism meant that when they were setting up early on. Maybe after 67, I think it started to take on a more religious bend, but it doesn't have to include the religious aspect to it. Although there are undeniably some Jews who do like that aspect of it. The more radical ones will now, but
when talking about me or making snide remarks about pro-Palestinian content creators, there's a reason why so many people were coming into my community and being like, hey, Ethan said this, hey, Ethan said that, can I get your take on it? And people were pissed off at me for not giving my take on it. And the reason for why I did not want to give my take on it was because I thought that Ethan was redeemable. I thought that Ethan was salvageable. I foolishly thought that he actually could see the light. I assumed that he was, at most, a liberal Zionist who had been far more critical of Israel than the average liberal Zionist that could be amenable to my position. Okay? I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. I'm sure if we were to match every single time people are coming in here to tell me at that point what Ethan is saying about me, the reason why I was being charitable is because I thought, like, no,
just give up. He'll come to terms. He'll come to the correct position on his own terms. Okay? Same reason you don't talk about Bad Empanada drama video, ironically. Exactly. Because I thought, with Bad Empanada, it's different. Like, with Bad Empanada, I know he's pro-Palestine, and I know he's not an anti-Semite. So, of course, when he fucking does, like, dumb drama shit, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about this. I don't care about what his criticisms are. We have different methods. We have different tactics. But ultimately, we align on this issue. So, as long as he is not weirdly becoming, like, an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's, like, pro-Palestine, which is, of course, never going to happen, I don't give a shit what he has to say.
Wait, what?
Like an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's like pro-Palestine, just,
Does he mean anti-Palestine or am I misunderstanding him?
Of course, never going to happen. I don't give a shit what he has to say.
He's talking about Bad Empanada, right?
Thank you for the 2K dono.
I think you just misspoke, I think.
I want to know what you think. Why is Ethan Klein mad at me? The reason why Ethan Klein is mad at me
is
because his community, slowly but surely, kept hearing him over time say a bunch of shit that was pro-Israel. Okay? Oh, pro-Israel for a Bad Empanada is the argument that I was making. Sorry. If Bad Empanada became pro-Israel, which is never going to happen, I would, I would tackle everything that he's saying head on. Of course, that's not the case.
There you go.
You don't want to attack other pro-Palestine content creators, even if they attack you. Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. So listen. If you reached him sooner, do you think there's a different tactic that would have...
Why? Am I answering this question again? Where can you draw the line, though? If Israel's bombing campaign resulted in the death of every single Gaza civilian, would it not be categorized as a bad thing, if not genocide? I can't. You're gone. I can't deal with... There can be bad things that aren't genocide. Yes, there are undeniably bad things that Israel has done in this past war, some of which probably amount to war crimes. I don't know how rotted your brain is or how mindful you are, why you're still even in my audience, if your mind is like, but wait a second, can it be bad, though, if it's not genocide? Like, could there ever be a bad thing if it's not... But I thought if it was bad, it had to be genocide. You're saying it's not genocide, so that must mean it's not bad. I don't know why you're even watching me still. Please, go the f*** away. So stupid. Oh, my God.
Would have fixed them? No, there wasn't. Because 2K here, Israel doesn't permit me to send this donation to my family in Gaza. Instead, I'm happy to donate to Stand Up for Cancer. Cancer killed my aunt in Gaza 4 years ago after Israel prohibited entry of her chemotherapy into the Strip. Free Palestine. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing all right. The reason why Ethan was mad at me is because his community kept hearing him over and over again over the course of all of this time when they were coming into my chat to be like, hey, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. They were pissed off at him. They obviously were fans of him. Otherwise, why the fuck would they know what Ethan is saying? And they were pissed off at him for his commentary because his commentary was always running defense for Israel. Okay? And slowly but surely, people started leaving or criticizing him. And he couldn't deal with that criticism. So he had to point the criticism in one direction. So in his mind, he thought, I actually brainwashed his fucking audience into hating him anti-Semitically. And not because, for many in his audience, due to the sheer depravity of Israel's actions.
So what are the guidelines for a reaction to a terrorist attack? Can a terrorist attack be alongside a legit war campaign? Are war crimes considered terrorist attacks when they were on civilians? It was an attack that happened outside of a time of war with no declaration of war. So it would give Israel a reason to respond with a declaration of war. So Israel, from an international conflict perspective, is rightfully allowed to declare war on and then go to war with the government of Gaza, with Hamas. That's how that would work.
They had completely had a reversal of their opinion on Israel. I didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, I tried to do my very best to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan. And this is the proof of it. And the reason why I try to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan is because I think it's irrelevant what he had to say in this process. And I maintained that position until his own ego inflated to such a size that he made this fucking context nuke. And also simultaneously made this context nuke after months and months and months of actively trying to deplatform and successfully deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by falsely smearing them as anti-Semites. Of course, recognize their mistakes in the past. And now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Members go up. Ethan is my friend. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day. Throughout the stream. Just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic take. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on Birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of these people that are writing these letters and shit. Okay, please stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Time and time again, I told my adult community to shut the fuck up about Ethan. I even banned the mention of Ethan in this community, and I think still to this day it is banned. The idea that I did not try to genuinely scale back the harassment that Ethan was experiencing is ridiculous. You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell her not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist?
based.
Are you okay? Ethan Klein called Israel an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7th. Okay? I personally don't even care if he's like calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that matters. Especially when he is...
You know what's crazy about this? I think this is literally the mentality that some foot soldiers still have.
Yeah, how is it if Hasan is assuring his audience in all these things that Ethan is like so salvageable and that they're overreacting to what Ethan is saying, but also Ethan is being a crazy pro-Zionist lunatic the entire time? I don't understand how they reconcile these points ever, but whatever. Okay.
Like, they unironically still are trapped in this bind where they think, oh no, he's my comfort character and he means well. He actually means well. He's like, he said it's a genocide. What more do you want? Okay? And I said this even though I could identify the Hasbara, because I thought, as someone who is very good at identifying Hasbara, I maintain this position because I thought...
Hasbara is this stupid Israeli term for when they try to do like propaganda to make their country look better. And they suck at it.
Over time, his perspective would shift.
But it's a way to label basically anybody that ever says anything positive about Israel ever. You just say they're engaged in Hasbara, like propaganda for the government.
Over time, I thought he would be an anti-Zionist. I was wrong. I was totally fucking wrong. Is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. No matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still... While you were doing this, Ethan was doing things like watching a video called Hasan saying anti-Semitism is fake. The Hasan situation. Addressing Hasan and his community. Firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said. Ethan fan here. I don't think that Ethan's behavior is honestly dangerous. He's not always right. Neither are you. All right, brother. You are irredeemable if you genuinely think that Ethan's year-long conquest of trying to fucking out Palestinian content creators and pro-Palestinian content creators as like rabid anti-Semites, who now the Trump administration is basically fucking using as a hit list. If you don't consider that to be genuinely dangerous for an issue that you seemingly care about, if you think that there's a fucking genocide going on in Israel, if you think Israel's doing a genocide, I assume that his focus on the people who are calling that out is a little unproductive. And yes, it is fucking dangerous. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's dangerous twofold. One is dangerous because it actually creates insane amounts of pressure and potential criminal litigation if need be. But also on top of that,
that guy's crazy.
On top of that, he's gone after fucking people that he's doxxed. He's gone after people with litigation, frivolous litigation. Real life decision makers are feeling no pressure. That's the bad side. Dude, he is 100 millionaire who's using all of his fucking clout to attack pro-Palestinian content creators for a fucking year, and has actually been very successful at deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by making erroneous claims about how anti-Semitic these pro-Palestinian content creators are.
Okay.
He made 6 small content creators lose their income for a fucking month. One of them was Jewish.
Oh no.
It's his community that is weaponized aggressively against all of his fucking enemies. And in the past, his enemies were people like Keemstar. So no one actually thought of anything about it. No one actually thought it was weird or gross. Or billionaires like fucking Ryan Kavanaugh. Now his enemies are seemingly all of the pro-Palestinian content creators. Whether they're Muslim or Jewish, doesn't fucking matter. He literally shit on Sam Cedar the other day.
That's crazy.
Stop both siding this fucking issue. You're out of your goddamn mind.
On. He actually chastised me. For what? Let's see.
Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment.
God.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so... And the reality of the matter is, anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So being the bigger person in this situation, regardless of your feelings...
So anyway, and God forbid you actually read the chat. But
that's it? So I'm still being fucking open-minded to him? And he's mad?
What I'm hearing, frankly, is that anti-Semitism is not really an issue. And so you shouldn't, your complaints are less equal than Frogan's complaints because Islamophobia is more serious than anti-Semitism. Despite, by the way, the fact that, as I pointed out, in reality, or not the opposite because there is Islamophobia, but like this claim that anti-Semitism doesn't exist because everybody knows it wrong, as I perceiving it, is absolutely false. I've never seen more open anti-Semitism in my life.
So it's his stupidity. Like, he didn't understand. He didn't fucking understand what I was saying there. That's not my point at all. How the fuck does his chat watch this, by the way, and not go, hey, Ethan, that's not what he said?
My whole life, the way that it's being.
I called out how toxic Hasan's community is, and I said I remember why I left, and he brought up my chat logs and put me on blast. That was fun.
Damn. Ethan is a token Jew who is more busy apologizing for Israel's misdoings, trying to earn favor with little anti-Semites, hoping they'll applaud him. He got burnt, shot in fraud 100%. A little bit. Although you sound like a crazy Israeli, but kind of. That's kind of what
Normalized by the left and the right, and it's being kind of, you know, in a case like this, he's normalizing it. He's normalizing it. He's greenlighting it. Again,
I'm normalizing anti-Semitism and I'm greenlighting it. You get banned in chat for pushing back. Textbook example of competitive victimhood. There is no fucking victimhood here. He is perceiving, he's conflating real anti-Semitism with anti-Zionists criticizing him, a Jewish man, not realizing that they're not criticizing him because he's Jewish. They're criticizing him because of what he's fucking saying.
Which is something that like 90% of Jewish
that's
people
at the heart of the matter here. That's the whole problem.
True based.
I made a fucking good point here. I literally said what I'm saying right now. I said, Ethan does not understand that Islamophobia is institutionally permissible, and what he suspects as anti-Semitism is not anti-Semitism, and he should be more gracious to people that he perceives as being anti-Semitic when it's actually over his opinions on Israel. I genuinely think Ethan Klein thinks that anti-Semitism is whatever he feels bad.
True.
Got you with the $10. Fuck cancer. No,
Good
I'm not done with your little ass yet.
True.
All right. Well, I wanted to watch this.
There's very real anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Hila, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there for a lot of Jewish people, especially. Like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising, and if at any point do they actually associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and people like Dan Bilzerian play a fucking formative role in people all the way up until December 15th, I'm saying like, oh, I think Ethan is misunderstanding and making a conflation, still giving him charity, still giving him grace. This is what he was saying about me at the time.
So you know what? Go listen to Hasan. People say, I need to go listen to Hasan. This is bullshit. Please, go listen to Hasan. Fucking, by the way, yells at people in chat, calls them Zionist genocidal monsters for suggesting that the hospital wasn't bombed, okay, by the IDF, which is the same thing that Hasan's fans come and tell me. So, that. There's nothing wrong with me and Hasan, but there's a lot of shit that on the way that he covers this that I think is up.
Okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what, are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying.
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. True. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital. Dude, what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs?
I don't understand the theory that like the truth doesn't matter. Someone said, hey, I don't think Israel bombed the hospitals according to the evidence. Something like really mild. And he freaks the fuck out.
I wonder why I freaked the fuck out.
Yeah, bro.
This is right after Al-Ahli.
Oh, he still thinks so. That hospital was, I think it was probably I think it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket, I think is what the theory was in terms of it malfunctioned, and it fell into this parking lot. There was a very small crater on the ground. It looked like it was like some kind of rocket that blew up, not a fucking JDAM like people like Hasan say. But people try to say that Israel intentionally bombed a hospital that killed like 500 people, when in reality it was probably a rocket that up and then it fell to the ground and blew up. And I think there were, I don't know how many people died. I think it was a few dozen casualties. I don't think that many people died, but people still, like Hasan, will still push to this day that was a targeting of an Israeli hospital that killed 500 people, or a targeting of a Palestinian hospital in the Gaza Strip that killed 500 people when there's no evidence of that.
No wonder his fucking audience understandably thought that he was defending Israel. Can you imagine? Can you imagine claiming Israel would never bomb a hospital? I don't understand. This is definitely the doing of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas or whatever the fuck Israel said without any evidence whatsoever. Okay? Yeah, I didn't know this shit. This is my first time seeing it. Yeah, of course people are gonna think you're a fucking Zionist. This is Zionist propaganda. This is precisely what it is. Oh, I care when all Palestinians die, except it's really fucked up that you would say Israel bomb a hospital. Does Ethan know?
This is Hasan's initial reaction.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
This is over other stuff, but
can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? If I make a prediction or a spec.
Where's the JDAM one?
Oh, that Israel actually bombed the Al-Ahli hospital.
Destiny, both sides are bad. I've yet to see you cover any of the fucked up shit Israel does. I've covered it plenty and I've mentioned it plenty. The reason why you don't see it is because you want a concession that I would never make, which is that Israel intentionally and deliberately spends $1 million in some type of weapon to shoot and kill like 50 civilians, which is a retarded perspective. Nobody intelligent believes that. Israel has probably conducted this war in a way that is, or clearly conducted it in a way that was probably too fast and too reckless, because there are some civilian attacks that absolutely shouldn't have happened. Like the WCK one is the best example of it. But like retards like you are like, I bet that the Israeli military people, they were in an office, they're like, oh my God, we should fucking spend all this money on these, some of the most expensive munitions we have, and do ISR. We're going to figure out where these trucks are, and then we're just going to fucking shoot these $500,000 missiles, these $1 million drone attacks on these civilian trucks, and it's going to be fucking epic. That's a retarded perspective. You don't deserve to talk about anything if you're that fucking stupid. Holy shit.
A week prior, 2 days before the courtyard explosion, Israel actually blew up and artillery shelled the fucking radiology room in the Al-Ahli hospital. I wonder why all the doctors in the Al-Ahli hospital were like, oh, Israel did this. Perhaps they're all in the pocket of Hamas. That was also a pivotal point for a lot of, these fucking dipshits. The apolitical centrist commentators all jumped on that to be like, Hasan is lying to people. Israel would never bomb a hospital. So where are they now? Where are they now? Israel's bombed every fucking hospital, including Al-Ahli, over and over.
Again, nobody has said that Israel never bombs a hospital, but this is he's giving the weak version now. Israel's obviously attacked hospitals. The question is whether or not the hospitals were targeted for no military purpose. You can target a hospital for a military purpose. That is part of the rules of war, but nobody cares or wants to talk about legality or whatever anyway, but they still want to say war crimes, but...
Again, Israel sieged every hospital since then. Now, when you hear Ethan Klein's perspective on this matter, he turns around and says it's because Hamas is putting fucking people under tunnels inside of the hospital. That's why that's why Israel has to bomb these hospitals. That's what he said to Sam Cedar the other day, or no, before his talk with Sam Cedar. Think about that. Oh, they have command centers under these fucking hospitals. That's why it's Hamas's fault that Israel has to bomb these hospitals anyway. Has he covered any of those fucking strikes? No. The only time I've heard him talk about hospitals being bombed was here when he's trying to say that it was actually the Palestinians that blew themselves up. And how fucked up it is that I'm casting suspicion on that narrative, which, by the way, still to this day, no fucking conclusive evidence, and the only evidence that Israel ever presented on the matter was immediately destroyed.
And he goes, you're a genocidal freak. And then people say the same fucking thing to me from his fan base. And we're acting like surprised, like we don't know where they fucking learned that from. Like, I learned it from you, Dad. I think it's covered.
Yeah, this is perfectly representative of his mentality. Everyone in his fan base learned it from me.
In some of these cases has been not good. Thought we needed leftovers more than ever. Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, what do you want me to do? It was fucking horrible. I felt like Hasan's fans were trying to destroy my life. My wife's life. They were calling me genocidal. For what? For what? But I do think he's contributing to this idea that all Israelis are, occupiers, which is a really dangerous fucking stance to take.
Why? Doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing.
Why is it dangerous to claim that all Israelis are occupiers? By the way, what Hasan is doing there, if you don't notice, is he's giving cover to that from the river to the sea. That is what they think. Every Israeli is an occupier, not just the ones on the West Bank. That's what they sell to white people in my fucking YouTube chat that want to simp for these stupid slogans, right? It is that every Israeli is an occupier, including the children, including the civilians, including everybody, and they all need to be eliminated. That is the more honest argument from the pro-value perspective. But
you fucking piece of shit, you garbage monstrous scumbag, you said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did, but Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself?
By the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece of shit.
People were telling me the same exact fucking thing, you know what I mean? I know that this isn't good. I don't think this is a good way to talk about shit. Even if you're angry and fucking horrible things are...
Oh my God, you know what's really funny? I'm also fundraising even back then. That's when I was fundraising for Palestinian medical assistance. I wonder who's clipping it and sending this to Ethan. Yeah, I don't care who's clipping it and sending it to Ethan. Admitting his view of Palestinians by saying he thinks Hasan views all Israelis as the same because he expects Hasan to think about Israelis the same as he does Palestinians? Yes. Jesus. Wonder why he's, wonder why he's actually so sympathetic to the person who's defending Israel here, by the way. I wonder why. And this was early on. This was right after the fucking Al-Ahli hospital was bombed.
Is there any evidence of Israel using white phosphorus? I don't know. Yeah, they do use white phosphorus. The argument is not whether or not they use white phosphorus. It's what application they have for it. So white phosphorus is nice because you can blow it up in an area and provide like basically an instantaneous smoke screen for troops to move through an area. But the accusation was that they were using it in an aggressive manner. And the reason why people don't like you using white phosphorus in an aggressive manner is because it can cover a wide area that can subject a lot of civilians to harm. And you're not supposed to be like using weapons like that lack a level of precision if you have other options available to you.
okay? Right after then. And for an entire year, I was oblivious. Until this very moment, I'd never seen his commentary on this. Of course, people thought he was a fucking genocidal monster. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my lord. Yeah, it was only because I was completely oblivious to the shit that he was saying at the time that I was like, listen, man, I care about covering this genocide. I don't give a fuck about what Ethan has to say about this. I don't want to make drama out of this. I care about fucking locking in, and you should too.
Lock in.
In that same time frame, while I was defending him all the way up until December 15th, 2024, that's what Ethan was doing. So the expectation that I am supposed to brainwash my audience into liking Ethan Klein is impossible. Of course, plenty of people who are more educated than Ethan on this, or at least have basic empathy towards the Palestinian plight on this issue, of course, arrived at their own fucking conclusion, regardless of my year-long effort to fucking defend Ethan, because I was also oblivious to his actual position. If I had seen his actual position a long time ago, I would have fucking shoved it back down his goddamn throat as a genocidal piece of shit.
Jesus.
Okay?
This is why people will say, me included, it's just not worth it to cuck out. I don't think you, well, is it fair to hold up Hasan as a person you should be trying to please here? I guess is even if you totally cuck out on the genocide argument, which Ethan has completely cucked out to the pro-Pally framing here of this argument. I just don't know what the value is in doing it, because people are still going to just claim that you're a genocidal freak, genocidal supporter anyway. So like, what's the point?
And here's the reality. He looked at all of this, and he could not comprehend that, in spite of my defenses of Ethan Klein, that it was actually me. I was the reason why I was making anti-Semitism permissible. Yeah, Ethan thought this specific hospital was bombed by Hamas, but every other building in a 20-kilometer radius was bombed by Israel, even though the hospital itself was also bombed by Israel 2 days prior.
Views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. Problem with Hasan.
By the way, I want to fucking here. This is your opportunity, okay?
What?
Show me all the fucking things Ethan said in this time frame. I know we're only 11 minutes in. I don't care. Give me all the fucking Ethan clips that in this time frame where he was like from the beginning to the end, all the times that this motherfucker was actually defending Israel, so we can make an assessment on whether or not it was actually appropriate for people to think that he was pro-genocide or anti-genocide. Stalwart supporter, he says. Why'd you say at Hasan Abi? What? Stalwart supporter of Palestine. What will he say? Wait, hold on. Yeah, he was going to show you all the support that he's done. Yeah, let's see.
Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
As you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen
This is
hipsters.
unhinged, dude.
But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like,
okay.
I don't
criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans.
But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is.
I can't believe he literally clip-chimped conversations that we had together. Like, how depraved. How fucking depraved that he would go back to a back-and-forth conversation that we had to clip a conversation that we had out of context. You know what my fucking position was. My position is for a one state. The reason why I...
What position or context can salvage the baby settler statement? What? Is that salvageable? I'm not sure if that one is salvageable, Chief.
Believe in a one state is because I don't even think the 750,000 settlers could be, in an ethical manner, moved from all of the land that they have occupied as terrorists. I was saying, you think every settler is a valid military target. There are settler babies. I didn't say I think it's valid to kill settler babies.
Just to be clear, I'm pretty sure he co-signed the statement that that one guy made, Second Thought, on the podcast. He's basically echoing what he said about how even baby settlers are a thing or whatever, but okay.
What an insane thing to do. It's a literal conversation that we had. It was a back and forth conversation that we had. And Ethan also said this, what?
I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk,
yeah. That's later in the clip. This is still the context, Nuke, but it's later in the clip. We haven't even gotten there yet. It's so crazy that this motherfucker clip-chimped. He clip-chimped our own back and forth. What a crazy thing to do.
Downplaying the violence.
Wait, so then this is one of those opportunities for Hasan. Hasan is saying you got clip-chimped. Clip-chimped how? So do you think that babies aren't legitimate military targets? Or you should just say that, right? So like all Israeli civilians then wouldn't be legitimate military targets, right? That should be a pretty easy thing to say. That's like an easy own, right? You can just say that. Like, obviously, I don't think all civilians are, like babies, are not military targets. But instead, he just made some weird allusion to, I believe in a one-state solution. Why not just say that?
violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Now, this is a famous clip that he kept repeating and using. We now know that he actually recognizes that he disingenuously edited.
Oh, okay.
Show the clip of Ethan and Gila.
Can I add, Ethan, one
Yes.
personal feeling that I've had with Hasan that I can't really get past is his dismissiveness of the that happened. He acts like
October 7th. Doesn't matter if R words happen on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. What's interesting about that quote specifically is that I get what he means in that one. Like, I feel like he said worse stuff than that. Because he's saying, like, he's saying even if the R words happened, well, I think the way he phrases it is fucked up. Even if it happened, they did happen.
Yes.
But he's saying, even if they did happen, it wouldn't change the calculus for him, which I understand what he's saying. But I guess the way he's saying it is, even if it didn't happen, is fucked up.
I didn't say even if it didn't happen. I said even if it did happen, it still doesn't change the calculation for me. Now, ironically enough, that argument was when because of the last piece of evidence that hadn't come out yet with like the Israeli prosecution team going over the forensic analysis of every single body that they put at the Shura base, okay?
Why do they have to be one state? Doesn't that sound insane? Because for people like Hasan, the goal is the destruction of Israel. Israel cannot exist. It needs to be destroyed. It cannot exist as a Jewish state or whatever. That's why. They'll try to dress that up or say it differently, but that at the end of the day, that's the reason why.
Literally was debating a chatter, and I know we have the clip for this. Here's the full context. Also, I'm literally debating a chatter who is denying any rapes took place. Let's take a look. Sure, Israel didn't force them to lie. That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. And there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so fucking stupid to act like, no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7th, and they were conducting themselves perfectly.
It's such an unbelievable downplay.
But these kinds of stories delegitimize Palestinian resistance? No, it does not. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you think it delegitimizes Palestinian resistance. Okay? You think so. I don't. The fuck? Do you understand? My position is, I'm not expecting perfect victimhood from Palestinians. It will never stop to be insane how that clip makes you sound out of context. And ironically enough, it was me arguing against the chatter at the time that was saying, why don't you just say rapes didn't happen? Many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? Other, like, non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7th. This has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? There's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way. Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right. What I'm saying is, rapes or no rapes doesn't fucking matter. Beyond October 7 and before October 7, Palestinians still have a right to dignity and self-determination. You cannot genocide people and be like, oh, well, they did rapes. Like, nothing justifies a genocide. Even another genocide doesn't justify a genocide. Do you understand? Like, would it be justified to genocide the entirety of the German population after the Holocaust? I still don't think so. There were fucking children. There's babies. You know what I mean? You're killing innocents.
There kind of was a mass ethnic cleansing of Germans from all of Europe, I think, after World War II. But, you know, that's neither here nor there, I guess.
Civilians. That's my perspective. And that's the most extreme position that you can arrive at. Genocide is not justice. That is why I don't believe in genociding the Israeli population. And I think it's a fucking ridiculous assessment of the situation. That's why I believe in a one-state solution. Justice is not vengeance. That's it. Can't believe he fucking used that. Even though he used this clip in the fucking context, Nuke, when he personally understood what I meant right here. This is before the context, Nuke. This is from October 30th, 2024. So what's up with that? Why is it
up with that, guys?
That right here, Ethan understands what I'm saying, and then his wife stops him from understanding what I'm saying, and then he still chooses to put this clip in the fucking context, Nuke? So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets.
Totally televised, guys.
That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so goddamn gross. He understood my position months before he still put this awful fucking joke. Awful cringe-ass editing. Not even good for 2016-ass editing in a stupid fucking video, dude. Oh my god. You have to be genuinely mentally stunted to actually appreciate this. Oh my fucking lord.
Frankly, are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe?
Racist piece of shit. That's what he is.
True.
A racist dumbass.
True.
And the only reason why people don't see this horrifyingly, monstrously racist dumbassery is because they too are conditioned into thinking that Arabs...
The mall hasn't even begun yet? How much longer? When does it start? This is really boring. I thought it was going to be way more exciting. This sucks. How much longer until the mall starts?
Are fucking barbaric rapist monsters. The idea that equal rights for Arabs who are not Jewish and Arab Jews and Ashkenazi Jews and everybody in the region to have equal rights and equal representation would spell doom for the Jewish population of Israel is simply Jewish supremacist, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Arab garbage. And if you don't see that, you probably are also a fucking piece of shit.
Damn.
Okay? That's it. Oh my fucking lord, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Of course people looked at that and were like, this is gross, dude. You're a fucking gross piece of shit. God damn, what a racist fucking monster he is.
Damn.
Oh my fucking lord.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. We already talked about, I covered this before. Hila Klein, former IDF soldier and wife of Hila Klein, says that if Israeli went to Ramallah, they would be lynched. It's a fact. Literally, same type of propaganda used during the Jim Crow South and apartheid South Africa. And then he's like, why won't people think I'm actually pro-Palestine? Stalwart ally of the Palestinian plight, by the way. This fucking guy. This fucking guy.
There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews.
Does IDubs actually come
the
in
white people
for this
are
video?
outpopulated
Is
by
that
the
true?
black people, anything is fair game. Oh my god. But is it weird to be afraid though? Yes. Yes, it's racist as fuck. What do you mean? Do you guys actually do you lose your mind when the term Jew comes into the equation, where you just have no capacity to understand Jewish people as the dominant majority group in the Jewish ethno-state? You're thinking anti-Semitism in the way that it exists in the fucking West, or has historically existed in the fucking West, while talking about Israel. What the fuck? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Did this happen in apartheid South Africa? Is that what happened? Jews are taught to be...
Keep in mind, he keeps bringing up apartheid South Africa. That was the reason why Nelson Mandela specifically didn't want to engage in crazy terrorism attacks against civilian populations, because Nelson Mandela specifically wanted there to be a reconciliation. So it's funny that Pallies love to lean into the Irish, the IRA, and then the South African shit. These are like their favorite go-to examples historically. But
be afraid of Arabs is what I mean. I don't think they should. Yes, what you're describing is fucking racism. What the fuck? Would you ever be this gracious to any other group? Would you ever be this gracious to any other fucking group that came out and were like, well, these Arabs are, they're gonna rape us. They're gonna fucking kill us if we get equal rights. These blacks are gonna rape us if we get equal rights. Like if a white person said that, you'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? We are all so trained to see Islamophobia as just like invisible. We don't even recognize it. We don't even think that it's like out of the norm. This is what I meant when I said anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are obviously bigotries that are completely unacceptable, okay? But Islamophobia has institutional permissibility. Anti-Semitism does not. You say anti-Semitic shit, you're gonna get fucking fired. Even if you don't say anti-Semitic shit, people still say you're saying anti-Semitic shit to get you fucking fired, like what Ethan is doing with me. When you say Islamophobic shit, they will literally have you, they will elevate you to the highest position in society. They'll be like, all right, great, thank you, please become the next fucking Secretary of Defense.
Get fired from his job.
Look at Pete Hegseth. It's the double standard that exists. If someone were to say, what I consider to be obviously unjustifiable, but if someone were to fucking turn around and say, we must nuke Tel Aviv, then obviously that person would not only get banned, but probably imprisoned. But if you turn around and say, we must nuke Tehran, or we must nuke Gaza, you become a politician. You become an American politician. That's a normal position within the American political discourse. That's it. Pete Hegseth has a Deus Vult tattoo, okay? Talking about the fucking Crusades, which is ironically also not exactly too fond of the Jews either. He's a Christian nationalist. But could you imagine, like he has a tattoo that says like kufar on his kafir on his arm in Arabic. Okay, to say like, I am the one, I'm the infidel, I'm gonna fucking come and kill all you Arabs or whatever. He has all these goddamn borderline neo-Nazi tattoos, like the Jerusalem cross and shit, okay? If Pete Hegseth has a fucking swastika, people will be like, yeah, you can't be the Secretary of Defense, okay? Resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. It's not perfect. Oh, this requires its own debunking. This is not correct, okay? I'm sorry. And I know it's going to fucking make you feel bad when I say this. Or for Ethan, it's going to make him feel really good because he's going to be like, he's denying rape. Hamas did not mutilate
and rape women on October 7. That actually was initial reporting.
That was Israel.
Identified as incorrect. What this report is showing is something that fucking Rabbi Shmuley has also brought forward.
Not the Rabbi Shmuley guy.
Because he literally repeated it over and over and over again. Okay? He said Hamas militants went in and cut the titties off of a Israeli woman and then cut the head off of an Israeli woman and then fucking played soccer with the head and the titty of an Israeli woman. Don't say I'm crashing out. He's crashing the hell out. You're crashing out. The fuck do you mean crashing out?
One guy. Careful. Not the one guy.
So good. And even then, what is so crazy about this process is that I'm not even fucking denying that rapes happened in that one. He just clipped me out of fucking context.
Clip champ.
They stopped when they thought it was dead. The ordeal of Esther, raped and mutilated by Hamas terrorists. Cases of rape and sexual mutilation committed during October 7 massacre are surfacing. While survivors are still struggling to speak out, one of them, who participated in the Tribe of No Festival, agreed to tell us what she suffered. Now, I need you to understand something. This is in the immediate aftermath, okay? In the immediate aftermath. It's in November 26, 2023. It's understandable that the reporting on this was going to be murky at the fucking time, okay? I'm going to be as gracious as I possibly can be.
I'm not crashing out,
Israel
guys! Shut up!
denied all investigations into the matter. All the forensic evidence was basically fucking either destroyed or literally designed in a way to erroneously create a alternative fucking reality by Zaka. They did this, and there's plenty of reporting on this process, okay? Go back and look at all these fucking reports. Now, the reason why, let me explain something to you. Why is this important to me, okay? Because the reality of the matter is, this is one of those things where it's like, it's the major no-no, okay? It's the biggest no-no of all time. And there is a likelihood that rapes did take place on October 7. It's just that there is no evidence for a Hamas-backed, systematized version of sexual assault that took place on October 7. It is logically already a very difficult thing to suggest, okay? But on top of that, it was one of the most live-streamed atrocities of all time. There are CCTV footages everywhere. There are body camera footages. Israel had access to every single Hamas militant's body camera footage, okay? They had it from every fucking angle, and they couldn't find one singular piece of fucking CCTV footage or visible evidence beyond photos that they claimed implied that sexual assault took place, including family members. I believe it was Shani Luke. Family members of Shani Luke came out and said, "Stop saying my dog."
Where would this at the Nova Festival? Who would have been video recording somebody getting raped? What?
Daughter got raped. She did not get sexually fucking assaulted. Like, they literally would deny the wishes of the existing victims, the family members, to make this argument. Now, why is this important? Because there was a shit ton of atrocities that took place on October 7. It was brutal, okay? It was violent. They came in with hang gliders. It's a breakout from a fucking open air prison. Of course it was violent. It was like the Nat Turner rebellion.
And he does all of the Finkelstein examples, right? Like, bro, again, he's saying that like it was unjustifiable or I don't know if he actually said that, but he's like saying it was horrible and, you know, like, but then he goes on to justify it, right? He's saying like, of course there was horrible stuff, but I guess it wasn't horrible because they were breaking out of an open air prison. I don't know what the point he's trying to make is here. So why not just own it and say, okay, fine, it was acceptable.
Okay? It was ruthless. It was violent. There was plenty of atrocities that took place, but it was important for Israel to actually increase the atrocities to the best of their ability in an effort to justify what was coming next. That's why it was important to do good journalism in this moment, in this very moment. That's why they went on with the babies in the ovens nonsense, or 40 babies were beheaded. Shit that, by the way, Ethan and Hila still repeat. Atrocity propaganda that justifies the unimaginable, untold amounts of terror that Israel subjected the entirety of the Palestinian population to. Okay? There's never been a moment where my analysis of the situation wasn't that October 7 was horrifying. It was absolutely considered an act of terror. It was. It's true. Still, the majority of the fucking people that were killed were civilians. Okay? That's unacceptable. But I understand what the conditions are that caused October 7 to happen. And if you can't have that fucking conversation, you don't want to solve the problem. You just want Palestinians to get slaughtered over and over again for 76 fucking years.
Damn. 76 fucking years, guys. 76 fucking years.
Ethan understood the gravity of accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse on the last episode of Leftovers. When he provided a source on the spot, he didn't believe it and wanted more credible evidence. Weird how he understands the gravity when it's accusing Israel, but not when accusing Hamas, and those accusations are being used to justify genocide. Exactly. The irony, of course, is that I'm not even using Israel's previous reporting on the matter, that Israel has systematically raped Palestinian women and boys at checkpoints. And in their...
What's the difference between understanding why it happened versus justifying it? Obviously, it's not as justifying it because he thinks it's based. The difference is whether or not you think it's acceptable. You should try to understand why October 7th happened. Israel has, in my opinion, Israel has no desire to understand why it happened, which is why they're probably on a road to creating another one. But Israel thinks it's based as long as they can continue to maintain their advantages in other places. But the point is to ideally not repeat the event. But the problem is when you only extend understanding to one side, like we can understand why the Palestinians did it, but for the Israelis, we have no understanding whatsoever of why they do what they do. That's the problem. And that's what people like Hasan do. That's the issue.
their detention facilities to justify October 7. I'm not even saying that. Some people do. I'm not doing that. This right here, for the record, this is the Esther case on display from Wikipedia. The New York Times changed her name to Sapir. October 2023, Israeli police showed multiple journals a video of a woman whom Le Parisien called Esther and BBC called Witness S, describing what she claims to have seen from her hiding place near the festival. A militant bent someone over, then Esther understood that he was raping the victim. The militant passed her on to someone else. She was still alive and bleeding from the back. The men cut off parts of her body, sliced her breast, threw it on the street, and played with it. Another militant raped her, then while still penetrating her, shot her in the head, and then ejaculated. 2 months later, in December 2023, the New York Times reported accounts with very similar themes from a witness identified as Sapir. This is not something that took place, okay? I need you to understand. This is not real, okay? Here. Also, the person that conducted the fucking UN report admitted that it was a mischaracterization that genital mutilation took place. Fuck. The reason why this is important, by the way, stop debating rape and focus on the genocide, Lord. No, shut the fuck up. You want to know why this is important to cover? Because this is a colonialist tactic, okay?
This
All of the
colonialist.
barbaric rapist savages. It is the same exact fucking principle that whites in apartheid South Africa applied to the black population of South Africa. It is the same exact principle that white settler colonial violence that the Native Americans were subjected to that justified their genocide. It is the exact same thing that white Klansmen said in the Reconstruction era, and as they went on to lynch black people in the aftermath of the Reconstruction era in the Jim Crow South. This is a colonialist tactic to fucking lie about the sexual barbarity of these animals, these primal beings that are violent and scary and must be fucking put to heel. That is precisely the reason why it's important to address the truth of this so that justice can be served for the fucking victims, okay? Not discounting that sexual assault or sexual violence ever took place on October 7 because that is commonplace in conflicts. But having said that,
did you get that? See, that is commonplace in conflicts. This is the same as the Holocaust denialism. Like, did a Holocaust happen? Sure, maybe. So did the Dresden bombings. So did the nukes from Japan. Like, on Japan, like, yeah, there's a lot of violence in war. It happens, you know? See, it's, he sneaks that in. That's good.
You must understand the reason as to why this was so important for Israel to push. It absolutely plays a role in the way that people fucking analyze the Palestinian population. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this, about the psychosexual nature of this kind of projection propaganda. Here, let's take a look.
The settlers always projected their desires onto the colonized. They would always say, he says specifically in the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man at any opportunity would jump on the good white woman at any given opportunity? Lynchings would very often culminate with of people's. In the case of, he spoke constantly about how bad Jewish boys would attack German women at every opportunity. And in fact, one of the most racist figures and reprehensible within Israeli society, Meir Kahane, there is a video of him on YouTube where he speaks about, he says, there are currently Arab boys hidden in cafes pretending that they have Jewish names so they can basically trick nice, good Jewish girls into dating Arabs. He also gained a massive amount of popularity, his far-right, horrific exterminationist ideology by saying that there were a series of nationalist, like motivated by terrorism, nationalist hatred of Israel occurring at the time. And there were these...
Nice.
Think about that.
Think about that, guys.
Anyway, this is the crucial part many overlook regarding the deranged claims of gang rape from Sapir and Ros Cohen, repeated in the New York Times and other Western media. We already knew they lied from other evidence, but Patton's UN report also debunked it. Patton's team said that the accounts of gang rape could not be verified during the time provided along Road 232. This is the escape route from the Supernova Music Festival where two individuals claimed they saw gang rape, Ros Cohen and Sapir, or Witness S. Their stories have been cited by virtually every one of the 13 media investigations and civil society reports as evidence of rape. The statement further undermines Israeli and media claims that mass rape occurred on October 7. It is literally Emmett Till shit, okay? It's ridiculous.
Literally.
The forensic pathologists looked at all of the bodies and did not find a single one that had that specific type of genital mutilation. As a matter of fact, there's another story about like nails in someone's genitals or something.
Who did somebody say this isn't a tweet by the squirrel, is it? This whatever image he's looking at here?
And mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as targeted genital mutilation.
That's also really spooky. I've quote tweeted or I've fought with that squirrel before. The squirrel is unhinged. That squirrel will deliberately, like literally, like white out and delete parts of text when they're quoting from this UN report. I've literally caught them doing this in the past. But I guess it's still a valid source for Hasan to quote. Okay.
Mutilation using knives. Here's the UN, the Office of the Special Representative, the Secretary General on Sexual Violence Conflict.
Okay? Additional challenges emerged due to erroneous interpretations of states' bodies by some volunteer first responders without relevant qualifications or expertise. Some examples include mistaking post-mortem pugilistic posturing, a boxer-like body posture with flexed elbows, clenched fists, and spread legs, and flexed knees due to the burn damage as indicative of sexual violence, misinterpreting anal dilation due to post-mortem changes as indicative of anal penetration, and mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as a targeted genital mutilation using knives. The reason why they mischaracterized it is because the first responders were not actually forensic pathologists. They did not have the capacity to do a autopsy on the fucking spot. So they just looked.
Oh, true. Yeah, actually, you can see the whiteout in the thing he's doing right now. For 65 here, why would you, oh, it's such a good point. This is why Hasan should never be taken seriously as a media anybody, right? He only does propaganda. He should be perma banned from Twitch. He shouldn't have a voice in media at all. But like, why would you quote from an account that's literally deleting chunks of text and highlighting? Look at this. Look at 65 up here. They're literally deleting the first sentence. You're already highlighting. Shouldn't that be enough? Why do you have to delete whole parts of this in order to make an argument? That squirrel person is an unhinged, insane pro-pally, like super propagandist account that's like so embedded in so many other subreddits. There's people have done writing on this account in particular, but like, Jesus Christ.
Looked at it and then said, this is what must have happened. And then the Israeli media ran with that fucking story. This is the reason why I said it's important to fucking arrive at a real conclusion with verifiable evidence. You want to know why I said, and many people made hay of me saying circumstantial evidence in this regard in the UN preliminary report does not meet the standards of circumstantial evidence that would be used in a fucking court of law, because you're looking at a photo of someone going like this and you make up your mind on it. But a forensic, a person that is supposed to conduct the autopsy is going to actually figure out whether or not this thing that you're suspecting happened. Oh. Every single piece of, every single headline that Ethan erroneously slaps on here, including this one, is contributing to, once again, screams without words, how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. This is a great fucking example of a story that did not meet the standard of New York Times' own editorial review. This was so goddamn controversial, but so necessary.
I don't think it's true that it didn't meet the standards of their editorial review. It's that there were a lot of pro-Pally people on that board that were uncomfortable with anything like this that seemed vaguely pro-Israeli being published. If you read into the stories for why people got so mad about that, but hey, don't let me get in the way of a good story.
So that Israel could keep pushing the narrative of Palestinian barbarity, okay? This story was written by a person who had insanely racist shit on her timeline, so much so that the New York Times actually dropped her after the story. Okay? The story itself was incredibly controversial.
There was not insanely racist shit on her timeline. I think she made some statements that were maybe objectionable, but these were made like on like October. I'm pretty sure these statements were made like on October 7th, 8th, 9th. Like these were like in the days following. Remember, for Israelis, for Jews, you know how it sounds like, oh, there's no perfect victim. If you're Jewish, you have to be the perfect victim. You can't say anything unhinged. You can't say anything crazy. You can't say anything that's an overreaction on like days after the largest terrorist attack per population, like in almost all of human history. Like it's an insane amount of people that were killed given the population of this country. You have to be perfectly on your best behavior afterwards. But when it comes to the pro-Pally people that Ethan was making fun of, who were like, you know, Frogan saying, you guys said you wanted a resistance and now that you have one, now you're unhappy or whatever. Those people are all like to be defended. You know, we have to use an infinite amount of charitability to understand what they were saying and all that.
Within the New York Times editorial board, because they said it did not meet the internal standards of the New York Times' editorial team, because they could not, there was no verifiable evidence and simply claims people were making that could very easily be destroyed in a moment's fucking notice, and as many of them did. Yeah, this is one of the 3 authors of the Screams Without Words mass rape atrocity propaganda hoax. Anat Schwartz. She liked posts calling for Gaza to be turned into a slaughterhouse. This is the person that the New York Times actually fucking hired. Anat Schwartz liked this post that said,
this is on October 7th about a post they liked. This is on October 7th. Like, Jesus Christ.
Turn the strip into a slaughterhouse. The New York Times saw all of this and said, okay, we can't have her do reporting for Israel again. If this didn't meet the standards, why did this article come out? Well, because atrocity propaganda was an absolute fucking necessity, okay? And the reason why I'm not moving on from this, and I know why some girly pop might actually have some issues with this, because you're like, oh, I've heard this before. No, you have to understand something very important here. This is the same exact type of atrocity propaganda that colonial powers have always used against black people, against Native Americans, and the German Nazis used against Jews, okay? That they're rapist monsters. This is the oldest fucking colonial propaganda in the goddamn book, because it's such a depraved act to do this level of harm to a victim that when you hear it, you don't even want to think about anything else. You are immediately and understandably grossed out by it. It's the same exact shit that we do right now with immigrants. Immigrants are rapists. Immigrants are rapists. Why do you think Trump says that over and over again with no evidence whatsoever? And it's incredibly frustrating that I actually, in our debate, asked Ethan, do you have any names? Do you have any victims that have come out and actually offered firsthand testimony to this barbaric sexual assault that you're saying was systematized by Hamas, that where mass rapes took place on October 7? Do you have any victims? What are their names? Because I
do not reflexively disbelieve women. I do believe women. When a woman comes out and says, this actually happened, this happened to me. Like, for example, the testimony of
the people who were raped by Israelis.
I think her name is Amit Shoshana, right? The one that Ethan kept showing over and over again. She was sexually assaulted in captivity, okay?
Oh, in captivity.
That is in the UN Sexual Violence and Conflict Report. That
go.
is the verifiable instance of rape that did not happen on October 7th.
How is that verifiable, Hasan? Where's your direct evidence of that besides her own claims of it? And if Israelis are willing to lie, like, why would you believe hers? I feel like this would be the least believable one, no? But whatever, okay.
But actually happened in captivity, okay? Ethan kept playing that over and over again, not understanding that I've never actually denied that. And he kept using her testimony to imply that her testimony was from October 7, over and over and over again. However, evidence. There is, however, real evidence as far as like first-hand accounts and testimony. Even this is from the same. This is moments before that clip that he posted about, by the way, to make me look like I'm just laughing about rapes taking place and testimony from hostages. So that part is real. That did happen, which is very important, and that was a part of the UN investigation that was conducted. There is, however, evidence. There is, however, real evidence. I think you need to clarify systematically. People are struggling to understand what you mean. There is no... Hasan, please respond to it. It's very important. They're going to use it against you. What do you have to say to Hila's reasoning for Israel not letting forensic investigations that due to religious regions they bury the body ASAP? That's a fucking lie, and she's wrong. They did actually conduct forensic examination on many of the bodies. They didn't immediately bury them.
They did immediately bury a ton of them. That was a huge issue. Hasan has either read nothing about this, he probably, because he's both stupid and a propagandist. Like, this was a huge issue with Zaka. If he would have actually read that Haaretz article that did supposedly point out, or not supposedly, it did point out that how Zaka kind of fucked up some of the investigation. If he actually read the article that he's citing, then they would say it in there that is what Zaka does. And that was a huge issue related to the Zaka stuff, but okay.
She's literally wrong. They took the bodies to the Shura base. And they actually did look at the bodies. The issue, however, was that the initial forensic examination was not conducted by real specialists. Zaka ended up desecrating the bodies in the process and ruining any sort of on-the-spot kinetic forensic examination from taking place, because you have to look at the way that like bodies are presented to develop an understanding of what happened, like how this person died. They denied a real investigation to so many Israelis. Ethan tried to say that as well. Can you show us proof? Yes, I can. Hold on. I will.
Hold up.
It's so crazy that people like having this conversation and going over the very important details and having this conversation, going over these very important fucking details on what happened on October 7, and given the gruesome nature of these accusations, people just simply go, oh, you're just a fucking rape denier. And it's insane to me. It's actually fucking insane to me. Thoughts on you being accused of dog whistling? Yeah, dude, I'm totally. You got it.
You got it, dude.
Where's the Shura base article? Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up in a second. Ugh. Anyway, but this is the UN report, by the way, the Sexual Violence and Conflict Report. Stop saying, stop posting accusation to mirror, okay? He is currently adding every single one of his IG stories about you to a highlight reel. I don't care.
So petty.
The easy route in this situation is to just simply say, is to simply go along and not try to debunk some of this very dangerous misinformation. Here, the claim of extensive visual evidence with repeated statements of, we saw a photo of cut up vaginas, nails and vaginas, knives and vaginas is strewn throughout the original Gettleman, Stella Schwartz work to browbeat the reader into submission, but it was all a contrived fake, a facade.
There were objects like knives inserted in the genitalia of a woman. I mean, the team reviewed the photos and we did not find anything like that. And I did mention like one of the challenges faced by, of course, by the Israeli government, but which impacted our own work, was the fact that inaccurate, unreliable forensic conclusions were drawn by untrained volunteer first responders. And we give some examples. We give some examples in the report, such as interpreting an anal dilation as anal penetration, when, according to our forensic expert, we've extensive burn damage. This is what you get, anal dilation. And the
issue is that Hasan is like not everything in that first report that came out. Also, by the way, that report said it was a preliminary report, and there were some things that were challenged from the report afterwards. Hasan will look at the stuff that was challenged from that report, but he'll never look at the stuff that's not challenged by the report, where they still do maintain that there was systematic sexual violence. So he always go, and this is what sucks too, because people like Hasan, that's why they're the worst types of human beings in the world, is that if you have an honest actor who's willing to go back and look, it's like, okay, well, maybe we got this wrong, and maybe this could have been better. Like, they'll just cite those parts and claim that everything was a fucking lie, which is...
The position of the body...
Do you understand why the UN report itself said that, like, the circumstantial evidence is still important and valid to make an assessment, but it doesn't reach the normal standard of an investigation? This was a preliminary report that was conducted. A preliminary report is like a field breathalyzer. When you're drunk driving and a cop pulls you over, they first give you a field breathalyzer test. That field breathalyzer test is actually very inconsistent, but that's a test that allows the police to detain you, to take you to the fucking precinct, so you can use the real breathalyzer in the precinct.
Why is he so stupid about everything? What?
When you're drunk driving and a cop pulls you over, they first give you a field breathalyzer test. That field breathalyzer test is actually very inconsistent, but that's a test that allows the police to detain you, to take you to the fucking precinct.
They can detain you if you refuse the test. They can detain you for any number of reasons, or arrest you if you fail a field sobriety test or if you refuse a test, because that's part of the agreement generally you make when you get a driver's license. I don't know if they only use the blood alcohol content of the blood test. I feel like they can probably use the one from the breathalyzer as well. I don't know where he gets his idea that they're completely and totally, wholly inaccurate. Even if you pass a breathalyzer test, I think they can still arrest you and take you to the station if you fail a field sobriety test as well, but okay.
So you can use the real breathalyzer in the precinct. That one is actually admissible in court.
The real breathalyzer in the precinct? Is he talking about a blood draw?
The field breathalyzer test is inadmissible in court. It doesn't mean that you're actually drunk. It's not proof to actually say you have conclusively driven drunk. It's only enough proof to detain you so they can take you to the fucking real deal. This is the exact same principle with a preliminary investigation. The UN conducted this preliminary investigation, and then Israel said, you cannot conduct an actual investigation into this process. You just have to take our word for it. Do you understand? Why would they say no to this? Do you think that the fucking United Nations is anti-Semitic? Do you think that they're Hamas? Do you think that they're just going to look at all of this information and then make up a conclusion that makes Israel look bad erroneously? What are you, fucking nuts? That's what Israel thinks. It's psychotic. They do. Yeah, I know they think that, but it's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit.
Fucking bullshit, guys.
Do you understand? Here's what Pramila Patton's UN report on sexual violence actually said. Section 2.1, first paragraph. Is this where this? In spite of its own complicity in the Israeli narrative, Patton's report undermines several of that narrative's fundamental tenets. Western mass media is currently engaged in a concerted campaign to ignore this, as it spins the report as vindication of claims that Hamas committed systematic rape on October 7. In fact, the report explicitly does not reach this conclusion. 2.1. The UN report does not find a pattern of sexual violence on October 7. This was a central claim of Jeffrey Gettleman, Enoch Schwartz, and Adam Sella on their now thoroughly discredited article, Screams.
I like how he's citing... Why can't you just read the actual UN report? I like how he's citing this Mondavi site, which is a dog shit, super far lefty weirdo website. But
without words. How Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7, which argued that Hamas fighters did not carry out rogue or isolated acts of rape, but rather engaged in a broader pattern of gender-based violence using rape as a weapon of war. However, when 52 minutes into Patton's March 4 press conference, Farnas Fasihi from The Times asked, would you say you found a pattern of sexual violence was a strategy of Hamas, both in October 7 attacks and in regards to the hostages? Patton answers definitively in the negative. Later in the press conference, when she is asked by Haaretz journalist Lisa Rozowski, am I correct that you cannot conclude that sexual violence was of a systematic character? Patton reiterates her answer stating, no. The distinguishing factor from the exercise that we set out to do, the gathering and verification of information for the purpose of its inclusion in the annual report of the Secretary General versus an investigation, that's where you would go into the elements of widespread or systematic. We did not go into that. Patton's report could neither establish the prevalence of sexual violence, nor draw conclusions on attribution of alleged violations to specific armed groups. And here's the Shura base reporting. The Shura base is where many of the original claims of widespread sexual assault, including broken pelvises, first emerged. It turned out it was based on one source who said a ton of demonstrably false things. Haaretz reported it out and found out that it was wrong. At the Shura base, to which most of the bodies were taken for purposes of identification, there were 5 forensic pathologists at work. In that capacity, they also examined the bodies that arrived completely or partially naked in order to examine the possibility of rape. According to a source knowledgeable about the details, there were no signs on any of those bodies attesting to sexual relations having taken place or mutilation of genitalia. These teams did not document a single case of sexual assault or case of genital mutilation. Beyond this, from inquiries, and this also goes along with the UN report. But Ethan still put it in his fucking video. Why did Ethan still put it in his fucking video? Because he's incredibly careless. The UN report.
Did he really just gloss over saying, wait, what?
These teams did not document a single case of sexual assault or case of genital mutilation. Beyond this, from inquiries, and this also goes along with the UN report. But Ethan still put it in, not document a single case of sexual assault. There were no signs. There were report. Here's the Shura base report.
I don't know what you said.
And this also goes along with the UN report. But Ethan still put it in his fucking video. Why did Ethan still put it in his fucking video? Because he's incredibly careless.
True.
That's not perfect. And here, this is the other guy. Hold on. Perfect. I know. I can't believe how much time I've spent on this. I know it's fucking annoying. Okay, I know. It's not perfect. In the first male October 7 survivor recounts rape at the hands of Hamas terrorists. This guy was a Nova Festival guy. He literally said that on October 7, during Nova Festival, Hamas terrorists came and gang raped him. Guess what? He was suing the Israeli government for $133 million. And the Israeli government looked into his statements and found that he was making it up. And they
so now the Israeli government is a good thing to cite here when we're trying to figure out if something actually happened. Okay, based.
Close the case. Perfect. That guy is another fabulist. Attackers laughed as they raped and murdered a woman in Israel on October 7th.
What would he say if a Palestinian tried to sue the Israeli government and the Israeli government said we don't think this thing happened?
Witness says this guy also was found to be fucking lying.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not
this war. Not a war, it's a genocide. I thought you recognized it as such.
As great.
So when he calls it war, that means
know
it's
that
not
I'm
a
an Israeli
genocide.
dual
Good,
citizen.
smart.
My
Okay.
wife is Israeli.
Gotcha.
My kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hasan, and his community was that...
Yeah, notice how he says when he's talking about Gazans dying in the war, the terminology is very passive. Israelis are horrifyingly raped and mutilated and murdered by these Hamas terrorists, but Gazans are dying in a war. This right here is a dog whistle. If you want to know what a fucking dog whistle is, this is what a dog whistle is. Not the idea that someone fucking holding up a bleach sword is actually indicative of their anti-Semitism. That's something that you made up in your fucking mind. But this is a very carefully crafted dog whistle that I don't even think Ethan is smart enough to understand that he's actually attributing here. It's just so permanently lasered into his fucking consciousness that he doesn't recognize that he's doing passive voice when talking about Gazans and their plight. That's it. Okay? Passive voice is applied by mainstream outlets all the fucking time.
To delegitimize
a genocide. I'm in favor of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel.
Yes, it would have been fucking, yeah. One state. One state at any point. Pre-October 7, post-October 7, at any point.
Well, at least he admits it, I guess.
Unrestrained.
Borders. Like, the argument is so fucking stupid that he's just like, no, you have to genocide them, dude. What do you mean? Like, I mean, you have to genocide them a little bit.
No, you shouldn't genocide
October
them.
7 happened.
You have to,
Look, I gave you a bunch of headlines to show you how much I care about rape, by the way.
And not have a state
I just
anymore.
gave you a bunch of fucking headlines that I couldn't even recall. I couldn't even recount off the top of my mind when I was actually having a conversation with Hasan on Friday. It's one state right now, okay? It already is one state. That's what it is. Israel's an apartheid state.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel, in response, hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war.
What does that mean? The first step would have been to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. So the first step was Israel should have, okay, we just got terrorist attack. What should we do? Let's hold an election and vote out our leader right now, and then we'll figure out after that. What?
Or
everybody hated Netanyahu after. Why? I thought Ethan hated Netanyahu. Why would he take issue with that? Why? We're at war. Is it a war or is it a genocide?
It can be both, but maybe not for Hasan. It can't be, I guess. I don't know.
Between me and Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Shoshana, or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not.
Only one of us knows the name of... I forgot their name.
Between me and Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Shoshana, or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not.
Okay.
As he was constantly fucking bringing her testimony up and screaming at me in our debate, to which he openly recognized he actually weaponized later down the line to slander me.
Or with its neighbors for 70 plus
Stop asking me when friends are going to come along. I already told them not to come along yet, okay? I'm doing this on my own.
years. And it makes a lot of sense that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees.
Yeah, you are a ethno-religious supremacist and also an anti-Arab racist. That's it. That's it.
True.
This is not a valid fear. This is the same exact fear that whites had in the apartheid structure in South Africa, that once blacks were free, they would turn around and do a reverse apartheid. This is exactly what people thought about restoring the racial pecking order in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery. You are a Jewish supremacist. That's it. When you're thinking about Israel, you are operating on supremacist thinking.
True.
Okay? Not to the same degree as a Kahanist or whatever, but that's absolutely what this is. These fucking barbaric Arabs, if we were to lower the boundary wall, would come in and fucking rape us to death. I can't take you seriously.
I mean, isn't that kind of what happened on October 7th? But
what? Explain to me what you mean. Yeah, imagine if Jews were a minority, the Palestinians would do to us what we've been doing to them. That's the only argument he has here, by the way. That's the only fucking argument he has. The suspicion that Palestinians would be just as depraved as the fucking Israeli government is to them.
True.
And for the record, he doesn't even understand that he's being fucking racist. And you will never be able to convince him that this is an unimaginably racist fucking thing to say. If I were to look through his goddamn comments here, no one would actually fucking cover the point. No one would actually turn around and be like, dude, what do you mean?
If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
Yeah, this goes back to the famous conversation that we had where I said this was one of the worst claims that you made in your entire fucking context, Puke. The double Nakba theory. The idea that like Israel's planned exterminationist campaign towards the Palestinians was somehow a good enough fucking reason for why there was a continued domination of all Palestinians across the board.
I mean, it's just that is true. I think it was almost 1 million Jews ended up being expelled or fled from all the surrounding Arab states, but whatever.
Because, sorry, Jews have to go somewhere. That is literally the entire reason why the Nakba is disgusting, okay? That is the reason why the Nakba is a ridiculous act of ethnic cleansing to begin with. Jews were in concentration camps in the fucking Holocaust, and the ones who actually survived this horrifying process turned around and in all but 3 years went to fucking Israel and killed Arabs, Palestinians that had nothing to do with the Holocaust. Think about that. How fucking insane that is. Sorry, we have nowhere to go. Guess we have to fucking kill you is not a reasonable conclusion.
That's definitely a fair reading of everything that happened. Okay.
Conclusion here. You cannot attribute the crimes of other fucking countries like Iraq or even countries that were under colonial occupation like Morocco or under the leadership of Vichy France. You're talking about fucking Algeria. Algeria didn't even have its own liberation movement at this point. And you are attributing to the fucking crimes of the colonially occupied Algeria to Arabs. And you're saying that all Arabs are just anti-Semitic, so Israel had to exist because there was nowhere else for them to go. It's fucking ridiculous. They could have gone back to those countries. They literally could have gone.
They literally could not have gone back to any of those Arab states, but okay, that's good.
Back. There was numerous instances where.
Or does he mean go back to Europe where they just got holocausted? Which one is he referring to there?
The PLO and the Arab councils got together and said, hey, we can do a right to return. We can do a double right to return. Jews that want to go back to the MENA region, if they want to go back, they can go back. I'll give you one great example of this, okay? Algeria is a great example of this because it's under French colonial occupation at this point. There's a lot of anti-Semitism, sure, but part of that, for example, was the reality that the FLN's demand for Algeria and during the Algerian liberation was that Jews living in Algeria would be citizens, would be actual Algerian citizens, but they would have to denounce their French citizenship for that process. So what did Jews do in Algeria that collaborated with the colonial apparatus at the time? They went to fucking France. They didn't fly to Israel because they were being pogromed. They fucking chose to be French citizens. That's what happened to the Algerian Jews. This is the reason why you can't fucking make this comparison between what took place in all these other Arab countries and what took place in Israel. None of these people are actually Palestinians. So why the fuck are the Palestinians constantly getting destroyed in this process? It's a nitpick, but calling Israelis the Jews is unironically perpetuating and promoting anti-Semitism en masse. It's gross. Thank you for actually pointing that out. Jay Mershon, you are absolutely fucking correct. I keep forgetting because there's so many different things that he said in 15 minutes that has taken me hours and hours and hours to fucking explain. They laughed at you for this. Oh yeah, the government of Iraq ran full-page advertisements calling for the return of its Iraqi Jews who had fled their country, Iraq, after the breakout of the 1948 war. Anyway, that doesn't mean that there wasn't fucking expulsions that were taking place. Not mass expulsion the same fucking way that Israel conducted, or before Israel.
Like, yes, like the Arab states wanted to pull all of the Jewish people out of Israel because they wanted the Palestinians to be able to retake the land. No shit, Sherlocke. Like, this is such a stupid, it's such a dumb fucking point. But whatever.
Zionist brigades conducted. But the idea that this is somehow comparable.
If that's even true, I mean, that would be the explanation for it. I haven't actually personally heard this claim before. Hasan has made it a few times. I might look into it, but everything Hasan says about this conflict is fucking retarded. So my guess is either a flat out lie or it's just misrepresented. But like, even if it was true, it wouldn't matter. That's not them showing like goodwill to the Jewish people. That's them saying, fuck, we lost our fucking wars that we just tried in Israel proper. Can you guys like leave Israel just to come back to our countries now? Like, the point would be to shore up a demographic majority in the Palestinian area. But
dude, the Nakba is fucking gross. It's disgusting. It's a double genocide theory. That's all this is. Well, you know, in the aftermath of World War I, a lot of Germans felt displaced. They felt wronged by World War I. They took on incredible amounts of fucking casualties. So I guess it was permissible to do the Holocaust would be a fucking psychotic argument to make. And it's actually one that famous historian, not real historian, Daryl, whatever the fuck his name is, that goes on Joe Rogan, made time and time again. And I shit on him for making that fucking stupid ass argument. But when Ethan gets to say this about how Jews had nowhere to go, so they had to kill some fucking Arabs to kill some goddamn.
They didn't initially kill them when they were going to the mandatory Palestine area, but whatever.
Palestinian Arabs to take over their fucking land. What are you going to do about it, you know? No one ever thinks this is an insanely fucking racist thing to say because everyone thinks Arabs are not human, okay? It's fucking crazy.
What is this? Okay.
Sorry for the nitpick. The Vichy government fell after World War II. Algiers was under another government. No, I'm talking about instability against Jews under Vichy France was pre-World War II. I'm saying that, like, there are Algerian Jews that were harmed, okay, throughout this history. But all the way through World War II, the harm that was happening under the watchful gaze of fucking Vichy France in Algeria. Do you not understand my point? Because he looks at the entire scope of not even post-1948, pre-1948 anti-Semitism that took place in Arab countries, and then says all Arabs are like this. Daryl Cooper is the name of the Holocaust revisionist that I was talking about. Exactly. Daryl Cooper says, well, Germans had their feelings. Germans have had their fucking feelings hurt after World War I, so what are you going to do about it? Lo and behold, you know, that's why the Holocaust had to happen. That is the same argument that he's making here, you know? Germans experience a lot of economic instability.
The Holocaust doesn't naturally follow necessarily from Germans losing World War I. There's not like a direct line. There's some more work that you have to do there to get to the anti-Semitic part, to get to the stab in the back part. There's a little bit more work you have to do there, but I guess we can just make this meme. But
and therefore they became much more militant and said that the perpetrators were Jews.
1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 104.
Well, thank God I fucking brought up Algeria, by the way. Yeah, where did the Algerian Jews go, Ethan? Algerian Jews were historically considered French citizens. They were collaborators with the French occupiers. The Algerian government, in the aftermath of the liberation, turned around and said, hey, you can be Algerian citizens. You just have to renounce your French citizenship. And lo and behold, they were like, F off, I'm going to France. I'm going to be French now. And that's precisely what took place here. You are making this comparison to seem like, you know, there was ethnic cleansing happening.
I don't know enough of the history of the Algeria stuff, but I do know that Palestinians tried this argument that Hasan is using right now, that Israelis could just go back like the people in Algeria did. I don't remember why, but even Palestinians eventually learned through their propaganda machine that like this was a bad argument, that they didn't want to use it anymore. The main reason being that you couldn't just tell Israeli people to go back because so many of them were now from the Middle East, and Israelis themselves didn't really consider themselves European in that way. So they dropped. Typically, you don't hear this comparison to Algeria or the AFN, Algerian, the fighter people there. Usually they make the comparison instead to South Africa, or for some reason this Irish shit gets brought up, but South Africa was the model that they ended up switching to. But
happening in fucking Algeria to Jews. Holy shit.
Or FLN.
What happened to the Jews in Iraq, Egypt, Yemen, Morocco, Lebanon after 1948, Hasan? Oh my God, he's still doing this. He's still fucking trying to put this point together as though this is like there was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go, okay? There's nowhere to fucking go. You want to know why this argument is fucking moronic and is at the heart of Zionism? Because the Holocaust and centuries of pogroms and the fear is baked into the heart of Zionism. Israel must exist as a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-supremacist state. It has to exist that way. Or
he keeps saying ethno-supremacist, but it's just more like a state where Jewish people feel that they are protected because they have a Jewish majority, and the Jewish majority is probably not going to Holocaust a Jewish majority. That is the feeling that they have. Yeah. Do you think that feeling is incorrect? I mean, you could try and argue against it, but...
Or else the Holocaust will happen again is literally at the fucking heart of this entire argument.
Yes, it is. That's true.
And that's precisely why he has to make it seem like all of the Jews in Algeria were actually dominated in an ethnic cleansing campaign in the same way that Israel, before it was Israel, the Zionist brigades had exterminated and also ethnically cleansed the Palestinians from their ancestral lands. It has to be this way, because otherwise the entire project fucking falls apart. Fuck. Do you understand how stupid this argument is?
Wait, so is that not true then, or did he?
It monolithizes all Arabs across the board, okay? And it also turns around and puts the blame on the Palestinians. It is a never-ending cycle of, and a never-ending justification of why Palestinians must be brutalized by Israel, because that's where the fucking Israeli state is. There's nothing we can do about it. It has to be an ethnic majority. It has to be a Jewish ethno-majority state. Otherwise, the Holocaust will happen a million times over. That is the underlying argument here. I'm obviously exaggerating, but that is literally, that generational trauma of real violence that Jews were subjected to historically is baked into the reason why Israel must exist in the way that it does, in the violent way that it does, as an apartheid state sitting on top of indigenous land that Palestinians are not allowed to be inside of, because if they were, God forbid, then in Ethan's words, what did Ethan say? Hold on, let me pull it up again. Where the fuck was Ethan's statement on this? Not this one. The one where he says, you know, if the walls come down, then all Jews will be destroyed. Is it really that fucked up to make this inference that Palestinians, Hamas will kill us if the walls come down? Is this it? No, not this one. Oh, I mean, this is the one, yeah.
Any other in here?
To take over all of Israel and happily coexist with fucking Israelis. One state solution is the fucking literal. I mean, one state solution is like kind of the same thing. Because if you have a one state solution and the right to return, which I agree with, right? I mean, Israel has the right to return. If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Why? What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Israel has a right to return. Why the fuck does Israel? Why can any Jewish man right now, anywhere around the planet, can fucking go to Israel right now and be able to get a goddamn house in the fucking West Bank that the government will help fund, or Christians United for Israel will help fund, but a fucking Palestinian that can't go back to see their ancestral village, partially because Israel most likely destroyed it and then built some ugly contraption on top of it. What a ridiculous fucking argument. Think about how fucking stupid this is. You can be Ethan Klein, an American Jew living in fucking Calabasas or wherever the fuck he grew up in California, and go live in Israel for 5 fucking years, but there's dudes on the Gaza boundary that cannot even...
I mean, like, yeah, Israel will do whatever they can to shore up their demographic majorities. Much the same, you can be a Palestinian living in Jordan who's been living there for 2 or 3 generations that has full Jordanian citizenship, that's enjoyed full Jordanian rights for the entirety of your life and your father and mother's life there, and still be considered a refugee from Palestine. I mean, yeah, both sides do really retarded shit when it comes to fucking refugees because they're all fighting over the demographic majority over there. That's kind of the name of the game, yeah.
Over the fucking Gaza envelope to see their parents' houses. How the fuck is that appropriate?
Like, listen to what you just said. Their parents' houses. You're a refugee because your parents got kicked out of a place? Like, how many refugees? Like, is it going to be my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather who lived in some area, so I'm a refugee from there? Yeah, it's kind of silly. But, I mean, this is what they do because it's all fighting over demographics there.
How is that acceptable? It's bullshit. It's fucking insane. I feel like I'm losing my mind having this conversation with Americans feels so crazy where you're like, these guys are literally trapped in an open air prison. Okay, they're trapped in a fucking open air prison. They can't go into Israel. And guys will literally turn around and tell you, like, what do you mean Israel's fucking awesome, dude? Yeah, I mean, don't look over at the open air prison. There's a genocide going on there. But also anyone that fucking speaks out against that genocide is actually, lo and behold, an anti-Semite. He misspoke when he said Israel, just a heads up before he focuses on that. What are you talking about? What?
And I'm sorry, but Hamas, the governing fucking body there wants to kill all the fucking Jews.
Yeah, Morocco protected Moroccan Jews from the Vichy government during the Holocaust, finally acknowledged by the Israeli government recently. Anti-Semitism is not as prevalent in Arab society as Ethan.
Legit question. How did the Jews end up in Israel in the first place? Did they actually displace the Palestinian people? It's been a long time since I've debated this or argued this, but my understanding is basically, I believe, there were conferences of Jewish people who were trying to figure out, like, you know, I feel like we should all go live somewhere because our shit is kind of fucked and we keep getting fucked everywhere in the world. Theodor Herzl is considered, I think, the founder of modern Zionism. And I think Herzl's idea was, okay, well, let's look around the planet and let's see if we can find a place where, you know, Jewish people can go and live. And I think they considered a couple countries, and I think eventually they kind of settled on Israel. And the problem kind of was the Ottoman Empire controlled the historic lands of Israel. They controlled that area in the Levant at the time. And so Jewish people tried to kind of like sneakily buy land up because the Ottomans didn't want Jews buying land or migrating there. So I think they would buy through shell companies or whatever, some things from Ottoman landholders. A couple of groups of Jews tried to immigrate early on, first and second Aliyah, I think mainly from Eastern Russia, the Russian Empire, because they kind of got fucked up there. And then in other places, the first 2 waves kind of fucked up and they didn't really do much. And then eventually, I think there was a wave in, I want to say it was the early 1900s, maybe 1910 or whatever, that started to do a little bit better. They started to craft all these plans for like, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. Jewish people are going to sell all their shit here in wherever they're moving from, or give it to whatever the fucking country. We're going to provide funding and finance for it. And we're going to do this thing called like labor Zionism. So basically, you're committing to a life of fucked upness. You're going to move here. This place sucks. We're going to buy land. We're going to have you move there. We're going to kick the Palestinians or whoever lives. They weren't Palestinians at the time. But we're going to kick the Arabs off the land that we buy. And then Jews are going to go there. You're going to work the land. You're going to make this a habitable place. Inhabitable place. Because it basically just the land sucked. Jewish people started going there. And then eventually, there was the Balfour Declaration, I think in 1914. A bunch of Jews were able to successfully petition the British government and say, hey, listen, can you guys please make a promise? We'll help fund your war and all that shit. Can you please make a promise to us that you'll like carve out some place for us after the war where we can go and live? Obviously, there is a defeat on the side of World War I of the... was it the Axis or Allies and Axis, or was that just World War II? There was a bunch of dissolution of big kingdoms after World War I. Fucking the Germanic bullshit, Austria-Hungary, I think, the Ottoman Empire, like all of these massive, or Balfour Declaration might have been 1917, not 1914. But when you had the dissolution of all these like massive territories, these huge empires, I think the British and the French kind of were like, okay, well, how do we figure out these territories? We probably don't want to control and run all of this shit, because I think they were already getting... I think they were already kind of having issues running colonies because there were like rebellions and it was kind of getting fucked. So they're like, we're going to make mandates on places. We're going to have these mandates be basically, we're going to let the people here kind of figure out how they're going to govern shit. And then in like 20 or 30 years, we're just going to hand it over to them and let them do stuff instead of trying to run it ourselves, because that was like a clusterfuck. More Jewish people were buying land and moving into the Levant. Eventually, after 1917, after the Ottoman Empire fell apart and all these mandates started getting written for Iraq, for Syria, for everybody else, I think Arabs started to see Jewish people moving into the Levant, and they were like, okay, wait, hold on. We're not sure how we feel about this. There was kind of like some back and forth fighting. You had initially Jews and Arabs kind of got along, but then sometimes the Jews would fight the Arabs. Sometimes the Arabs would try to fight and kill the Jews because they didn't like the idea of a bunch of them moving in. I think that this, when was that first white paper? Oh, I don't even remember. There was a big white paper that recommended separation. I should remember the name of this. There's a name for this, a specific name for this. I I don't remember the name of the guy. Somebody will say it, maybe. But basically, was it Poole? The Poole report? The something report? Peel. The Peel. It was Peel. I think this happened in, I believe this preceded the Arab uprising. So I want to say 35 or 36. Oh, Peel Commission. It would have been 36, okay. I think the Peel Commission, because obviously there's a bunch of fighting between the Arabs and the Jews because they're not getting along. And then the Brits are basically like, okay, well, we're going to figure out what the fuck is going on here because you guys are like massacring each other and it seems like you're not getting along. The Peel Commission happens. They take a big look at the land. They're like, okay, well, shit is fucked. We've done a few other white papers, but now like shit is really fucked. They're not getting along. We probably need to like divide this place and give the Jews their state and maybe the Arabs their state. After that, the Arabs get ultra ass pained and they start going hard, fighting against both the British and the Jews. And so you have this huge Arab revolt in the Levant, in the Palestine area, where the British basically come in and they fuck up all of the Palestinians. So they're like, you guys aren't behaving, fuck you, from 36 to 39. And then I think in 1940, I think the Brits also say to the Jews, okay, listen, we fucked up the Arabs down here because they were misbehaving, but also you guys are now fucked too, so you're not allowed to migrate to Palestine anymore. And the Jews at the time started to realize, hey, so we just caught wind that we're getting kind of holocausted. Can we please like move our people down here? You made a promise to us. And the Brits were like, no, there's like too much bullshit. Fuck you guys. You're causing too much trouble. So then the Jews took their turn for the next 5 years, attacking the British. I think this climaxed in the big, is it the King David hotel bombing, which was like one of the largest terrorist attacks I think that happened against the Brits at the time. One of the more radical factions of the pre-Israeli, they called themselves, they were part of the Yeshuv. I think it was the Irgun or the Lehi. One of the two radical factions bombed this hotel. And then after 44, the Brits were like, okay, well, fuck all of you guys. You guys are just attacking us and attacking each other. You guys are gay and cringe. And so we're leaving. And then I think Britain basically packed their shit up. The Arabs and the Jews kind of like were eyeing each other. Unsteadily, not sure what happened. And then I think basically the tensions continue to boil over until 47. I think the Arabs begin to fight in a more coordinated manner against the Jews, basically saying like, okay, well, fuck you guys. You're getting kicked out of here. This mandate expires soon. We're not dividing this land, so get the fuck out. The Jews manage to somehow hold on and survive. They ship in some weapons from Czechoslovakia. They, fight back. Eventually, they start to win from 47 to 48. The mandate expires. Israel declares their independence. And then all of the surrounding Arab states are looking and they're like, okay, well, hold on. The Palestinian people down here are losing. They're getting kicked out of their place. So we're all going to come in and fight. And then they have the big war. And then that's like I think that's like a super abbreviated version. I could probably abbreviate that more. And I might have left out important stuff or added to that. But more or less, it's like just a fucked up back and forth. Different people promised different sides, different things. And then shit got fucked. I think more or less. Weren't the Jews and Muslims originally getting along until the Jews started to be successful and get money from other Jews overseas? There's differences. People will say things like they got along well. Muslims will say we were fine. Jews will say, well, actually, there were a number of massacres that happened all throughout Ottoman history, which is true. And then Jews will also say, and also we kind of lived okayly under Muslims, but that's because we lived as second-class citizens, which is also true. Muslims will counter and say, you might have lived as second-class citizens, but it wasn't like the worst second-class citizens, which is also kind of true. So you take that for what it is, I guess, yeah.
Then wants everyone to believe if it's as mindless ancient ficture as the Arabs. Herzog hails Moroccan king for country's treatment of Jews during the Holocaust. Oh, all of these countries had very different attitudes. Okay, was there a lot of tension amongst the native Jewish population in these Arab nations? Yes, there was. But you cannot attribute the individual responses to the Nakba and how horrifying that was for people back to the past.
Someone already asked this, but how were the Palestinians getting kicked out if the Jews were buying up the land? Was it a combination of Jews buying land and kicking people out of surrounding land? So at the time, land was owned by massive tenants of basically AFK Turks or Arabs. And what would happen is Jews would come in and they would basically, through shell companies and stuff, they would basically buy up the land that these big landowners had. And once they would buy the land, they would start to ship in Jews. So they believed in this concept. I think it was called labor Zionism, or there might be a more specific term for it. But basically, if Jews were going to find salvation in the lands of Israel, it had to be through their own work. They didn't want to rely on other people. They didn't want other people helping them because they felt like they were basically getting fucked at every point in history. Now, keep in mind, this would have been prior to even the Holocaust. So Jews already felt like they were getting fucked, and they kind of were, even prior to the Holocaust. So Jews, no, it might be called conquest through labor or something. Something like that. But basically, when they showed up, after they bought the land, they would pay the Palestinians the fair rate for the villages or whatever they were buying. But of course, Palestinians felt like that still sucked shit. I mean, for them, it probably did. But they bought the land, they kicked the Palestinians off, or the Arabs at the time off, and then they started doing all the shit themselves. Now, if they would have kept them there and worked with them or under them, I think people would have just accused them of enslaving them. So, I mean, that would have been a lose-lose anyways. There were huge waves of immigration in the late 1800s because of Russian pogroms. Kind of. There were huge attempts. The first two aliyahs tried to go to the Levant to do this, but they fucked off. I think like 90% of them eventually left because they were like, this actually sucks shit. We go to this land, it sucks shit, and it does. Israel is it is not the land of milk and honey. That's the United States. There's no natural resources. It's dog shit land. They had to fight wars with Syria and shit just to get access to the water table in the north. What's the name of that sea? Is it the Galilee? To even be allowed to partition water to come down to the place just sucked. So the first few groups of Jews that went to the Levant, it was a shitty time, and they eventually just left and went back to, I think, Europe. They're like, fuck this. Or to America, maybe.
Palestinians who are suffering in this process. And yeah, there are literally a right to return that was afforded to Jews over and over again. You know who didn't want that? Israel. Because everybody fucking knows. That's it. You're there. You don't want to go anywhere else. That's it. God forbid, dude. God forbid.
Do you think the way Israel gained its independence and the way they did it was justified, or were they wrong in the way that they did it? That's a really interesting question, and I don't know if that question has an easy answer. The problem is that you have to engage with land ownership, and that can be very difficult to figure out in terms of what you feel is like morally acceptable. So, for instance, it was the fact of the matter that after World War I, the Ottoman Empire dissolved. So all of that land was open land. Nobody technically, who was going to lay claim to that land. Now, it came that after World War I, the Brits and the French, I think it was just those two, decided to divvy up all the land. They drew borders for different areas based on where they thought people lived. And they it was League of Nations, I believe at the time, right? They divvied up this place and they called it mandates. So basically the French were given mandates over different countries. The British were given mandates over different countries or different sections of land. And the goal with the mandates was to foster some kind of group there that would eventually grow into its own population. And then the strongest group would inherit that land after the mandate expired. And then that would be the country there afterwards. And I think this worked out for the most part in most-ish places. Save for, I think the Turks, revolted and they got their own area. I don't know why they revolted against mandate. And Egypt might have, because Egypt was a strong thing. I think it was like they called like the Khediverite or some bullshit of Egypt under the Ottomans. So I don't know if they fought in a different way for their thing, but for the most part, it kind of ended up working out for most people. But obviously, the people living in mandatory Palestine, they looked at their area and they're like, wait, hold on. Iraq, Jordan, like all these people kind of got their own countries. Why are all these fucking European Jews coming into our place? This is kind of bullshit. So they had a right to feel stiffed there, right? So you can argue that the Palestinians felt a little bit fucked because Jews were buying land from owners that they didn't even know and then kicking them off this land. They felt like Jews didn't even belong here because a lot of them were coming from Europe. That is true. That is a true claim that you can make prior to 48. A lot of Jews were coming from Europe or from Russia. And then they felt like they were getting backstabbed by the British and the French, by the League of Nations. It's like, well, hold on. You promised everybody here that they were going to get their own country. We have the ability to have our own kind of like Ottoman Empire again without these Turk ruling over us Arabs. We can finally have our own pan-Arab nation, okay, without somebody else ruling over us. And now you're exporting a whole bunch of your Jews to us. What the fuck? So the Palestinians had a right to be upset there, but the Jews would also say, well, hold on. We literally secured concessions from Balfour, from the UK, or from Britain or whatever. I don't know if they were in the UK yet. In 1917, we had promises from them that if they won this war, that we were going to get to move here, right? They won the war. The Ottoman Empire dissolved. You can't fucking say shit about who owns or whatever fucking land. You guys literally lost the war. You lost. So the Brits promised us that we could come and move here and we could have a place here. You know, we bought this land from the owners, fair and square. We didn't move in and conduct a warfare to kick you off. We moved in and we bought the land from the people that we did. We worked the land that we bought. We did everything under the guidance of the Brits that owned this mandate and the right to the mandate at the time. And where the fuck else were we going to go? We literally got Holocausted in Europe. We were getting anti-Semited fucking in every other country. Like, we get fucked in every other place. This is literally the only fucking place we can go. So you guys have 50 million countries that you can go to, and you can even stay here, by the way. We don't even care if you're here. We just want like the places that we've kind of like bought and worked. So, you know, I feel like in the very beginning, I think both sides kind of had a right to feel pissed off about what was going on. I think the Palestinians or the Arabs there kind of felt like they were getting shafted by Europe because these Jews were being basically exported from Europe and then imported into their lands. And I think the Jews probably had a right to feel like, well, we need to go somewhere because literally everybody else is destroying us, and Brits promised us this area. So I think they both had pretty strong claims in the beginning. I don't know if there's like a clear right or wrong at the very start of it, I would say. Was there any effort by the League of Nations or any other government to encourage the Palestinians to find a leader before the mandate expired? I don't know what was going on. There was the Mufti guy or whatever in Jerusalem. But that guy, he threw his lot in with the Nazis, and he was a little bit, he was actually super unhinged. The issue was, I think that like pan-Arabism was always kind of a meme. Like they thought that the Arabs were all, it's kind of funny because racist people will say that Arabs are all the same, but then some Arabs want to say that all Arabs are the same. But the reality is I think that people will point to the Middle East and go, wow, they drew these borders up totally arbitrarily. But the borders stuck, I think, pretty well. They drew them fairly decently. And I think that all of the surrounding Arab countries really did have, like the monarchs and the kingdoms that would come out of these kind of had their own interests. And I think that was a big issue that the Palestinians were always fighting against. Is on one side, the Palestinians wanted to invoke this idea of pan-Arab fights against Israel. So like there was this huge war where all the Arabs came in and fought a war against Israel. But it seemed like these countries were probably a little bit more interested in their own stuff at the time. So like Jordan probably could have kept fighting after it took over most of the West Bank. It didn't. Egypt basically fucked over the Palestinians when it captured most of Gaza, right? I think they created some Palestinian government in Gaza, and within a year they recalled it back to Cairo and then disbanded it. Jordan formally annexed the West Bank and made all of those Palestinians Jordanian citizens. They're like, oh, look, come join us now. So everybody was kind of like on their own shit. Syria was basically every 2 years was basically having a new government because that place was just completely and totally fucked. Lebanon was having their fucking orgy experimentation of all their 3 different groups of people, and then the Gulf states literally don't exist. I don't know. I still don't think they exist. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's always like in every war, Saudi Arabia would send like 2 planes and a tank. And yeah, so eventually the Arabs that lived in the mandatory Palestinian area that would call themselves the Palestinians kind of got fucked by everybody. They got fucked by the Israelis. They kind of got fucked by the British and the French. They got fucked kind of by their Arab neighbors. Yeah, they basically just got fucked by everybody. Yeah. Was there a time where the Palestinians made a good faith effort for peace and Israel wouldn't budge? Post 48, probably not. Pre 48, I mean, up until I think 29 was that the Haran massacre. The Arabs and the Jews were kind of getting along, ish. 29, yeah. Did I say 29 or 39? 29, they're kind of getting along, but the tension was growing more and more and more as more Jews moved in. And then also, I'm going to sound like a Western supremacist, so I don't know. You also had the issue that a lot of the people that lived under the Ottoman Empire, these people were just like, they were like nomadic wanderers who did like subsistence living. So they would they have a village and they would have like herd their animals and they'd like grow their crops. And that's basically all they did. There were some other important contributions. I think like there's the name of a famous fruit that comes from Palestine that came from Palestinian farmers, the Jaffa orange, I think it might be called. But like that was kind of like they were happy to exist that way. When Jews came in, Jews were very much like of a Western European mindset, and they wanted to cultivate mass swaths of land. They wanted to grow massive cities. They had a very European approach to things. And I think as time went on, that divide between the people was very upsetting to the Arabs that were there, because now Jews had shown up, and in a relatively short period of time, they started to build these pretty massive cities from the sands of kind of where these Arab villages were prior to this. Now, this picture is a little bit one-sided because there was a whole port that they don't show on the other side, but there's a famous picture of, I think it was Jaffa before and after, that Jews like to show to jerk off like how much they developed the land or whatever. I'm never going to be able to find this picture. I think it was Jaffa, right? It wasn't Tel Aviv. You see like a group of like Jewish people standing with like sand behind them, I think, and then there's like the after, in a few years, they like build a pretty massive city up. And then even in the Peel Commission, I think in 36, they say that like, we understand that some of the Arabs don't want the Jews here, but these people have ended up becoming like insanely economically prosperous, such that like we could probably improve Arab standard of living because these Jews are going to end up paying so much in taxes because of how much they've developed the land. But I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously you're having this growing divide between the two people. Because the Palestinians feel like they're losing hold of their claim to a state afterwards. They're not, because remember, after the mandate expires, one group of people will inherit the land and form a state afterwards. That's why the UN tried to create like a partition between the two, because otherwise it was just going to be an Israeli state, or it would just be a Palestinian state, right? Because that's how the mandates kind of worked. Tel Aviv was founded on the outskirts of Jaffa. Yeah, but there's just this famous picture. Every fucking, where are my crazy Zionists in chat? Every Zionist loves this fucking picture. It's like, look at how amazing the Jews were compared to these worthless fucking Arabs or whatever. Oh, it was this. It might be this pic. I feel like isn't there an after as well? where they're like, this is basically the before. There's not really much here. Now there is a port on the other side, but they end up. This is the picture, yeah. But they end up building up like quite a lot here. But it's because they came from like this kind of like Western European mindset where they wanted to industrialize, engage in trade, have these connections with the Western world, and all of that. You always say that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the USA have like no military, but how is that true since they spend more on military as a percent of GDP than the USA? I don't know. I say that as like a half meme. I don't know what they do. Like when I look at all of the Israeli-Arab wars, the support from like these other countries is literally them sending like a tank or a couple airplanes. Like it seems like they don't ever do anything. And there was this huge war in Yemen that Egypt participated in, and I don't know how much the Gulf states actually contribute. Supposedly they have militaries and stuff, but you look at like the Iraq-Iran war, these are huge. This is a huge conflict. It's like 1 million people dead between both sides. And then you look at all the conflicts between like Egypt, between Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and Israel, and you get these wars where there's these actual fights. And then it feels like the Gulf states say they have militaries and shit, but like I just don't know what they do ever. Like I think, was this during when Egypt was fighting down in Yemen in the 60s? I think Saudi Arabia went to fly like 10 planes of supplies to like help somebody in Yemen, and like the people just ended up flying to Egypt. They were like, fuck this. It was just like, I don't know, it just seemed like retarded. I don't know what the fuck they ever do. I have no idea. But that just might be my ignorance. I just don't know. I literally have no idea militarily what goes on with these countries over the past 100 years. I guess they do something, because it's not like they got took over by anybody else, but up until very recently, Gulf states had very small populations with undeveloped land and a lot of oil. They largely relied on the USA for doing. Yeah, that might be it. Maybe because of the lack of oil refinement or something. Maybe they just weren't extracting much, so their economies weren't that big. Maybe. But yeah. Anyway, like I would say from the beginning, I think that the Israelis and the Jews and the Palestinians, the Arabs, like I think they both had pretty legitimate rights to try to fight. Like I think they were both justified in their fighting against each other for the land. I think you'd have to be pretty silly to deny that. But I mean, eventually at some point you have to say like, okay, like I think we're done fighting at this point, right? But I don't know how much more of this we're gonna watch. This is fucking cringe, but this is so much less entertaining than I thought it would be. Let me use the restroom 1 second. I want to know how Egypt, Jordan, and the other one lost to Israel in 6 days. So the problem with, okay, so there's a couple things to keep in mind. Okay, so I believe in 56, I think this is called the Suez Crisis. There's a guy in Egypt who's a leader called Nasser, and Nasser has this dream of uniting all of the Arabs under a single Arab empire. So much so that for a while, Syria and Egypt are literally the same state. I looked this up the other day because I keep forgetting what it's called. The United Arab Republic from 58 to 71. So this would be after the Suez Crisis, but they're the same country for a while. People don't know this sometimes, but I think at some point, I don't remember why, Nasser basically tells everybody like the Suez Canal, this is my canal now. I'm not going to allow ships to pass through unless I want to. Fuck you guys, like suck my dick. And I think Israel and Britain and France are not happy about this. And Israel kind of like, I don't remember the exacts of this. It's been so long, and nobody ever brings up the Suez Crisis because it's not a big war, although it was kind of a big one. Israel finds a way to goof basically and make it worse than it actually seems. Egypt was, I think, genuinely trying to say that they were going to control stuff through the Suez Canal from now on, and they weren't going to allow anybody to go through if they didn't like them. But Israel finds a way to make a little bit of a goof to make it look worse than it actually is. And I think the Brits and the French are all on board with this plan. I believe that in the course of the Suez Crisis, I think Israel actually manages to gain control of parts of the Sinai, the entire Sinai, or parts of it. And I think eventually the U.S., I don't remember who the president was at the time, somebody the name. I think eventually the U.S. steps in, and the U.S. is like, you guys need to fuck off. Don't do this shit. You guys are fucking everything up. There's no reason to escalate war in this area. And eventually the Brits and the French leave, or they kind of like pull their support from this. And then Israel feels a little bit cut because they're like, oh no. Because on the founding of Israel in 48, Ben Gurion had this dream because Israelis saw themselves as Western people. They wanted to be part of the West. They wanted security guarantees from the West, not from America, because people didn't think quite as much of America yet, although after World War II they were kind of seen as a big boy, but mainly from Britain and France, because I don't think Britain and France have been totally fucking humiliated yet. But initially they were looking at Britain and France. They were like, we want to get peace consent, or we want to get some kind of security guarantees from Britain and France, and they weren't ever able to get that. And then they kind of looked to the U.S. to get it afterwards, but that would come much later. But anyway, so that Suez Crisis happens in 56. The U.S. tells everybody to fuck off, but that's done in secret. So Israel leaves the Sinai, Britain and France fuck off, and now the entire Arab world is kind of looking to Nasser, I think, in Egypt is like, holy shit, you literally big-dicked, like, Israel and Britain and France and Europe, you big-dicked them out of the Sinai. Like, you're an actual fucking god. And Nasser's, like, riding high on his shit, and he's like, we're going to go down to fucking Yemen, and we're going to fucking fight some shit down here. He ends up committing tens of thousands of troops down there, and he's just like, I can big-dick literally all of this. Like, I'm a god. And it gets to the point to where, I think after 56, like the UN puts peacekeepers in the Sinai. They're like, hey guys, like don't fight anymore. We're going to have like peacekeepers down here to make sure everybody's like chill and happy. And I don't know. During the course of this, so from 56 to 67. Okay. So Nasser's big dick in it. There's like a civil war-ish thing going on in Yemen. There are UN peacekeepers in the Sinai. Israel, for this whole time, is like trying to basically get on its feet. It doesn't have any security guarantees from the West. Even to survive the initial war, it had to smuggle in weapons from Czechoslovakia. They can buy weapons from France and Great Britain, but they're not getting like massive support. And the Soviets are giving massive support to the Arab states. So Israel's kind of like looking around. They're having to fight off what they call terrorist attacks from Fedayeen, which are Palestinians that left the territory in 48 and then are coming back. Some of them were legitimately committing terrorist attacks that were being hosted from Jordanian soil, from Egyptian soil, from Syrian soil. Some of them were just people trying to go back to their village because they just wanted to walk back. So in some cases, you have stories that nobody denies at this point, even Israel, where there's just like people who are trying to walk back to their old village, and they're like Israeli snipers that are just like fucking murdering these people as they're trying to come back. Just like, get the fuck out of here, you're not coming back. And then in other cases, there will be terrorist attacks. There'll be whatever you call it, attacks. Everybody's a terrorist in this region at this point, I guess. There'll be attacks on Israeli soil. And what Israel says is if you attack us or if you host any attacks from your soil, we're literally going to come back and we're going to fucking bomb the shit out of anything nearby. So you need to discourage this. Fuck you guys. And Israel does so much of this retribution as a way to kind of like push people off from coming into Israel. Like we figure if we bomb you hard enough, you'll stop Palestinians from terrorist attacking us. And this is such an unpopular thing in these countries that the king of Jordan, is it Hussein at this point? Like, I think it's the king of Jordan starts goading on Nasser, and he's like, you say you're so cool and you say you were so big, but like Israel is literally fucking all of our shit up. They're fucking shit up in Syria. They're fucking shit up in Jordan. Like, what are you doing, Nasser? And Nasser's like, well, I'm a big boy. And Jordan and Syria are basically saying, you're not. You're actually a pussy-ass bitch. You're not doing fuck all. Eventually Nasser's like, okay. First, he kicks out all of the UN peacekeepers from the Sinai, and he's like, fuck the UN peacekeepers. He starts giving speeches where he's like, listen, if we have to fight Israel, it's going to be a war of total annihilation, okay? He talks to trade unionists. There's a famous speech where he says, we're going to remove every single Jew. The reality is probably Nasser was talking shit. He was losing all of his people they were super war fatigued in Yemen. I don't even know why the fuck they were fighting down there. Probably some British shit. The Port of Aden and all that bullshit is down there. And I actually don't even know. Yemen is just a clusterfuck of horrible shit. Yemen is like the Afghanistan of the Gulf, I guess, where you just send armies there to die. But Nasser he kicked all these people out of the Suez Canal, all the UN peacekeeper forces. He was, having all this insane rhetoric, probably just to please the Arab streets. Right? He just wanted to maintain his, goodwill and the standards of the people. But the problem is the Israelis looked at this, and their like worst fear ever was like coming true, where they were like, okay, wait a second. There's a unified front now between Jordan, Syria, and Egypt, right? Because at this point, I think Egypt and Syria were the same country, and then Jordan is obviously still. Remember the attacks that Jordan can do into Israel are very severe because they would call this the rib cage of Tel Aviv. It was like 10 kilometers, I think, from the actual Mediterranean to Jordanian territory because they had the entire West Bank. They owned all of that. So Israel's getting attacked. There's a lot of terrorist attacks. They're kind of responding on all sides. Nasser is stepping up his rhetoric. He says he's closing the Suez Canal again, which was already a casus belli for a war, 10 years ago. And Israel's like looking at all of this shit and like, okay, well, this is not good. We're going to get fucked, okay? And so Israel goes to the United States. They go to Europe. Does anybody want to give us security guarantees? The entire world's like, you can figure it out. Like, good luck. Like, you'll be fine. Whatever the fuck. And so Israel decides to this is the beginning of the 6-day war we looked this up. What was it? May 10th? May 5th? June 5th. It was either May 5th or June 5th. Israel launches a surprise attack on Egypt with their planes, basically. So Israel flies all of their planes to Egypt and bombs the fuck out of all of their airfields. And they've been training their pilots like a ton. So you're having these planes flying where I think normally you'd fly like 1 or 2 sorties per day. These people with these pilots and their crew were doing like 4 missions per day. So they do these huge fucking bombing runs where they basically eviscerate the entire Egyptian airfield before the war has even begun, before they've even responded. And then I think Nasser ends up ringing up the Jordanian king and he says, hey, you see those planes that are going to Israel? We're bombing them right now. We're fucking them up. Even though those weren't Egyptian planes, those were Israeli planes flying back. And the Jordanian king is like, okay, fuck it. We're going to go and fuck up Israel now then. And I think Moshe Dayan himself, who was the prime minister, no, not the prime minister, he was the minister of defense at the time. I think Dayan himself tells the Jordanian king, like, you don't want to attack us. If you attack us, we're going to fuck your shit up. And I think the quote from the Jordanian king is, the die has been cast. And so from the West Bank, Jordan tries to attack. And then Israel fucks their shit up really hard because nobody has any air superiority now except for the Jews. And then they end up moving in and basically taking over the entirety of the fucking West Bank. Syria tries something, but Syria's just fucked. Syria's always a clusterfuck. And basically in like 6 days out of nowhere, because of preemptive Israeli strike, because the Egyptian army was already exhausted from all of the dumb shit they were doing in Yemen, and because Nasser was more bark than bite. And because Israeli troops were like, a lot of these people, remember, came from Europe. They had already been in wars. They did real warfare. A lot of the Arabic armies were kind of like, they promoted family members and, they were kind of like chill and cool, but they didn't have as much combat experience. And honestly, like, look at Jews as like hook-nosed fucking bankers. Like, they don't even view these people as like combat-ready people. But in 6 days, Israel is basically able to clean up in this like massive fucking war. That this is like the permanent fucking mind fuck to all of the surrounding Arab states over this. But yeah, so basically they won because it was a preemptive strike. Nasser probably wasn't ready for war, even though he basically signaled that he was verbally and by kicking people out of the Sinai. The Egyptian army, which would have been the main fighting army, was already exhausted from their huge commitments to Yemen. And then the Arab countries just hadn't really figured out yet how to conduct themselves in a coordinated way to do warfare. And Nasser lied to Jordan when he said that the planes flying back to Israel were his planes, and then they walked their whole shit into a fucking bomb field. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a lot of memes.
40,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now
Arab is the ethnicity. Arabic is the language. Sorry, Arab armies. Arabic is a language. Sure.
God forbid, dude. God forbid.
40,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan. One known Jew. We know him.
Oh. Bro, Afghanistan isn't even a fucking Middle Eastern country. It's not even Arabs. Afghanistan is not even fucking Arabs at that point. It's just, I guess it's Muslim. That's what it is, right?
No, I mean, that is just true. Afghanistan is not technically a Middle Eastern country. It's part of the greater Middle East region. But like, I mean, everybody refers to, I've heard it referred to as the greater Middle East, or MENA for a Middle East and North Africa is usually what people are talking about. But technically, I think Pakistan and Afghanistan are not part of technically the Middle East. But it's, I mean...
That's what the fuck he's talking about. I love this, by the way, because one must ask the question, because remember, the whole point is like Arabs have antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, right? And that's why fucking, as Ethan claims, Arab anti-Semitism is the reason why Arab Jews became Zionists, right? That's what he said. Now, what's really interesting about this is, like, if you look at this, it says Jewish refugees from the Middle East, an estimated 820,000 Jews fled violence and discrimination in their homelands between 1948 and 1972. Now, this is obviously fucking propaganda bullshit, okay? That monopolizes all Arabs and all Muslim countries.
So so the problem is Hasan just doesn't know any history whatsoever. Or he just hates Arabs because he's Turkish and they do. So yeah, who the fuck knows? Hasan is probably, as a Turkish person, Hasan is always going to be the one that's more at risk of being racist here than anybody in the West. After every single major war that Israel won, Jewish people kind of got the feeling that they were less and less welcome in the Arab states that they were living in. And this is probably true. There were some pogroms. There was, it's not like the Jews got to keep any of the shit they had when they left. But the people were not happy with Arabs in a lot of these Arab countries, were not happy with the Jews living there when Israel started to win wars. So a lot of the people ended up, there's like push and pull factors. A lot of them also wanted to go to Israel because like, oh shit, we have our own country now, like peace. And they left too. But
countries, it is a way to justify why Israel must exist. Everybody hates us. We have to live in Israel. Otherwise, Holocaust everywhere, right? Now, the irony, of course, is one must ask the question like, okay, pre-1948, how did a lot of Jews get there, as a matter of fact? If Arabs are so anciently and antiquatedly anti-Semitic, why was the Ottoman Empire seen as a fucking safe land for Jews, where Arabs, Arab Muslims, Arab Christians, and Arab Jews could live side by side? Why did Spanish Jews actually come?
I don't know what he's talking about there. They like Jews always lived. Any non-Muslim lived as a second-class citizen in the Ottoman Empire. And you can go and talk to a Zionist or a Jew, because I always have these lists ready. But there's like a list of all like the massacres and shit that occurred to Jews under the Ottoman Empire. Like, but whatever, I guess.
And exist under the banner of the Ottoman Empire, as a matter of fact. And before people say, oh, they have to pay jizya. Yes, I know. But Muslims pay zakat, which is obviously a larger percentage of your fucking income. And jizya meant that you didn't actually have to serve in the military.
Jizya didn't mean that you didn't have to serve in the military. It means you weren't allowed to serve in the military. Yes, you paid jizya, which was a different type of tax. But the reason why you paid that tax is because you weren't a member of the real society, of the Ummah. You weren't part of the Muslim population for real. You had your own separate tax, your own separate systems, your own separate things. You weren't allowed to participate in all the different areas of the government, although you could in some limited fashions. And you didn't participate in the military or whatever. You were just basically there as like an animal to be kind of like shepherded and tended to by the Muslim population. But
okay, and in comparison to being fucking ethnically cleansed in like the Inquisition,
one might call it apartheid. Actually, it would be, yeah.
It was a far more favorable position.
That's crazy that he describes it that way, though. Base, but actually based. I think it's based. Good job, Hasan. True.
The important point is that Ethan thinks Palestinians returning to Israel will be dangerous for racist reasons like the Palestinians are all Hamas, because what's the difference between a teacher from Gaza and a teacher from Europe visiting Israel? One will be dangerous and the other not. Exactly. And even if he doesn't personally, if you were to ask that question, even if he doesn't personally believe that, yeah, I know. Also, Iraqis want their Jewish neighbors back. It's from 972 magazine. Months after a Shiite cleric won the parliamentary elections, Iraq said Jews are welcome on an online poll, and the matter suggests that Iraqis are ready to discuss the right of return more than Israelis are.
I don't know anything about this because I haven't looked into it, but my guess is it's completely and totally misrepresented, because I would never trust Hasan on anything related to this, but I don't have the information, so I can't say.
Yeah, I guess they just want them to return so they can fucking kill them, right? That's what it is. That's probably what it is. These sinister Arabs, they just want them to come back so they can kill them. Fuck. I'm going to keep this clip going. Eventually, I might have to rely on this again, because I think it's very instructive of his attitude overall on the position. Ironic, because I think this was when he was like also yelling at Olivia for liking a post on Instagram that said Palestine will never die from the river to the sea.
It was basically, anything is fair game for the one known Jew. We know him. We love him.
Zebulon.
He's the one Afghan Jew. They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of
They didn't even accept them. They didn't even accept them. Ben Gurion said Arab Jews are like dust, okay? The Ashkenazi Jews that were controlling Israel at the time literally despised the Arab Jews. You don't even know that.
That's absolutely not true. They did live together, and there was a lot of back and forth on living together and in harmony. Like, again, this is easily disproven, because if you look at the first resolution that had to do with dividing the lands between Arabs and Jews, people like Hasan will say things, and I'm sure he'll bring up this fact. They were going to give 55% of the land to the Jews and 45% of the land to the Arabs. So firstly, the vast majority of what was promised to the Jews was going to be the Negev Desert, which is an empty wasteland of fucking nothing, okay? The Palestinians had basically the entirety of the West Bank. But also, the Arab land under the partition was like 99% Arabs. The Jewish land under the partition was going to be 55% Jews and 45% Arabs. The Jews accepted that partition. The idea that they would accept a partition where there were 55% of the population against 45% Arabs, but they hated them and wanted them all into dust is so disingenuous. It's so stupid.
Part of the fucking Israeli history. They unironically were disgusted by them. They thought that they would have to teach them how to use silverware. Israel always was a Western colonial operation, and all of a sudden,
that might be true, that they might have looked down on them to some extent. Like, that's not completely and totally unbelievable to me. But again, not to sound like a Western, crazy, I love the West and ha ha ha. But like, the Jews were significantly more advanced when it came to developing cities and everything else versus the Arabs there. That's just a fact. I don't know how else to deal with that. Like, you can look to the Peel Commission if you really want. Text of Peel Commission. I think when he talks about taxes, until recent years, the public finances allowed no great scope for development in these social services. The accumulation of a considerable surplus was a feature of the 4 years beginning 1932. And there were grounds for a conservative attitude towards the development. The conclusion that the existence of a large surplus reflects undue parsimony is not borne out by close analysis, since the entire surplus is found to be so heavily mortgaged that there is little more than a reasonable provision for existing commitments. If the inward flow of capital, which is the most singular feature of the economy of Palestine, were to be arrested, there is no reason why the removal of exceptional advantage should result in perjury, though there might be some reduction in the standard of living until the new economy is established. In the event of a prolonged period of economic stagnation, the danger of an exodus of capital cannot be altogether excluded. That huge inflow of capital were part of what the Jews did. There were two organizations that the Zionist Council set up. I'm trying to remember what they were. One had to do with managing the money, and the other had to do with managing people, maybe. But basically, they tried to make sure that there was a lot of capital flowing into Palestine, into the Palestinian area, to fund a lot of the Jewish people that were settling there and starting to work. There was a huge concerted effort to make this happen. It is not possible in the absence of adequate statistics to measure the truth of the Arab complaint that industrial protection chiefly benefits the Jews and that its burdens are chiefly borne by the Arabs. It is hoped that the new Department of Statistics may soon inquire into the incidence of taxation, that the new duties will be considered in relation to the whole burden of taxation and not merely as affecting the particular industry. There is no question as to the need of increasing the export trade and finding markets for the ever-increasing citrus output after examining... okay, hold on. This isn't exactly what I was looking for. Give me a second. It's been a long time since I read this shit. Up until now, the Arab cultivator has benefited on the whole, both from the work by the British administration and the presence of Jews in the country, but the greatest care must now be exercised to see that in the event of further sales of land by Arabs to Jews, the rights of any Arab tenants or cultivators are preserved. So this is referencing, remember what we said before, what I said before, Jews were buying up land, and once they bought the land up, because they only believed in Jewish labor, they would kick the Arabs out. The Brits obviously saw that this was causing a lot of Arabs to get understandably ass-banned, because they're like, what the fuck? I don't even know who the fuck you bought this from, and now you're kicking me and my family out of here, where we've lived here for however fucking long. So the Brits tried to curb this as well. Thus, alienation of land should only be allowed where it's possible to replace extensive by intensive cultivation. In the hill districts, there could be no expectation of finding accommodation for any large increase in the rural population at present. For many years to come, the mandatory power should not exempt or should not attempt to facilitate the close settlement of the Jews in the hill districts generally. The shortage of land is due less to purchase by Jews than to the increase in the Arab population. Oh, people don't like to talk about this either because they like to pretend that all the Palestinians that lived in the Middle East, or I'm sorry, in the Palestine area were there for generations. That's not true. Once a lot of Jews started to move in, a whole bunch of Arabs started to move there as well because they were like, oh, hold on, I don't like the way that this is looking. So the population was increasing because of Jews coming in, but it was also increasing a lot because surrounding Arabs were starting to move in as well. The Arab claims that the Jews have obtained too large a proportion of good land cannot be maintained. Much of the land now carrying orange groves was sand dunes or swamps and uncultivated when it was bought. The Jews did rework a lot of this land. People don't like to talk about that either, but it's true. The problem of immigration has been aggravated by three factors: the drastic restrictions imposed on immigration in the United States, because the U.S. didn't want any more Jews. After the first two aliyahs failed and Jews started to go to the U.S., I think the U.S. was like, fuck Jews, get them out of here. Two, the advent of the National Socialist government in Germany. So the Nazis were intensely anti-Semitic even before any of the Holocaust bullshit. Remember, this was 1936, so you didn't have like your death camps or anything yet. I'm not even sure I don't know when the first concentration camp started, but they were still pretty anti-Semitic. And three, the increasing economic pressure on the Jews in Poland. The continuous impact of a highly intelligent and enterprising race backed by large financial resources on a comparatively poor indigenous community on a different cultural level may produce in time serious reactions. The principle of economic absorptive capacity, meaning that considerations of economic capacity and these alone should determine immigration, is at present inadequate and ignores factors in the situation which wise statesmanship cannot disregard. So like the Jewish people, again, and not to get into any racialized essentialist bullshit or any racist shit, they came with better, they were Western European minded, they had better strategies for cultivating and developing land and for building cities and for economies and for market, like they just were better equipped for all of this, whereas a lot of the Arabs that existed on this land were just kind of like subsistence, like they grew and they bought and sold what they needed basically for them and their families to survive. Okay, that's more or less okay, sorry.
They needed more manpower because it's obviously a ethno-religious supremacist ideology, but they simultaneously were like, well, these guys that are here, they're kind of barbaric because they're kind of Arabized. We need to make them Westerners again. And they were horrible. There was literally a fucking child adoption scheme, a child kidnapping scheme that Yemeni Jewish children were literally subjected to. What the fuck are you?
I don't even know what that's in reference to, but...
talking about? Oh my God. They literally had a Yemenite children affair. They stole the fucking children. They literally... Oh, and it still continues to this day. Ethiopian Jews are fucking sterilized by the Israeli state. People get really mad when you say that. They don't do it anymore, but they did that. Avi Shlem's experiences when he first arrived in Israel also shows that it's best to call them Israelis, not Jews. He wasn't treated as a Jew in group when he first arrived to Israel, even though he was literally Jewish. Called them what they were: white Euro supremacist colonizers, because saying the Jews is literally omitting all the people the Jews didn't consider to be Jewish, even though they literally were Jewish.
I mean, it is true that there were issues, especially early on, between brown Jews and white Jews. The Jewish people that were coming from Europe were largely Ashkenazi in origin, and the Jews that ended up immigrating after, because Avi Shlaim came in when Jews fled Iraq, I think at 52. In the early 50s, I think. a lot of the Jews that came from the surrounding Arab states were, is it Mizrahi? Were they looked like Arabs basically, right? They were of a kind of a different ethnic background, and there was that colorism, as there is in all places, between white European Jews that were more sophisticated and came from the West and had all of their, you know, their reading and their technology and all that bullshit, versus the other Jews that had kind of come from the surrounding Arab states that weren't as developed as some of the European Jews. So that, I mean, that did exist as an issue early on for sure, and to some extent even today, people would argue there is racism inside Israel today that is between Jewish people, depending on the color of your skin and all that.
And by the way, some of the aftermath of all of that fucking brutal re-education that Arab Jews were subjected to is part of the reason why they had to, you know how like Irish people in America are cops more often than not? You're like, why the fuck did that happen? In a similar vein, a lot of the Arab Jews in Israeli society became some of the most intensely right-wing reactionary people in Israeli society so that they could be a part of the Zionist project, to show that they were loyal soldiers of the Zionist project. That's where the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir come from. Itamar Ben-Gvir is an Iraqi Jew, okay? He is Kurdish and Arab. Why is he such a fucking freak? Because he had to prove himself.
Okay. This whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the air...
Yeah, here's a New York Times article about the abduction, so people don't call you an anti-Semite conspiracy theorist. It's not. It's like reservations. It's the same process. Disappeared children of Israel. In the state of Israel's early years, a number of parents in immigrant transit camps were told that their babies had died. The families believed that the babies were abducted by the Israeli authorities in the 1950s and were illegally put up for adoption to childless Ashkenazi families, Jews of European descent. A younger generation is demanding answers. They did that because they thought a lot of the Arab Jews were too Arabized, and because they were a white supremacist in their own way, because they were a white Eurocentric supremacist group of people that did not want to be like the Arabs in the region, they wanted to desperately and immediately fucking engage in the process of re-education for a lot of these people.
Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result...
But why doesn't he have to smoke for Germany? This is what I understand. So, okay, what's a far larger crime? What's a far greater, more consequential...
Does he think that Ethan supports the Holocaust? Or I don't know, what do you mean? What?
Crime, you know what I mean? Oh, Jews were being harmed in fucking Morocco or in Algeria or in Egypt, okay? In these nasty Arab countries, Arab Jews were being harmed. They had nowhere else to go. They had to go to Israel. Okay. Who harmed Jews more? Arabs or systematically destroyed the lives of 6 million Jews? Germany. Why the fuck don't you advocate to build Israel on Germany then? What do you mean? Why is it? Why is it that you don't attribute the crimes of the Holocaust to the Germans in the same way that you say the real reason why a lot of Arab Jews became Zionists is because of the Arab...
This is kind of like a goofy point, but some people like to try to make this argument that Israel is set up as like a punishment for... it's a punishment to the Palestinians and blaming them for the Holocaust, when in reality, that's just the place that Jews happen to pick, where they're like, fuck it, we're going to go here. I mean, that's kind of a goofy...
Arabs. Because of the fucking scary Arabs. Yeah, of course Germany atoned, because they didn't have to be fucking ethnically cleansed. You know who got ethnically cleansed?
Remember, I'm pretty sure there were a ton of Germans that were ethnically cleansed. I think it was... Well, the number 14 million is coming to mind, but I don't... Or 16 million. I think it was a fuck ton of them got kicked out of a lot of the European countries that they lived in after World War II. But I guess we just... Well, a lot of people got moved around after World War II in a lot of different places. But I guess we just don't pretend we pretend none of that happened, I guess? I don't know.
The Palestinians, who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. 11,000 Palestinians fought against Nazi Germany before people say the Grand Mufti or some other bullshit. The Grand Mufti was a fucking colonial vestige.
The Grand Mufti, I don't know if you'd say he was a colonial vestige. I think he represented a lot of the Palestinian desire on the time, and he was probably the strongest voice for being having a Palestinian identity at the time. But it's very hard to defend the Mufti because that guy was fucking unhinged and like was a literal, I think went on to fucking like recruit for the Nazis and shit. He was pretty unhinged. So I think they try to like disavow that guy as much as possible.
Okay. The notion that Germany's on the good side because they become performatively anti-Semitism in their shame for the Holocaust despite doing the Holocaust, whereas Arab countries famously did not do the Holocaust, yet we consider Germany to be an ally of Israel and Jews. Yeah, exactly, because it's fucking Eurocentric supremacist bullshit. That is precisely the reason why. Because Arabs are barbaric.
Jesus.
Unless you're an Arab Jew, in which case, okay, we'll give you a leg up in this circumstance, in Israel at least. You know?
They kicked them all out.
Didn't Palestinians have some sort of deal with the Nazis? Did I read that wrong somewhere? Okay, it's kind of, but everybody tried to kind of make deals with the Nazis initially. Even the Yishuv, even pre-Israel, they were trying to make deals with the Nazis. Although this was up to, I want to say 41, 42. I think it was like right before the death camps were discovered. And I think this were the more radical. So the Yishuv is what the Jews called basically their land in Israel prior to the formation of the Israeli state. There were three main fighting wings. You had the Haganah, which was like the main, this was the huge force, I think it was like 20,000 or whatever plus strong. Like this was your main military fighting force that tried to conduct themselves like a main military. And then you had these two smaller segments that were, we'll say unhinged and maybe terrorists, the Irgun and the Lehi. And I want to say it was the Lehi that I think were kind of like reaching out to Nazi Germany, trying to make deals with like, hey, like how about we like work together? Maybe we could do this. But you have to remember when they were trying to make, when you were trying to make these deals, I believe this was happening at the same time that the Brits were saying no more Jews are allowed to go to Israel. Remember, Israel felt super ass pain about Britain from 1939, 1940 onwards, because Britain had basically said no more Jews are allowed to immigrate. And Jews felt like they were getting backstabbed, and to some extent they were, because Britain promised that there would be some Jewish immigration to this area for a long time, and then they basically said no more, and now Jews were like, well, we're getting word that our people are taking showers and not coming out as more than dust, so I don't know, it's kind of starting to feel kind of weird. And the Brits were like, well, you guys are all causing too much trouble now, so fuck you. So yeah, but at some point, like the Mufti, I think, ended up working with the Nazis more directly. I think he literally went to other countries to do recruitment for him. It's kind of unhinged. But the early Jews were also looking at the Nazi party like, well, maybe we should work with these guys because the Brits seem like they're fucking us over. So I don't like to condemn anybody on like, did you work with Nazi Germany early on? Like nobody really knows who's going to win these wars sometimes, and you know, you got to work with whatever the fuck you got, you know.
1 million plus of them, and force them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel...
Yeah, brother, I'm sorry. You don't understand. It is not a land without people for a people without a land. There were people there, okay? You can't just act like this was empty space that needed to be occupied, okay? It wasn't empty space that needed to be occupied.
So it was largely empty space. People, that's an early quote. Was that Herzl or was it Ben Gurion that said that early on? Ben Gurion was a big leader in Israel pre-formation of the country and became their first prime minister. It's why it's Ben Gurion International Airport of Tel Aviv. I don't remember who said it, but the quote initially was, I think it was Herzl that said it when he found Palestine. He was like, look, we're a people without a land, and this is a land without a people. Now, there were some people that lived there kind of, but they were like very much like scattered over the area. It's not like there was an established civilization. Like, was it insensitive to say that? For sure. But I mean, like, it's fucking early 1900s, okay? People said a lot of crazy. People said and did worse shit.
Okay, under the Ottoman Empire, Palestinians lived there. 2% of the population before the Aliyah process started, before the Balfour Declaration was...
Like, there weren't that many, like, the majority of the Levant, which is what this was called beforehand, the majority of the Levant was just empty space. Like, nobody fucking lived there at all, but...
Jewish, okay? The rest were the ancient... Here's the other side of the story. The ancient Jews that lived there, that stayed there, became Arabized, became Islamized throughout that process. So when when Israel's fucking killing Palestinians, they're unironically killing their own fucking ancestors, too, in terms of the 3,000 years of history. But I'm not even gonna get into that shit, because people get real fucking touchy about that.
Well, because the people that were turned into Arabs, or rather, the people that were turned into Muslims were usually done so because if you didn't, you were either killed or like because I believe that the Ottoman Empire, I think, was more friendly than some, like, how many big caliphates were there? Was it like 5 or 6? And some of them were very unfriendly towards other people, and you kind of had to convert or they would just kill you. So it's kind of a tasteless talking point to bring up, but I don't know.
You're just killing your own ancestors in that process. We're like, well, you're barbaric and you're brutal and ruthless. You must be killed because I need this land now.
Are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have...
What? Algerian Jews were given a choice between Algerian citizenship and French citizenship, and guess what they chose? You're not cooking? Oh, you're talking to him. Yeah, I already brought that up. I know. I did. He brought up Algeria, and it's such a clear-cut indication that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just saw this goddamn... He saw this goddamn meme on Instagram and thought he cracked the fucking code, dude. That's how little he cares about this.
Remember, this Algerian talking point was brought up a lot because I think Palestinians saw the initial... when did the French get completely kicked out? They wanted to model themselves after that, but they realized, especially after 48, and so many Jewish people from the Middle East started to immigrate into Israel, they were like, fuck, this model doesn't work because we can't really rightfully call Israel a colony because these people don't see themselves as having a place to go back to, which is probably one of the reasons why the Jews in the area fought so much, is because it's like, it's basically do or die. Like, we don't have an area to retreat to if we fail. So that model of like, oh, look, it's like kicking the French out of Algeria, that propaganda model was abandoned by the Palestinians and they stopped using that talking point. But for some reason, people in the West still do. It's whatever.
This issue that he's supposed to know about, right? Most of them are granted citizenship, not even a choice. Please read this. I'm Algerian. If you need a source on the collaboration, divide and conquer methods. I know. Fuck. It's so crazy to me that he just literally plastered this on the fucking context nuke to make it seem as though all of these unique and individual, all these unique and individual countries. Some aren't even fucking Arab, by the way. He puts Afghanistan on there. It's not even Arab. All of these guys were all of these guys were all being, they were systematically erasing Jews from their population. They like forced them out. Meanwhile, half the fucking people that he's pointing to didn't even go to, some of them didn't even go to Israel. There's some of them went to France and then went to Israel afterwards, but voluntarily.
Voluntarily.
Oh.
LOL.
One known Jew. We know their lives, the property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry.
Yeah, they kind of did.
That had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes.
Well, I would say Ethan presents this as too one-sided here. Again, I think most people would agree, most scholars would say these are push-pull factors. They kind of got pushed out of their place, but it's not like the Jews didn't want to go to Israel. I mean, they would have probably preferred to stay, but at that point, like, Israel had this like fucking heroic story. Keep in mind that we kind of see Israel today as like this, you know, militant, you know, fucks all the Arabs up country. But back in the day, Jews were like, all the anti-Semitic stereotypes and tropes that people talk about Jews were like 20 times more back then. And the Arabs were the proud warriors. Remember, you had the Khatam, you had all of your caliphites. You had your Ottoman Empire. They had this empire that spanned, you know, like this massive region, and they had been here for so long, and they fought the Christians in the Crusades and all this shit. And like the Arabs had a very proud, you know, warrior background, and then the Jews didn't. So they were, I mean, some, I think when they went to Israel, were also a little bit hyped to have their own country and everything too. So
are telling them they don't belong there.
Bro, how do you not understand? Bro, he said now those same people that forced them out of their homes say that they don't belong there. Do you not understand what Ethan is saying? These are not the same people, you fucking moron. You racist moron. The people that don't want them there right now are the Palestinians who were ethnically cleansed. You are putting the crimes of other Arab countries and what they might have done, which you don't even fucking know, by the way, on the Palestinian Arabs that don't want to get their shit kicked in and don't want to be removed from their homes. Fuck! Kaya, please. Scared the shit out of me.
Like, it's funny. It's just so funny to see this from like a Western perspective. Like, oh, you're being racist. Oh, it's not all Arabs. And it's like, I guess you can take that perspective. But like when the PLO and when the Palestinians in the past have fought against Israel, they're always invoking the Arab identity. They're always calling for, I mean, like if you look at Hamas, they call for global jihad against the Jews. Global jihad. Every Muslim has an obligation to fight against the Jewish occupation. So they do it to themselves, and I don't even think they would deny it. Like they see their struggle, or a lot of them, as kind of sort of one and the same. But I guess for Hasan, you can't bring that up, or it's like racist or something. I don't know.
He's literally saying, well, now these fucking nasty Arabs don't want the Jews to live here. Do you see this? How does he not understand? How does he not understand this argument? These are totally separate people, okay? If one is the wronged party, the other is the party doing the wrong.
Like, it's not really that simple.
This is the Jewish virtual library map of the conflict. I mean, this is a classic Hasbro shit, okay? That's what it is.
It's not Hasbro. It's really cringe and really lame to call this Hasbro shit. Like, the Jewish virtual library is just a good source where they just back up and archive a bunch of original documents. Like, that's what a lot of this is. Like, or at least I haven't come across anything on this site. That's what I was just reading the Appeal Commission from. That's just like wrong. And also, people like Hasan will talk about how evil the Likud party is and their original platform for saying that you know, the Likud party won't ever recognize a Jewish state. You can find that Likud party platform literally on the Jewish virtual library website. So I mean, like you can attack it, I guess, because you don't like it since it's Jewish on it. But generally, the most of the stuff hosted here is just like original sources and factual documents and shit. But I'm gonna use the restroom again.
Oh my God! He only
hold on.
If there was a role reversal where a 6-year-old Jewish boy was stabbed to fucking death, there would be like an understandable. He was Palestinian. There would have been an understandable outcry. That outcry did not even exist for this child. It's fucking ridiculous.
Go to where iDubbbz joins. We're gonna skip. Yeah, give me. Where does iDubbbz join? Jesus Christ.
And through the interwebs, he's actually Dude. Are you here? All right, hold on. I'm unlocking the door. Wait, no, I don't see you. Oh, you're outside the door. Hold on. 1 second.
Powerful because everyone's afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Here's Morgan with decades of experience immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself and grow up here. Stand up for yourself. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it.
True.
I think. Nope.
True.
Dude, I'm memeing.
Oh my God! What? Link me the full clip of this. Excuse me? You can't own anything? Bro, I'll be honest. I didn't know fuck all about Israel or Palestine prior to October 7th. I couldn't have found either one on a map. Honestly, I didn't know fuck all. I'll own that, though. I'll say that. I learned all this shit post October 7th. Hasan has got this position where he's like, oh, I've studied this topic for decades, for years and years and years, bro. I've studied this topic so much, and you just got into it. This was not a meme. Give me the... Here it is.
Iran. Okay, dude. Yeah, I don't. Shut up. Okay. Nope, that was a failure.
Pakistan.
That was good.
Also, listen, some of these things, again,
I think Kashmir.
Just to be clear, okay, I'm not going to be critical on anybody for lack of knowledge on a thing, because there's a lot of shit that I don't know and a lot of stuff that I've just learned recently, which is fair, okay? But if you're going to brag about knowing so much about geopolitics and shit, okay? Like, even if I knew nothing about where Pakistan was, well, what do I know? I do know that Pakistan fights with India a lot. People talk about like World War III. This big chunk here is probably India. And I also know that Pakistan also fights between India and China over like disputed land. So if this is India and this is China, I think we can probably safely know those two big things, right? Then Pakistan is probably somewhere in here, right? Maybe it's this long dude. Maybe it's over here with this guy and they're still fighting over land. So maybe you're one of these weird, like at least you'd be like in this ballpark, right? It's probably one of these guys. But like, bro, again, I just want to be clear. If you don't know because you have no fucking idea, that's fine. But to brag about your extensive foreign policy knowledge for so long.
Think Kashmir? I don't know.
Oh, even his chat's trying to give him hints. Think Kashmir, yeah.
It's, no. 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 They got it.
Okay.
I have no idea where the Philippines are, dude. I'm done. I can't do this. The first try. That was the first try. I don't know if you guys saw this. Okay. Where is it? Like here?
He had written an article for the Young Turks on Yemen at this point. Oof, is that true?
No, I closed it up.
Oh, no.
Oh, got it. Bro. Those aren't even...
Okay, Yemen.
Really?
Okay. So what do we know about Yemen? I mean, historically, I guess, I don't know, this year... Well, no, I guess Saudi Arabia has always kind of been goofing in Yemen. And you know that they've got, there's, I believe, the Port of Aden. I think that was a British important thing or whatever that leads out into the ocean here. So maybe somewhere here in the Gulf-ish, maybe we would know. What do we guess?
I'm done, dude. I'm done.
Actually, I shouldn't call this the Gulf. That's not fair. This, when you talk about the Gulf states, this is the Gulf, right? It's this up here, actually, right? This is the, oh my God. It's the Mediterranean and the Suez Canal into the Red Sea, right? And then, I don't know if this is called something. Eritrea has a port here. Djibouti.
I'm done.
I don't know what this thing is called here, this inlet.
Okay, I'm done. I can't play this any further. I'm not pretending. I'm actually this bad.
Uh-oh.
I can't. I don't know which is which, dude. Close the cookies? Oh yeah, true. Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope. Got it. One of these. Okay.
Maybe it's just memeing the entire time though.
That's the Philippines. There you go. Hungary. This no. Is it? No, where is it? Scroll. I.
More.
Nice. I shaved because click on Tanzania. Kuwalu. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Iran. Okay, dude. Yeah.
Wait, that was it? What the fuck? Wait, there's so much more. Ugh. Okay, fuck it. Where's the supercut then? Full VOD of the map game? No, I don't want him to do this for 30 minutes. There's like a supercut where he like, he doesn't even know where Turkey is somehow. Base, I guess. Can you point where Andorra is? No, because fuck that. I don't do the micronations. Andorra is one of these. It's either this thing here between Spain and France. I think it might be that one, or it's this guy here. I don't know. One of these stupid fucking. Oh, okay. I don't. The micro. Who? I don't even know. That doesn't. Like, isn't that like a fucking TV show about the Jedi? I don't fucking know. Literally not even a real thing. No one cares. Click the links on the timestamp. Trust it's worth.
memeing.
He's memeing.
I'm fucking memeing.
Got it. How can you claim to actually?
Dude. What's up, Ian?
Oh no.
Hold on.
My good friend. These were memes. Hello?
Orange justice.
iDubbbz is doing an anti-Semitic dance, and through the interwebs, he's actually communicating in a very scary anti-Semitic manner. No, not only am I joking there, I'm gonna show you something. Okay, here, that's another Destiny clip, by the way, classic. Okay,
classic Destiny clip.
Yeah, don't, God forbid you pick up a fucking sword in here. Okay,
I was thinking about doing some sort of ritual. In
no
here.
more swords. Okay.
Oh. Yeah. By the way, chat. Anyone not aware, I've seen a lot of people smearing the people in the photo. And Hasan as well. I'm the one who thoughtlessly picked up the sword. We're grabbing a lot of props in Hasan's room, and there are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me fix
like
this.
Like a Luffy hat.
Yeah. There's a lot of. Is the mic buzzing? No. Yeah. I'm gonna kick you out if you apologize for that, by the way, because that's ridiculous. Yeah, don't even think about that. Okay. Yes, no, yes. Here. So while Ethan posts about me not knowing a single thing about fucking Yemen, okay?
Okay.
This is from, I don't know, like 2019, I guess, where I'm memeing about Yemen. This is me in fucking 2016 talking about Yemen. What's going on in Yemen? And why aren't we talking about U.S. involvement? On Huffington Post by Hasan Piker, contributor, political commentator, /
What is that supposed to prove? That you were talking about this before you even knew where it was on the map? How is that supposed to help anything? This is the turkey thing? Wait.
Beak, one of the coolest flags on the planet. Don't you live on Earth, dude? Just get it right. Making leftists look bad. Do you know where Turkey is? Yeah, like around here somewhere. Turkey is all of this, dude. Where is it, dude? You can tell it's China. What is it like? What is it like here? Where? There it is. Eswatini? What the hell is? Is it Finland? Do a political commentary.
Okay. Well, I feel like that was an Ottoman Empire joke more than just a bad geography joke, but I don't even know. I think that was just a joke, but I don't care. Let's try to break it down. Wait, do people like Hasan hate the Arab Spring? The Yemen civil war starting point can be traced back to a political transition of power between Yemen's longtime authoritarian president, Ali Abdullah Saleh, who resigned after 33 years under pressure from 9 months of deadly Arab Spring protests. He could just be saying that as a script, though. Maybe he's not opposed to them. I don't know. I mean, this is largely correct, but it just kind of reads like he's just quoting a Wikipedia article or something.
A member of the Young Turks. Let's talk about the U.S. involvement in war crimes in the Middle East because no one else is. Donald Trump's sexual assault allegations. Hillary Clinton's transcripts reveal the true positions of most importantly Kim Kardashian's recovery for the gruesome break-in that occurred in Paris. These three headlines dominated the news this past week, crowding out the comparatively unimportant news that a Navy destroyer in the Red Sea fire.
Okay, I don't know if I care about this much. Hold on. What is this?
An insane thing to say. Also, $6,500. Suck my. You buy new watches every goddamn week. That's like worth $100,000. What the do you mean? It's not even a good enough indulgence to actually do the amount of deplatforming that you've engaged in.
Jesus.
Okay, open up your wallet a little bit harder. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's gonna clip this. Suck my cock from the back, you stupid bitches who constantly. He's gonna clip this. He's gonna clip this. I don't give a shit.
Wait,
He can
what does sucking a cock from the back mean? What does that mean?
clip everything. He can suck my dick from the back, dude. Suck my cock. Okay, all of you dumb optics lovers.
Nose
oh my
and ass?
God.
Not the optics frogs. True. Okay. Give me the highlights. This
80,000 views.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump finally answers the big question. 992,000 views. This is just his clip channel. Hold on. There's more. Let me show you his other channel, his YouTube channel.
Okay.
Where the fuck's his YouTube channel? He has another one. This is just a clip one. Dude, I love showing people that are just completely oblivious to this side of the world, this shit. Latest video, Kanye's back. 65,000 views 50 minutes ago. He posts like peaceful protests got so much worse 22 hours ago. My honest reaction to Content Cop. about this content cop. He can't stop talking about me.
What does he like?
What does he say?
Like, what does he say that people? So, because you said that people that live like this, like that's what resonates.
Yeah.
Like the living in the shit.
Who is this guy? Does Hasan just bring on like these totally random people and expect them to understand or get anything about like the extended drama that these two people have, that Hasan and Ethan have with each other?
Deviled and disgusting.
It says, yeah, based a lot. Sometimes it says, there it is. There it is. That's it. He watches
Sex Pestiny.
Asmongold's officially North America's most watched
never
streamer so far in 2025. He currently has more hours watched than Kai Cenat and iShowSpeed.
Oof. That's gotta hurt.
Shit.
That's gotta hurt, Hasan. Oh no.
He says the R word a lot.
The R word? Wait, is Hasan against that now?
Yeah, based. You just gotta watch over Trump videos and say, yeah, based. Oh, here he is.
Doing this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport
now
people.
It's actually, wait a minute.
Do you understand why I'm so black-pilled?
This is making a bit more sense to me why people become right-wing grifters, because it is that easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit.
No, he like doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff.
Wait, but this is a problem.
Meanwhile, Hasan is a left-wing grifter who doesn't know fuck all about any of the shit that he talks about, but you know, LOL. LOL. I guess. IG.
YouTube 3 months ago to 4 years ago. I know. Imagine fucking bringing your channel back for this, losing a bunch of subscribers in the process because they forgot that they were subscribed to you to begin with, and the fucking video itself just flops, and your target for the video literally gets no motion, with the exception of like every dumb Hasanabi hater on the planet that already was going to entertain any on video, and you barely get 3.4 million views on it.
Barely.
What
3.4 million.
Flop,
oh my god.
Oh my god. What is this? Currently sitting at minus 50,000. Oof. Oof. Yes, because it's not funny. If anything, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny. Yes, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny because there are a shit ton of losers online who have also, in a similar fashion to Ethan Klein, basically broken their brains into believing whatever kind of insane nonsense someone has hallucinated about me online that they saw on their periphery.
Jesus,
and then,
the projection.
And then go, I need more of this Hasan content. I need a steady flow of Hasan content. Yeah, he got Denims to go from 1K viewers to 10K in the process. Mike from PH tripled. I know.
Yes, our best allies.